Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Mia's infiltration had, without a doubt, embarrassed everyone in the room, even humiliated them. But strangely, I couldn't muster even a hint of anger. Instead, I smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. "That was incredible," I said sincerely. "Hee hee." She giggled, burying her face into my chest like an affectionate little cat. "Brother Gawain, I missed you so much." Her voice quivered with emotion, and any irritation I might have felt completely vanished. I simply stroked her hair in silence. There were so many questions I wanted to ask her, but now wasn't the time. Lance and the others, meanwhile, stood stiffly to the side, embarrassed and ashamed. If any outsider had pulled a stunt like this, they'd have been captured, interrogated, tortured, and probably executed. After all, who sneaks into a military base, spies on classified intel, shows off, and expects to walk away like it's their backyard? But this wasn't just anyone, it was Mia. A half-revolutionary, an insider in her own right. That softened the blow. Even so, her smug little tale of how she pulled it off felt like she was rubbing salt in their wounds. And the cheerful tone she used while recounting it? That was twisting the knife. Still, they had no choice but to smile through it. Scowling would only frighten her. I shot a glance at Lance and the others, silently signaling that they could leave. Grateful for the escape, they hurried out like prisoners receiving a last-minute pardon. After a long, quiet moment, I finally asked the question that had been bothering me the most. "Mia, how did you know this was a revolutionary base and not a gendarmerie outpost?" She blinked, then replied casually, "Well, the gendarmerie always wear uniforms and display their flags. You guys don't." "Ah." I let out a breath. "Looks like we need to fix that fast." Mia tilted her head. "Brother Gawain, can you show me around? The base looks so cool." I hesitated. She could only stay for the afternoon, and there were only a few areas that weren't classified. But I didn't want to refuse her. "Only if you promise not to breathe a word about what happened today." "Deal." "I promise," she said immediately, eyes wide with sincerity. I took her hand and we stepped out of the room, only to nearly walk into Lance again. He stood just outside, arms crossed. "Don't you have work to do?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. He looked sheepish. "Loza's already handling it. But, we need Mia's help to figure out where our security failed." His tone was bitter. The idea of relying on the very person who exposed their weakness stung. But he wasn't wrong. If anyone could spot the flaw, it was her. All right, Mia said, clearly enjoying the spotlight. "Come on, Brother Gawain." She abandoned the idea of a base tour and instead dragged me along to show Lance and the others exactly how she'd snuck in. She took great pride in pointing out every blind spot and overlooked access point, as if flaunting her high score on a game only she could beat. Lance followed behind us with a sigh, trying to hide the despair on his face. After a long afternoon with Mia, I finally had Yake escort her back. Then I sat down with Lance to go over the Armed Forces Group Security Report, and to finally put the matter of uniform and flag design for the reintegration faction at the top of the agenda. It was long overdue. In their latest analysis, the research team uncovered something interesting from the intel we acquired through the Central Military Police, Lance reported as he stood by my desk. It's a stick-shaped projectile weapon originally intended to integrate with the three-dimensional maneuver gear. Crude, really, only a few prototypes were made before development halted. Its blast radius is about 2 to 3 meters. He paused before continuing. Using the leftover schematics and the rocket nest samples Eric provided, our team merged the concepts and developed a new variant. The result is a shoulder-mounted launcher that doesn't rely on the maneuver gear's gas propulsion. It can be fired independently. Now he had my full attention. "What's the effective range?" 60 to 70 meters. It maxes out at 120, but past the effective range, accuracy drops off significantly. It uses a collision fuse for detonation, and the safety must be disengaged manually before firing. Blast radius is now between 3 and 4 meters. Inwardly, I couldn't help but be impressed. A bazooka. They've basically made a bazooka. I thought, resisting the urge to smirk. And to think, all it took was good food, good funding, and good people. Out loud, I kept quiet, letting Lance continue. "When it detonates, The sound is deafening, comparable to a thunderclap. The shape resembles an old battlefield spear. That, combined with its boom, led us to name it the Thunder Gun. We're still evaluating its tactical applications. How long is it? I asked. About 1.3 meters. There's a longer variant, 1.4 meters, that can push the effective range to 100 meters and maximum to 150. I nodded. What about weight, portability, and production cost? Is the launch tube disposable or reusable? Lance scratched his head. The weight hasn't been finalized, but a single soldier can carry up to 4 at a time. The tubes are single-use and production costs are moderate, nothing that strains the budget. Then he paused, narrowing his eyes. Why do I get the feeling you already knew about this? I shrugged. Didn't expect the team to replicate it this fast, that's all. I've seen something similar before, but, let's just say it's complicated. Grisha would understand. Lance didn't press further. After a moment of silence, he said, well, mysterious knowledge aside, you do know what we're supposed to use this thing for, right? I nodded, giving it some thought. It's a firepower equalizer. Ideal for flushing out entrenched enemies, firing ports and fortresses, sandbag machine gun nests, that sort of thing. Suppress with automatic fire, then finish with the Thunder Gun. It also has potential against heavy armor, tanks, APCs and the like, but let's be honest, the current yield is still too small for that. There aren't any tanks or APCs inside the wall, Lance pointed out, rubbing the back of his neck. Exactly. So for now, that role is theoretical. But what about Titans? He asked, frowning. Wouldn't Kaiji's Titan form qualify as a heavy armor target? Fair point, I admitted. Against something like that, speed is more important than firepower. I'd suggest equipping soldiers with maneuver gear when engaging him, or even cavalry units. Before Lance could respond, a knock echoed from the door. We exchanged a glance. Who is it this time? Lance whispered, a wary look in his eyes. I shook my head, just about to stand when the door opened abruptly. Su Jingkuan stepped inside, his expression unreadable. I heard Mia was here this afternoon, he said without preamble.
Yeah. Lance's face turned black all of a sudden. Hey, Su Jingkuan shook his head. What did you do in the end? I sent a small airship to take her away and told her that I'll be in another half month. Going back, I gave her the location of the contact point and the code word. I replied, and asked him another question. It's you. Why did you come here for half a month? Oh, it's a bit busy, Su Jingkuan said casually. Pulled out a spell card from the belt and put it on the table. I have already monitored who Yanni's accomplice is, and I also recorded the image with the photo card. You know, Lance said in surprise, and I reached out and activated the spell card, and a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of the three of us. The scene in the video is in a clearing in the forest behind the dormitory area. The angle of view is from the tree downwards, but it is still clear. Yanni can be seen sitting alone under the tree, looking towards the sky blankly. After a minute or two people entered the shooting range. Leaner, Bertold. I exclaimed in an incredible tone. These two guys turned out to be Marais spies. You are late. Yanni said coldly in the video, her posture remained unchanged except for opening her mouth. Sorry, it would be troublesome to leave without arousing suspicion. It would be okay if I was alone, but it's a bit conspicuous if the two go together, Rainer said, and sat down in a warmer place. Bertold also sat next to him. Yanni, investigate the matter about Gawain. How's it going? Rainer asked. Yanni closed her gaze back, turned her head to look at Leaner, and said with a blank expression, the clue is broken, the other party is very sophisticated, erase all traces that can be traced, I now even have the identity of the other party. Can't tell. He's so powerful. Lena's expression suddenly became serious. It's really hard to get a clue. Following it, you may be able to find out the identity of the ancestor Titan. It's broken again. You haven't been discovered by them, are you? No. Yanni said coldly, if it weren't for you, we would have fallen to this point. It is estimated that Hajime would have been recovered and returned home long ago. Reiner's expression was very angry, but full of helplessness. Okay, now that it's already like this, then accept the reality, don't be uselessly angry anymore. Bertold came out quickly. I'm going to break the door if I can't do it. I broke through the wall of Rose and Hina's wall together, and I can't bear to see the ancestor. Lena gritted his teeth and said, hey, when the time comes, I will force the ancestor to let him go. The super large Titan inside the wall are dispatched to clean up the world. Do you deserve this sinner? Yanni said with a look of disdain, then just break through the wall of Roselle. Replied, Leaner, this will kill a lot of people. Bertold said hesitantly, will it be too cruel? They are all descendants of the devil? It's not a pity to die. Rainer's voice suddenly increased by an octave, and his face became ferocious. He stared at Bertold and said word by word, our mission is the most important thing. Yanni snorted, got up and left. I will choose to wait. You can take care of it, Rainer. What do we do with Reiner? Bertold asked in a low voice. Let's wait too, Reiner said with a sullen face. There will always be opportunities. Then we have to take the initiative to investigate. Still staying. What are you doing here? Let's go. The screening ended when they walked away and took a picture of the spell card. Leaner Brown, Bertold Hoover. My left hand rubbed the hilt of the holy silver dagger around my waist, and I spoke their names slowly. The tragedy of the Wall of Maria's recapture, the cannibalistic scene of Titan in Higashina area resurfaced in my mind again, making me clenched my fist. Asshole. I punched. He slammed on the table hard and yelled, thinking of Reiner's usual helpful and open-hearted appearance, but behind his back he regards human life as a straw, calling the Eldia inside the wall the descendants of the devil, but forget the fact that he is also an Eldia. My heart is full of anger. They. Traitors of Eldia, running dogs of Mirai. Yanni can let it go, but Reiner and Bertold must die. Su Jinkin said in a deep voice, even though what they did was due to the brainwashing of the Mirai, they cannot be changed. The Wall of Leah, the fact that hundreds of thousands of lives were killed by the direct murderers of Titan. Now that we know their identities, then we can prepare to take action and gather all our strength to kill them and seize Dekai's Titan and the super-large Titan. Lance slapped the table and said. When Lance finished speaking, he found that Su Jinkin and I both looked at him with idiotic eyes. When you said that, I calmed down. I said, now we can't move them. You think can they solve it by the number of people? Su Jinkin curled his lips. It's not the time to rip the face and go to war. Then why don't we do nothing? Lance asked helplessly, why not move them? Su Jinkin and I looked at each other and said, let's do it. He raised his chin, I nodded, organized the language and said, first of all, we are not sure that we will win against them, and we don't have enough. Soldiers who are skilled in the use of three-dimensional mobile devices are still not sure whether the lightning gun can break through the bone armor of Titan or whether the holy silver blade can damage the bone armor, and the high-temperature steam of the super-large Titan a trouble. We do not have a reliable solution for the time being. Secondly, we do not have a suitable decisive battlefield. If the training corps starts a battle, the casualties are too large and the movement is too large. If the fighting time is too long, people from other corps will come over. They will probably help deal with Titan during the war, but it's hard to say after the fight. And Yanni is still on their side now, and she will definitely take action when we deal with her companions. We have to deal with 3 Titan at the same time. The odds of winning are too low. Then we can only watch and can't take action now. Lance said unwillingly. Theoretically, the time is not ripe enough. What we have to do is continue to monitor and find out if they have any companions. To understand their intelligence, wait until Su Jinkin soaks Yanni, after instigating a rebellion, and we have reached cooperation with the investigation corps before taking action. I said, can't we sneak attack? Lance asked unwillingly. As long as you can stun them and successfully bring people out of the training corps, and you have to find a reliable person to inherit the power of Titan, go. Su Jinkin shrugged and said, and gave me a glance, the first Titan experiment now begins. At the center of a giant wood forest in the Wall of Rose, I stood on the trunk and spoke. Besides me, Eric, Su Jinkin, and Rose were all present. Yes, of course, the Titan experiment is naturally the subject of research. Lance. Boom! A yellow lightning appeared out of thin air. From the perspective of the hunter's vision, I could see a large amount of magic power quickly converge to the place where the lightning appeared. First, huge bones were formed out of thin air, then meridians, and muscles, and finally skin and hair. At the same time, a small part of Lance's soul was diluted and scattered on the body of Titan. After the transformation of Titan, Lance slowly straightened his body, opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of hot steam, then he clenched his fists. Crystals began to cover his fists, and from my perspective, a part of the metallicity can be seen. The magic power of Titan began to transform into a solid visible to the naked eye. The entire Titan is actually composed of matter transformed into magic power, but I have never heard of this way of transforming magic power before. The hunter's vision came to observe the process of the transformation of Titan-capable people. An old saying goes, know yourself and the enemy, 100 battles are not dead. To defeat them, you must thoroughly understand the power of Titan, and the 9 great Titan are actually the same family, and we can also use the ancestor Titan take the opportunity to understand the combat power of other Titan. So next we will use Lance as the experimental subject to conduct Titan experiment in order to understand Titan in more detail and uncover Titan mystery. After detailed discussions last night, we decided to start the Titan experiment. Begin to test the defense of Titan hardening ability against ordinary blades. After Lance covered the crystals on his elbows, I said, although I have seen hardened defense in anime, but after all, there is a gap between reality and animation, so you have to experiment to be safe. Su Jinkin, wearing a 3-dimensional mobile device, immediately shot the hook anchor. After the hook anchor was nailed to the tree beside him, he immediately drew the blade and flew towards Lance, who had already taken a defensive posture. Suyin? After the blade collided with the hardened crystal, it broke in 2 without accident, and Su Jinkin flew back to the trunk after a cool somersault in midair. Change the Saint Silver blade and continue to attack. I told. Su Jinkin pulled out a blade with a brighter color and no nicks from the knife case on both sides of his waist, and then rushed towards Lance again, raising the 2 swords against each other. The quasi-hardened place was cut down, and a sound similar to glass shattering sounded, and several crystal fragments fell from the position that Su Jinkin attacked. It's successful. Eric cried out excitedly, and I ignored it. Eric yelled to Su Jinkin, only the armor is broken and the defense is not broken, attack with all his strength. Just now Su Jinkin used the attack power of an ordinary soldier, but only broke the crystal but did not hurt Titan. Now it is really moving. Whoosh! Su Jinkin accurately nailed the hook anchor to the position where he had just broken the armor. The gas jet suddenly increased and pushed him towards Lance. At the same time, Su Jinkin began to spin, using a spiral cut. Another sound similar to broken glass sounded, and at the same time a large amount of blood spurted out. Lance's right arm was directly cut off by one half, and steam emerged from the wound and began to repair the wound, and the Ancestor Titan's magic power is also reduced a little. Start to test the ultimate recovery ability, free attack except for the back of the neck. I ordered. This time in addition to Su Jinkin, several restoring soldiers also joined the offensive. 10 minutes later, the Ancestor Titan crashed to the ground. At this time, there was almost no steam coming out of its body. Obviously, the wound healing ability had reached its limit. Lance pulled himself out of the back of the neck of Titan with great effort. His face was very pale. Obviously, this transformation was extremely exhausting to him. With Lance's departure, Titan's body also began to vaporize, slowly dissipating into the air from the skin. Tisk, an excellent biological weapon, it also fundamentally eliminated the possibility of being researched and dissected. I really don't know how this thing was designed. Su Jinkin stared at the dissipating Titan wreck and exclaimed. And I found something special about Lance. His soul and body are not entirely his own. I slammed Su Jinkin with my hand and motioned him to look at Lance. What's the matter? Su Jinkin turned his head and was stunned. Lance's soul is now very strong and weak, and his soul is in harmony. Unexplainable things are entangled together. That thing makes his soul much stronger than ordinary people, but it is slowly swallowing his soul to replace him, and his body is the same. After more than 10 seconds, this phenomenon was completely hidden. Su Jinkin and I were able to observe this phenomenon after several times of inspections. 13 years. I said with difficulty. What the is that? Emir's curse. Su Jinkin swallowed and asked in shock. Today's experiment ends here. Disband. I ordered. Lance, Su Jinkin, Eric and Rose stay. Everyone who received the order immediately turned and left, as long as the person I ordered stayed. What's wrong with Gawain? Looked at me with a solemn expression. Lance couldn't help asking. After I retold what I had just observed, everyone's faces were full of shock. Is there a solution to this thing? Lance sighed and asked. Not for the time being, and there is not enough information. I shook my head helplessly, and felt uncomfortable when I thought that Lance's life was only 11 years left, and the life of Eren was only 12 years left. The demon hunter has a theoretically unlimited lifespan, but he can only watch his mortal friends pass away one by one and can do nothing. I need your spinal fluid to do some research. Don't give up hope. Maybe things will turn around in the future. I comforted, but I didn't have much confidence when I said this. The next half-month is to deal with restorative affairs and conduct experiments on Titan, but apart from learning some information about Titan, there is no progress. The 13-year curse is really not so easy to deal with. Afterwards, the clothing of the military team was also completed. The design style was camouflage uniforms. The left chest of the clothing was printed with an upward arc, and there was a vertical line in the middle of the arc. Its color was blue, and there was also such a pattern on the military cap. Sign. From now on, it will be the symbol of the restorationists, although it was just drawn by me. It's time for me to go. Cooperate with me to finish the scene. Don't lose money at the last minute. I put my luggage on my back and said, let's go, it's all arranged. Lance leaned on the sofa weakly. He waved his hand and sighed contentedly. As soon as you leave the Titan experiment, you can stop, and I can finally get out of the sea of suffering. Damn. I dissatisfied him with a and turned away. The next thing is very simple. With Keith's cover, I left without a problem for a month. As for the companions of the training corps, I fooled the past on the grounds of secrecy. When I saw Rainer and Bertold again, my feelings were very complicated. This kind of feeling that I can't wait to rush to kill each other immediately, but can only pretend to be ignorant and treat each other as a friend is like eating siang disgusting. But fortunately I pretended to be in a bad mood, so no one noticed that my mood was wrong. In order to prevent them from discovering the change in my attitude, I force myself to ignore their identities and treat them as ordinary trainers, and wait until the Troost district retakes the total account 3 years later. In the beginning of the spring, the training soldiers finally came into contact with the long-awaited three-dimensional mobile device. Since they formally joined the training corps, the first three-dimensional mobile device practice class, everyone was very excited. Amin, this is what it feels like to put on a three-dimensional mobile device. I am full of power now, Eren said excitedly. After waiting for so long, I finally have personal access to the three-dimensional mobile device. But we are a great weapon against Titan. Yes, Eren, I have already learned the manual about the three-dimensional mobile device, and now I can finally practice it. Amin's face was also full. It is an excited expression. Assemble. Su Jinkin shouted loudly. The people in Class 9 quickly formed 2 rows. Everyone looked at Su Jinkin with expectant eyes, waiting for him to give instructions to start training. The actual three-dimensional maneuvering device is slightly different from the animation, but in general there is not much difference. It is a large rectangular wooden box on each side of the waist. The box contains 4 pairs of super hard blades. It is a gas tank for storing gas. Behind the waist is a gas ejector, the most complicated part of the whole device. There is a hook and anchor launcher on both sides of the waist belt. The armpit is where the knife handle is placed. The leather strap secures the device. I emphasize again, the trigger at the index finger of the knife handle is to recover the steel wire and spray gas, and the trigger at the is to inject the hook anchor with the steel wire and release the fixation. Don't be confused. Also, pressing the guard is stuck or loosen the blade. Although you are not equipped with a blade this time, don't forget to familiarize yourself with the specific operation. Su Jinkan looked around the crowd and said, "That's it, disband, and start free training." When I heard the word disband, everyone immediately cheered and dispersed. The training location was in the giant wood forest next to the training core. 20 instructors were ready to rescue the injured trainers due to operational errors. Whoosh! After shooting the hook on the right on the trunk of a tree, and then pressing the trigger of my index finger to make myself fly, I couldn't help but sigh. The forest of giant trees. I really don't know how this kind of thing appeared. Compared with other training soldiers who have to shoot 2 hooks and anchors at the same time to fix themselves and then concentrate on taking off, I seem to be too careless. After all, things like 3-dimensional mobile devices are really difficult for ordinary people, but even for me, the demon hunter who has carefully studied its structure and is extremely balanced, is not a problem at all. Shooting 2 hook anchors at the same time to fix themselves in order to fly is a novice approach, because this method is difficult to quickly change direction to avoid danger in the middle, not flexible enough, and at the same time cannot escape quickly, because changing the path requires the use of hook anchors to recover the wire. It will take time to relaunch. This time is enough for you to be killed. After getting a little familiar with the operation of the 3-dimensional maneuvering device, I started to speed up, and I was going to test the limit speed of the 3-dimensional maneuvering device. Ever since, when other people are still flying slowly and making mistakes, they will always see a black shadow flying by them quickly, and can always change direction when they are about to hit an obstacle to avoid the impact, and then accelerate again. Go away. Mikasa Ackerman trains soldiers, your speed is too fast. Slow down. After my repeated dangerous operations, an instructor finally couldn't stand it anymore, and said to slow me down. Tisk. He curled his mouth helplessly and lowered his speed. I have to say that flying like this is really cool, much cooler than drag racing, and because of my reaction ability, there is no collision incident, so it's just someone else. Look at the danger. Gavin. Seeing my unfulfilled expression, Mikasa couldn't help but called me worriedly. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. I flew towards Mikasa with a relaxed change, bewildered. Very fun, do you want to try? No, go away. Mikasa snorted, changed the direction and flew away, but compared to mine, her operation was much awkward, and she could only guarantee that she would not be surprised. Tisk. I used the 3-dimensional mobile device to sway boringly, until the gas was almost consumed before I decided to go chat with Su Jinkan. Flew back to the open space before, I suddenly found more than a dozen training soldiers lying on the ground, looking very embarrassed, and there were medical staff treating them on the side. What's the situation? I fell back to the ground and asked. Walked a few steps forward to stabilize his figure so as not to fall. Oh, these hapless guys hit the tree. Well, this Rumbai can only lie in bed to recover. Su Jinkan shrugged. Said, somehow, I seemed to hear a hint of gloat in his tone. Haha, I never fell so miserably when I delved into the usage of this thing, and Lowell laughed at me and said I was him. I've seen the most dished rookie, haha, there are more dishes here. I curled my lips, and was speechless for Su Jinkan's statement, and prepared to change the subject to avoid embarrassment. I heard that the next Rumba Investigative Corps will set off for an outside investigation. Don't you go back and practice with them? I asked. I acted alone as a mobile rescuer, just with Leviar. Same, no need to practice together. Su Jinkan's face darkened slightly, and he raised his foot and walked to the place where no one was beside him. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Lywell and them for a while. I miss it. If you pick up girls, you actually have time to say them. I stepped forward to follow. Fuck. Which eye did you see Loudza picking up a girl? Su Jinkan said grimly, I'm dealing with official business. Do you understand official business? When he reached the place where no one was there, Su Jinkan finally sighed deeply. Oh, I don't know how many people will come back alive in this external investigation. I want to start. Now the Investigation Corps has donations from the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. With the support of Duke Eric and your joining, life will be much better than in the original book. I comforted. Su Jinkan stretched out his hand and wiped his face, and was silent for a long time before speaking. Gao Wen, restorative, obviously mastering the truth of the world, but sitting and watching the Investigative Corps pay countless sacrifices to search for the answer. What is the difference between our previous approach of the Lays family? I now have a sense of facelessness facing my comrades. I opened my mouth, and when I was about to speak, Su Jinkan reached out and stopped me. Needless to say, I know we have to wait for the moment. Now is not the time to announce the truth, and no one will believe it, but at least we can tell the highest level figures of the Investigation Corps. This may have a slight impact on the Investigation Corps' policies and reduce the number of sacrifices. Oh, you can figure it out. I thought about it, and said helplessly, don't leak. The restorative secrets are fine. When the time is right, we will solve the Titan and the super-large Titan, sweep the reactionary forces in the wall, and revive Eldia. You know I don't care about this. Now I have to think hard about how to talk to Captain Irvine. Goodbye. Su Jinkin shrugged and issued a eviction order. Well, it's up to you. I also shrugged. Lower shoulders, turn around and leave, prepare to replenish gas and continue to practice the operation of the three-dimensional mobile device. At noon, the cafeteria. The former lively place is now particularly empty. After all, 1/3 of the people are lying on the bed in the infirmary, and another third are still outside the infirmary waiting to treat their wounds. Those who are intact and have minor injuries only accounted for 1/3. Hiss, it hurts. Aaron pressed the ice pack on his forehead and grinned. Ha. Others are injured by mistakes in the air operation, and only you are because of when you landed showing off and being divided and falling on the ground. I don't know how to say you, Aaron. I complained. Mia couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Aaron, you can be regarded as happy and sad. Aiming also laughed. Alman. Aaron couldn't help calling Amin's name, and he said angrily, this is an accident. It deserves it. Mikasa turned over Aaron dissatisfied. She rolled her eyes. Who asked you to fight with him? Don't roll your eyes casually, it's not good for your image. I stretched out my hand and hugged Mikasa's head and said, she gave a faint hum and continued to eat. Hey, isn't this the king of big talk, Aaron? Is his forehead better? Jean walked into the canteen with a bandage on his left arm and hung on his chest. He said in a mocking tone, here again. Mikasa couldn't help but sighed. Jean's ambition was to join the gendarmerie. Although Mark's death later changed his mind and decided to join the investigation corps, that happened after graduating from the training corps. He had always joined the military police until then. The goal of the gendarmerie regiment is completely opposite to the ambition of Aaron. Both of them are in a state of looking at each other and not pleasing to the eye. They are absolutely enemies. There is a small quarrel for 3 days and a big quarrel for 5 days. From time to time, they have to fight each other. This is the daily life of Aaron and Rang, and the irony of each other is naturally indispensable. Mikasa feels helpless about this, but I have always watched these as sideshows. It's me who watched the lively show, and as long as they don't lose their minds or say things that are too bad, I will not take action. The forehead feels okay. Aaron put the ice bag on the table, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and opened his left arm in a serious voice. The left arm seems a little uncomfortable, but it shouldn't have hit a tree like a idiot. Piuchi? Mia couldn't help laughing, making her face very ugly. It's the first operation after all. It's normal to make some mistakes and get some injuries. Everyone is basically the same, but I feel that compared with the operation mistakes and hitting a tree, I can't even stand and land on my forehead. It seems even more embarrassing. Ren said with a sneer, and their taunting mode changed from warm-up to intense. Huh? Only idiots will lower their standards, thinking that it is normal to hit a tree. I wish you to maintain your normal level until graduation. Aaron showed a sarcasm. Every other, I wish you to always show off the heroic posture of falling on the ground. Jean retorted unceremoniously. The mutual conflict between the two quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Before, when there were many people, they were not very noticeable, but now they are very conspicuous when there are few people. Obviously, they have not yet reached the point of continuing to fight against each other regardless of the crowd. The realm of I don't care about you soon ended the topic. Go away, go back to the dormitory to rest. After seeing that there was no excitement, I reached out and pressed Mikasa and Mia's heads, then got up and walked outside. The crowd quickly dispersed, and everyone returned to their own position. Due to the large number of injured people, there was no course arrangement in the afternoon, and everyone was allowed to move freely. However, the scope was limited to the training corps and could not go out. The three-dimensional mobile device was still open to everyone and allowed to practice independently, so I and Amin, Mikasa, and Mia trained for another afternoon. In the evening, the training corps announced a dead person. The guy directly hit his neck because of the wrong way of flying. However, Bingtang seemed to have anticipated this situation and announced that the next training will continue as usual. The next month will be other courses in the morning. In the afternoon, the three-dimensional mobile device practical operation class. The training days always go by very quickly. I basically spent the next year in training. I had a meeting with everyone from class 9 in the morning on the day off, and in the afternoon I went home with them to visit Kara with Aaron auntie. Although living alone is a bit lonely, overall Aunt Carla's life is pretty good, with our allowance to make ends meet, and there are no blind people who come to make trouble. From time to time, the restorationists will secretly send me some documents to make decisions, and they will also report on the current progress. The military team has expanded to 1,200 people. The white glove team Dark Arrow that Eric is responsible for has completed the formation and began to perform tasks. The Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce has become the largest chamber of commerce in the wall, and other chambers of commerce have only lingering space, except outside the Central 1st Gendarmerie Regiment. The intelligence department has already planted its own people in all the troops inside the wall, even the Scimitar Gang, which I didn't pay much attention to after I was founded, has an influence on the southern part of the Wall of Roses. The days passed peacefully. Reiner and the others would occasionally hold secret meetings, but I did not find that they had any other accomplices. However, the relationship between Yanni and Su Jinkin is getting closer and closer, and they can often be seen walking together, and his name for Yanni has also become Ani in private. It's been more than a year in a blink of an eye. Walking in the woods covered with fallen leaves, I couldn't help but sigh. When I thought that this kind of life would be more than a year, I couldn't help but wonder whether my original decision was correct. After all, the training of the core professors is a bit too simple for me. Although I have a happy life, it is a waste of time. Is it too much for me to follow the development of the plot? Will there be better development if I choose another method? This kind of thinking made me absent-minded all afternoon, but a news in the evening interrupted my thinking and gave me the urge to kill. This is a letter from Eric to you. At the dining hall table in the evening, Su Jinkan first drove away the others, then took out a snow-white envelope from his arms and handed it to me. The center of the envelope has the family crest of the George family. Look, it's very elegant. I reached out to take the envelope and threw it on the table. I took the bread in my left hand and took a bite. With my right hand, I took out the dagger and scratched it randomly on the edge of the envelope. Then I returned the sword to the sheath and then roughed it with my hand. Open the envelope and shake the letter paper out of it. It's a waste to write to you with an envelope. He might as well let me bring you a note. Su Jinkan said irritably, seeing my behavior. Is that someone with an identity? Just a soldier, you don't need to pay attention to anything with him. I replied confidently, opened the letter paper and started to check the content of the letter. Dear Leader Gawain Ackerman. Seeing the words like meeting, on the 14th, Anjian received a commission from the wall teacher to hunt down a pair of Ackerman mother and daughter and put them to death. For your sake, Secret Arrow rejected the entrustment, and then the intelligence department began to intervene in the investigation. The results of the investigation showed that the mural had been secretly persecuting and executing Ackerman family members for the past 4 years, and the number of known victims reached there were 57 people, and the name Hank Ackerman appeared on the list, and the restoring party awaited further instructions. Eric George. 16th. My breathing was stagnant, and my body trembling unceasingly. My left hand let the bread fall onto the table, and my right hand grasped the letter paper hard. The knuckles looked a little white because of excessive force. I always thought that the things of the year were over. No matter it is the direct murderer and the traffickers, or the real murderer Skog behind the scenes, I have already killed them. I have completed my revenge. As a result, I never thought that what happened back then was promoted by the wall teachings. If I didn't talk about this, it would be unforgivable to say that the wall teachings hurt my compatriots. Giggle. I clearly heard the sound of my teeth fighting, and almost ran away on the spot. What's wrong? Su Jinkan noticed my abnormality for the first time, and hurriedly pressed my left hand and asked, look at it for yourself. I pushed the letter paper forward, and Su Jinkan immediately picked it up and checked it. Boom! Su Jinkan slammed a fist on the table, and the loud noise immediately alarmed everyone in the cafeteria eating. I and him looked at each other, and both saw the murderous intent in the other's eyes. The Demon Hunter is not an organization, but a family of millions of people. Everyone in the family is our brother and sister. Even if I have never met, this fact will not change. This is what my mentor has always taught me. We can accept the situation where our companions are killed by different species, because every demon hunter who participated in the hunt has the consciousness to accept death, but the situation is different now. Our compatriots are persecuted to death. The anger that made Su Jinkan and I separate, we must have revenge. Tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Su Jinkan gritted his teeth and said. I nodded, stood up and walked out of the door. Mikasa, come with me. The others are staying. This is a private matter. I said coldly. Mikasa. She stood up and tried to follow me. Although she was very curious about what happened, she knew very well that it was not the time to ask questions, but followed me silently. A few seconds later Su Jinkan also caught up. The three of us walked to Keith's office together. Muralism is a religion that believes in walls. They promoted that the walls were shaped by God with his supreme might, and they oppose anyone doing things that blaspheme the walls, even if the walls are installed with fixed cannons and other defense facilities against them. It is also taboo in terms of doctrine. Before the fall of the Wall of Mary, the mural was just a small organization that was not valued and had little influence. But after the fall of the Wall of Mary, the mural took the opportunity to proclaim that the wall is sacred and inviolable. The Wall of Leah was broken because someone blasphemed the wall and angered God, so God will punish him. If human beings don't wake up, they will usher in destruction. The saying that many foolish people join the wall religion, plus secretly promoted by the nobles, the wall religion took advantage of the trend to rise and became the #1 great religion in the wall, and its influence was greatly enhanced. As far as I know, the wall religion was established by Wang Zheng's instruction. The purpose is to use the teachings of the wall religion to make people respect the wall and stay away from the wall, so as to prevent people from discovering the super large-scale titan in the wall. In the beginning, Wang Zheng had 100% mastery of the wall religion, but later on, the wall education has grown stronger and gained great independence. Because of Kenny Ackerman's joining Wang Zheng's persecution of the Ackerman family has ceased, so the behavior of the wall church is undoubtedly spontaneous. Although I don't know why they did it, I will let them pay a heavy price for this. Are you sure you want to involve her? Su Jinkan glanced at Mikasa and asked. Our next action is very dangerous. This is family revenge. Do you think it is possible not to bring her? I turned my head to look. Seeing Mikasa's question, he couldn't help but think of the tragic situation in his mind. We have to do a thorough account of the things of the year. I clenched my fist. I will make those guys regret being born in this world. Under Su Jinkan's leadership, Mikasa and I easily entered Keith's office. Keith was very surprised by our visit. We need to ask for leave. We will approve it for 7 days. I handed the letter in my hand to Keith. Keith opened his mouth and took a look at the letter. His pupils shrank and he folded the letter and gave it back to me. Then he took the leave slip from the drawer and said, Govan, about this I feel very sorry, but now I don't have any reliable power to help you, take care of myself, and you can go to Levier about this matter. I nodded, did not speak, and gave the letter to Mikasa. After reading the letter, Mikasa's face suddenly turned pale, covering her mouth with her right hand, with an incredible expression on her face. Then let me go. I picked up the leave slip and nodded to Keith, took Mikasa's hand and turned away. Su Jinkan followed me closely. The first priority is to save people first, and revenge can be done later. Let's talk about it. He said, I'm going to see Lul. You take Mikasa to base 1 to ask about the situation. We meet in Eula town. After pulling 3 horses out of the stables, we started to split up. At this time, Mikasa finally had the opportunity to ask a question. Gawain, what is going on? Why does the mural want to persecute our Ackerman family? Yes, what's the matter with your identity? I was silent for a few seconds before I said, all of this starts with the murders of Uncle Hank and Aunt Yanhu. Mikasa, you have to be mentally prepared, because what I want to say next is something that most people in the wall don't know. This includes the truth of the world, and I will tell you everything I know. From Hank's identity to the origin of the Restorationist, to the truth of the world and the development of the Restorationist, apart from the vague mention of the holder of the power of Titan, I have all happened over the years. One she told Mikasa, and while we were talking, we also came to base 1. Who? There was a stern shout from the watchtower, and several figures immediately surrounded him. The alert level was much higher than the previous time. It seems that the last infiltration incident had a considerable impact on the armed forces. It's me, Gao Wen. A holy flame ignited in my hand to light up my face, and the 5 people who surrounded me hurriedly saluted me and said in unison, see the leader. I waved my hand to sign them off, and then took Mikasa to Lance's office. Gawain, why are you hiding from us? Mikasa suddenly asked, why didn't you tell us the truth before? My movements froze for a while, and when I looked back, she caught Mikasa's firm gaze. My hand increased my strength and resolutely said, Gavin, I want to fight alongside you. I smiled bitterly and said, I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you to carry these things prematurely, but also out of the need for confidentiality, and this is not a game, this is deadly. But now, it is about the revenge of our Ackerman family, and I have to disclose some things to you. But it is not yet possible to tell when everyone announces the truth. Don't tell Aaron and Ammon. Don't tell anyone, otherwise our sacrifice will be wasted. Please come in. As soon as Lance opened his mouth, I pushed the door in. Gawain. He was surprised at my late-night visit. You know the letter Eric wrote to me. I speaking straightforwardly. Lance was taken aback when he heard the words, and then nodded. Tell me the specific progress, and if there is a written report, give me a written report. I walked to the sofa and sat down. That's right. Ackerman's mother and daughter should be in the Ness area now, because Dark Arrow did not take over the task, so we don't have their precise location. Lance said while taking out a piece of paper from the drawer and handing it to me. Here is the list we have compiled so far, but it may not be complete. I will continue to have people check it for you. Also, Eric is next door now, you can go to him and ask. I was silent for a few seconds before I spoke. No, this is my own business. The Restorationist is an organization established for the revival of Eldia. It is not my personal tool. Don't waste manpower on this matter. Lance was stunned again. After staring at me for a while, he replied in surprise, well, I respect your decision. I nodded to him, picked up the list on the table and turned around, leaving and knocking on Eric's door next door. A few seconds later, Eric opened the door himself. Gawain. He started in surprise, and then turned sideways to open the way. Please come in, I have prepared the information, including the portrait of the mother and daughter, and their information, as well as information about the mural action team. After entering the room, I found that there was still a person standing in the room. He was about 3 years old, a height of over 1 meter, and his hair was flaxen-colored. Medium, and his biggest characteristic is that he is ordinary. His appearance is ordinary. His clothes are ordinary. He belongs to the kind that cannot be recognized by the new crowd. At first sight, I couldn't remember his appearance immediately, even subconsciously ignored him. His name is Rebrovnik, nicknamed Shadow, and he is the deputy captain of Dark Arrow. He was responsible for the previous contact with the mural teacher. If you need it, he can lead the way. Eric handed in 3 pieces of paper. In my hand, he glanced at Rebrov and said, Leader. Rebrov saluted me. His expression was very flat. He seemed to care nothing about anything. By the way, his voice was also very ordinary. I couldn't help but have a strong interest in Rebrov, and my instinct also tells me that he is not simple. Since there is a chance to get to know him and it will also help my rescue operation, I will naturally not miss Nake. Are you free? I said, I am going to the Chris area tomorrow to finish things off. If you need it, I can set off now. Rebrov said with a slight bow. No, I shook my head. This matter has nothing to do with the restitutionists. It is purely my personal business. Now I hire you to lead me. By the way, I will tell me the speculation about their hiding place. You think it's 1500 lis. How about the price? Well, a fair commission. I don't think I would mind making this extra money. Rebrov said with a smile. Then how are you going to pay this money? Eric, help me get the money, give it to him. What I owe you will be deducted from my account in the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. I snapped my fingers and said, we will start now. Eula Town. Su Jinkin and Leviar have been waiting at the intersection on the east side of the town with their horses. They are all wearing black windbreakers and leggings. Inside the windbreaker is a wide belt full of spell cards, holding a dagger and an enchanted crossbow in their hands. The kind that can fire arrows continuously as long as it is injected with magic power. Before, there were demon hunters called it Endless Justice. I and Mikasa are dressed in the same way, but Mikasa wears an extra red scarf that I gave her before. In contrast, Rebrove, who only has a Mitsubishi Army Thorn, is very conspicuous. Boy, who is he? Levi looked at me and asked Lebrov Yang Yang, guide, he will take us to the area near the target, it is very reliable. I said concisely, Levi, after all, you are not a restorative, so I must keep some things secret from him. Hello, Captain Livel, you can call me the Shadow. Rebrove smiled and stretched out his hand. Livel shook hands with him expressionlessly, and then turned on his horse. Time is running out. Let's go. Under Rebrove's lead, our team started to head towards the Ness area. I distributed materials for 3 people to read along the way. For others, reading while riding a horse in a dark environment is difficult, but for the demon hunter with the hunter's vision, it was not a problem at all. After everyone had written down all the information, I burned the information with the holy flame. Familiar with each other, Luel, Gawain, and Mikasa, Su Jinkin briefly introduced, don't be unable to call the other party's name when fighting. Wait, do you plan to call each other's name directly in the fight? Lebrov couldn't help but said, his expression full of surprise. Yes, what's the matter? Don't you worry about being wanted by the gendarmerie afterwards. Lebrov asked with a look of surprise, at least I should give him a temporary nickname. You can call Thor. I immediately looked at Su Jinkin and said, God of Minesweeper, this nickname is good, remember to match a few more thunder and lightning spell cards. Go. Su Jinkin unceremoniously raised his to me, Thunder God, this nickname is not bad, you call Thor. Luel came to Bastion to assist and immediately set the nickname of Su Jinkin, then what's your name? Su Jinkin glanced at Lywell with a slightly dissatisfied look and asked, God of War. Lywell said blankly, I think this nickname is good. Why not be called a dwarf? Su Jinkin said with a bitter face, opening his path to death, or a bit more fierce, it's called Violent Short. Huh? Su Jinkin was kicked off the horse by Lywell, and Lywell glanced at him coldly and snorted disdainfully. Okay, let's be serious, give a fierce nickname, and get rid of the gods first. Yes, don't mention the troubles of the god of Minesweeper. Su Jinkin teleported back to his own. He immediately agreed, no, your nickname has already been set. I'm talking about the nicknames of the 3 of us. I beat him back to his original form with a single sentence, that's it. Regarding Su Jinkin, who was expressing his dissatisfaction, he touched his chin and said, then it's called Crazy Wolf, the name is ferocious. Okay, then I'll be called Bloodhand. I nodded after thinking for a few seconds. I opened the mouth and said, I don't know what nickname I should call. Mikasa said at a loss, scary, how about the saber-toothed tiger? I said casually, it's okay, what you say is what you say. Mikasa nodded, your level of nickname is really bad. Su Jinkin attacked. I just didn't hear about it. Don't you say you want to save people and get revenge? Why are they still talking and laughing? Lebrov couldn't help but interject, because I'm afraid that he will kill people because of his anger. It's cheaper for them. I shrugged, I said I would make them regret that they were born in this world. Death is a luxury for them, and I will make them deeply regret their actions. Will also said murderously, Shadow, how long can we get to Nice? More than 2 hours, up to 3 hours, we can change horses in Morway Town and take a break to keep good status. Rebrove replied. After being interrupted by him, we were not in the mood to chat, so we spent the rest of the way in silence, and the atmosphere was very depressing. The Ness area is divided into the northern jungle and the southern residential area. The Wall Church has a station in the eastern part of the residential area, but there are not many people. The manpower they transferred from elsewhere has not yet been fully deployed, so I judge the situation of the mother and daughter. It's not bad enough to hide in the jungle. In the eastern part of the residential area, basically people live with better lives. Many people are believers of Wall religion, and there are military police stationed there, so they may be in the east. Sex is not great. There is a dark street in the western residential area, where there are no followers of the Wall religion, and the military police never go there on patrols. However, the security there is extremely poor and various crimes are never interrupted. It is impossible to go there as their identities. So I judged that their most likely location is the slums on the north and south sides of the western residential area. Rebrove pointed to the map and analyzed. Why don't they go to the gendarmerie for help but avoid the gendarmerie? Mikasa asked suspiciously. The corrupt junk of the gendarmerie must have been taken care of by the military police long ago. They asked the gendarmerie for help based on their situation and appearance. Most of them will be caught and turned into playthings. After the military police are tired of playing, they will be burned to death by the Wall teachers. Lebrov said with disdain. Mikasa's eyes widened in surprise, and couldn't help holding it. My hand, although it is a bit extreme, but the Shadow is right, if they go to the military police, they will probably be like this. Su Jinkin nodded in agreement. Ahem, remind you that there are still people from our intelligence department in the gendarmerie. I coughed twice and then said, I take back what I just said. Rebrov said embarrassedly, gendarmerie there are still upright people, but only a small part of it. But in short, the gendarmes in the Nice area must have been collaborating with the murals. We must be prepared to fight them. Su Jinkin shrugged and said, no matter how much waste, it's still waste. Lowell interjected with disdain. Okay, thank you Shadow, your mission is complete. I clapped my hands and said, the information we have now is a bit outdated. I don't know if the mother and daughter are caught, so I suggest we dive into the wall first. The teacher's resident took a look, and took some money and a boss to interrogate. I'll leave and see you. Rebrov nodded and left without talking nonsense. I agree with Gao Wen's statement. Besides, should we confirm the command authority? Su Jinkin said, I am not good at this aspect. You can figure it out by yourself. I will just obey the order, said with a look outside. Gao Wen, who will be the two of us? Su Jinkin looked at me and asked, let me come, I am more experienced in this respect. I was not polite with him, and took command, and then we started to go. The station of wall teaching. The residence of the mural is a cathedral and a small building around the church, surrounded by walls. The wall is about 2.5 meters high, which is difficult for ordinary people to climb. No traps, safe. No guards, safe. The wall is over, safe. Isn't this a trap? Su Jinkin couldn't help but whispered, the murals are not crusaders. You can count on them. How much military consciousness you have, don't look at them too high. I first explained to Su Jinkin, and then looked at Luel, you're a crazy wolf. Luel turned over on my shoulder and jumped over the wall. And then Mikasa, the last one I teleported directly in. After making a few gestures in the dark, I kept the direction of the church, and the three of them immediately dispersed silently, forming a semi-arc with me and surrounding the church. The demon hunter is definitely the best soldier in the world. He obeys orders, is tenacious, and is strong. Moreover, every demon hunter has a certain sense of similarity within a certain range, making the demon hunters even unparalleled. Meeting each other can also have a high degree of tacit understanding in fighting side by side, usually with a gesture and a glance to understand what the other party means. Of course, this is under the circumstance of proactively exposing one's own identity. If a witcher wants to hide his identity, even the same kind can't find it. I didn't encounter any guards along the way, and they didn't even organize a patrol. I kept telling myself that this was because the opponent was too bad, not because of a trap. The door of the church is not locked, and there are only 2 guards who are dozing off at the door. The mad wolf and the saber-toothed tiger are responsible for guarding and eliminating risks. Thor will follow me in. If there is a situation, I will use the messenger card to notify. He and Sanli froze for a while before realizing that I was talking to them. After seeing them nodded, I and Su Jinkin ran to the gate empty-handed. Su Jinkin made a cut of my throat during the trot. I nodded slightly and ran behind the 2 guards with him. At the same time, I hugged the target's head and pulled it hard, breaking them with a click. After gently laying down their bodies around the neck, Su Jinkin and I took out a crossbow and ran into the church. I have to say that the hunter's vision is easy to use. I know that there are still 20 people sleeping in the church and no other guards, so I can act boldly and safely. There are religious murals carved on the wall of the church hall. The most prominent place at the end is a preaching stand for teachers to give lectures. There are rows of benches in front of the preaching stand. The hall is empty. I compare to Su Jinkin. A gesture, and he ran to both sides. There are 10 people on each side. He and I are exactly half divided. The room with a large number of people is the room where the action team who arrested the Ackerman family sleeps. Don't talk nonsense, just cut their throats and make them in extreme pain. It's okay to die in suffocation. Although it's cheaper for them, the mastermind is the most important thing. 9 of the 10 people on my side sleep in groups of 3 in one room, and there are 2 empty beds next to the one who slept on their own. At first glance, I know that the 2 killed guards slept. Said that this guy is also a worthless little character cut his throat with a knife, and after throwing him aside and letting him suffocate slowly, I started digging through the boxes to find money. If you want to find someone in a slum, it is the best choice to spend money to let the locals help. The wall teacher may disdain to use this method, but I don't care about the process of things. I only care about the results, but none of the 4 of us bring money. So I had to find a wall teacher to get some money to use. After spending 5 minutes to find more than 80,000 RIS, I found a small cloth bag to put the money in, and then ran to the door quickly. As for Su Jinkin's progress, I didn't care about it. After all, about trusting me. Yes, that guy will definitely get it done. Sure enough, when I came out, Su Jinkin was already dragging 2 people who were in a coma in their nightgowns and waiting outside. The 2 big men are because they don't know who the boss is. He whispered, I was all small people over there, and I only took 80,000 RIS. I lowered my voice and said, and took one of them, you can withdraw. After dragging the prisoners to the dark place, I waved my hand and Levi and Mikasa immediately walked out of the dark corner silently and escorted Su Jinkin and me out. Bloodhand, how to deal with these 2 people? Luel asked in a low voice, take them to the jungle for the first trial, and kill them after the trial, then hang them on the flagpole of the gendarmerie regiment, and write 4 words by the way, blood debts and blood. I said with a sneer, Tisk, good idea, I'll be responsible for the trial. Luel reached out and touched his chin. Jungle. The two captives in a coma were tied to a tree 20 meters apart, and a silencer barrier was arranged around them to prevent the sound from coming out. 3. The saber-toothed tiger goes to watch. The mad wolf is in charge of one trial, and Thor and I are responsible. The other one. I almost called out Mikasa's name, and I quickly covered my mouth before continuing to order. I'm in charge of the one on the left. Luel glanced at me and turned and walked to the left, while I confronted Su Jinkin. After a glance, he walked to the right. Put her away and go on guard. It seems that you still don't intend to let her intervene completely. Su Jinkin said. No way. I shrugged a little helplessly. I think there are some things I can carry on my own. She is still young, and I don't want her to involve too much. And the next scene may be very bloody. It is better not to let her see this kind of scene. It's up to you. Su Jinkin curled his lips. I am more concerned about the next interrogation. I will play the red face, and you will play the white face. Puff. The captive was awakened by a water polo that had been subjected to cold ice. He shuddered and opened his eyes, only to see two young people with black hair and black eyes looking at him coldly. Who are you? He asked in a panic, trying to move his body but found that he was firmly bound. Hello sir, we need to ask you a few questions. If you cooperate with us, we will give you a happy one. If you don't cooperate, we will let you feel that life is better than death. I smiled and said Tao. The captive's eyes widened in horror at first, but then his expression turned hideous. I warn you, I am the Archbishop of the Nese region. How dare you kidnap me? Now put me back obediently, and I still you can consider forgiving. Ah. Su Jinkin inserted a dagger into the captive's thigh, and said coldly while stirring it fiercely, I am neither in the mood nor patience to accompany you in this nonsense. Answer me well. Question, and then I will give you a happy one, otherwise I will cut off all 10 of your fingers. I will never. Ah. The captive's entire face was deformed in pain, his left little finger falling to the ground, blood shed all over the ground. I took out a healing spell card to stop the blood for him, and persuaded, why do you have to answer our questions, so you don't need to be tortured? The captive gasped, his face was full of sweat. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a hoarse voice, what do you want to ask? That's right, it should be so good. I snapped my fingers and said with a smile, first tell me your name, sir. Fleg, Friag Leonardo. The captive replied, hello, Mr. Leonardo, what is the name of the other person with you? I continued to ask. Kyle Silazar. Freya sighed and said, seeming to have given up resistance. Seeing that the time should be around the corner, I suddenly asked a key question, Mr. Leonardo, I heard that you guys a few days ago after hunting down a pair of Ackerman mother and daughter, what is the result? I haven't caught them yet, but it is already certain that they are hiding in the slums in the north. Freya replied in a daze, and then reacted, are they their accomplices? His expression quickly became ugly, looking very angry and scary, you descendants of demons. Damn Ackerman's chores? I curse. Ah. Su Jinkin slashed him. His left ring finger was cut off, causing him to let out a scream. You bastards! Damn it! After relieving his breath, Freya began to yell again, and Su Jinkin kicked him into his mouth to stop him temporarily. It looks like cut hands. It's not stimulating enough for you, Su Jinkin said in a flat tone, but I could feel his hidden anger. After I dug out your eyes and feed you, maybe you can change your mind. Let's talk, he said, and took his feet away. Freya spit out a few teeth and exclaimed, I don't know anything? You guys who deserve to go to hell, God will punish you. Yours. It's a pity, Mr. Leonardo, we didn't need to get this step. I said coldly, holding my arms around my chest. Last chance, say no. No? Yes? Yes? I am absolutely. I won't succumb to you. Freya roared with wide-eyed eyes. Su Jinkin pressed his head against the tree with one hand, and pressed the dripping dagger against his left eye socket. I turned my head away and didn't look at it. The scene coming down. Ah. Freya's scream stopped abruptly for only half of the time, followed by violent struggles and whoops. I couldn't help but look around, then immediately turned my head away, with disgust on my face. The expression of Freya's left eye has become a blood hole, blood is flowing all over his face, there is still a little muddy liquid at the corner of his mouth, it seems to be disgusting, and his whole person it also seems to be on the verge of collapse. No hurry, there is a right eye too. After the right eye, there are ears and a nose, and the fingers have not been cut yet. There are still toes after the fingers. If you can hold on until I cut your toes, fortunately, I can taste the taste of my own eggs. Su Jinkin's voice was like a devil's whispering, a little bit as he defeated Freya's psychological defense. Enough, enough. I will say anything? Don't torture me anymore, I will say everything. Freya finally broke down, he cried hysterically, begging us to give him a good time. No, I still not enough. Su Jinkin smiled and said, cutting off the of his left hand. Ah. Freya screamed again, and he cried incoherently, you demon, devil, the incarnation of the devil. Thank you. Su Jinkin smiled and raised his dagger again. Wait, let him say. I grabbed Su Jinkin's arm and said. Su Jinkin glanced at me, shrugged and took a step back. I haven't had much fun yet. He whispered, his voice was just enough for the three of us to listen. When he arrived, Freya's body shivered abruptly, and his face turned pale before I could ask a question. He quickly said, the Ackerman woman is named Phoenix Ackerman, and his daughter is Lilith Ackerman. Kerman, they were chased by us because they were pure blood. This was the order of Pope Neoter Albert. We found this family 10 days ago and surrounded them, but that one was called Zella Ackerman's men used their lives to cover their breakthrough, and then we mobilized our manpower to hunt them all the way to here. Flegger paused, and Su Jinkin and I stared at him with murderous eyes, tears and noses flowed out. I beg you, please? I will say everything. Participating in the persecution these years. Who are the main members of the Kerman family? I asked in a cold voice, and Freya seemed to have found a savior. He quickly replied, Neodor. Neodor is the one who gave the order? At the same time, he will personally take part in the action. There are 4 other people who are the masterminds, Cohen Sophia, Nia Tudalo, Talk Nicholas, and me. Neodor and Cohen are usually taught at the Wall of Hina headquarters. Naya is an archbishop in the Blee area west of the Wall of Rose, and Talk will bring people here the day after tomorrow. I said it all. Please have a good time? Please. No, you are lying. Su Jinkin said coldly. He reached out and pressed Freya's head to the tree. It seems that you don't want the other eye anymore. What I said is true. I didn't lie. Don't. Freya fainted. He didn't lie. I used polygraph magic to test. Don't repeat the interrogation. Please deal with him quickly. I said with a pale face. No wonder that torture experts are basically psychopaths. How to deal with it? If you don't plan to let him go like this, then you continue. I'll vomit for a while. Su Jinkin's face was also pale, and he teleported away directly after speaking. I turned my head and glanced at Freya whose eyes were dug out. I felt my body nauseated. I leaned over and took a knife on his wrist. I teleported away from here, and then vomited so dimly. The few people he said are not different from those on the list, but there are still people who have been refined to the next level, but they are a bit incomplete. After vomiting, I wiped my mouth with my hand and started to divert my attention. Lee, follow him. Those little characters are not the masterminds. We will kill them if we meet them. Even if they are well destined if we don't meet them, I will never go to trial again. Of course, revenge is another matter. Su Jinkin's expression said whitishly, don't say it's so absolute, maybe in the days to come. I waved my hand. Let's go, see what's going on with Levier, take him there by the way, and hang the flagpole. Do you want to stop the bleeding? Su Jinkin hesitated and asked, maybe it's still useful. Okay. I curled my lips helplessly, and walked back, stopping Freya's bleeding with a healing spell card, and then dragged him by the collar towards Lowell. When I met Freya's companion, Kyle, his image was much better than that of Freya. Although his nose was swollen and his teeth had fallen out, he was also better than Freya, who was not a man. It's useless, even if you save them. Our mural will burn all of you Ackermans choppy to death sooner or later. Kyle yelled hysterically, and Lowell kicked hard. On his stomach, he immediately spit out a mouthful of sour water. Damn it, you will be retributed. God will not let you go. Kyle said with a painful expression, stop talking nonsense. With you who else is the same persecuting us? Levier kicked his stomach again and asked coldly. Crazy wolf, your efficiency is a little low. I couldn't help interrupting Lowell's interrogation, and dragged Freya to them with one hand. You got it. Lowell glanced at Freya. At a glance, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he took a step back calmly. I did not answer his question, but dragged Frigg to Kyle. Mr. Silser, I think you should know this person. I asked with a smile. After all, I have studied psychology. I know how to quickly break through the opponent's psychological defense, and how to interrogate in the novel. Naturally there is no problem when applied to reality. Kyle glanced at Freya, his complexion suddenly changed, and the disdain in his eyes was swept away. This is Freya. His pupils shrank severely, and Netherly said, you how dare. Mr. Leonardo has told us everything he knows. I interrupted him with a smile. Mr. Leonardo is a tough guy. We cut his 3 fingers and dug 2. He only spoke after his eyes, hoping that Mr. Silser could hold on longer than him. As I said, he cut off his left little finger with a knife. Kyle let out a loud scream, his entire face deformed with pain. Crazy wolf, continue the interrogation, practice your hands. I clapped my hands and said, this kind of treats the other party. The practice of being a practice object is more likely to cause the opponent to collapse. Lowell drew out his dagger in silence and walked down in front of Kyle and squatted down, looking straight into his eyes, and said in a non-emotional tone, I ask, you answer. If you refuse to answer or hesitate, you can say goodbye to one of your fingers. Asshole, you dreamed. Kyle scolded fiercely, and Lowell immediately chopped off the ring finger of his left hand with a dagger. Kyle was recruited immediately after 4 fingers were cut. After that, Su Jinkin and I endured the nausea. We interrogated Freya again. After the confession was correct, we cut off their tongues and the remaining fingers. Then they hanged them on the flagpole of the gendarmerie regiment, and wrote the words blood debt and blood repayment on their clothes with their blood. I believe that when the Merkists and the gendarmerie regiment find them in the morning, they will go crazy. When someone finds these 2 bodies after dawn, the gendarmerie and the mural will definitely come out and hunt down the murderer like a mad dog. Leo washed his hands carefully with water 3 times, confirming after being absolutely clean. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands dry. Then they have to know who the murderer is. They want to catch us because of these guys? Dreaming. Su Jinkin said disdainfully, speaking of you, the cleanliness is still so serious. I don't have cleanliness during the fight. Lowell snorted softly, what are we going to do next? Sleep. I said, sleep. Will squinted his eyes in a puzzled way. Yes, because of the previous action we successfully diverted the attention of the wall teacher, but our consumption is not small, so we need to rest to restore our strength and maintain the maximum save people in good condition. I explained. We rest until 12 noon, and then go directly to the northern slums, first to find food and then to find people. I announced the next plan. They may move the location. Su Jinkan frowned. Oh, that's not right. Judging from the next movement of the gendarmerie and the wall sect, it is impossible for them to transfer. Well, it's 5:30 in the morning. The 4 of us stand guard in batches, and the others find a place in the jungle to hurry. Sleep. Raytheon and I are in charge of the 2nd and 3rd batches of posts respectively. Lywell said, taking over the most tiring work, knowing that being awakened in the middle of sleep is the most uncomfortable. Su Jinkan glanced at Mikasa, who was still in a sluggish state, winked at me and then turned to leave with Luel. Mikasa. I sighed, and gently moved her into my arms. Sorry, I shouldn't have pulled you in. Mikasa gave a light then shook his head again, and said palely, this is my own choice, Gawain. No matter how dark the road ahead is, I will accompany you. Moreover, this is my revenge. I will personally make the accomplices who hurt my parents pay the price, and I will help the clansmen let those pay their debts. Mikasa's body was trembling slightly, obviously because of excessive stimulation. I was touched and couldn't help but hug her tightly. Thank you, Mikasa, I will stay with you forever. The first shift is often the easiest. This task is given to Mikasa, and I will be in charge of the last shift. After comforting Mikasa, I also freed up a small open space at will, and then lay down on the open space and fell asleep until I was called by Luel to stand on the last guard. Get up and get up, it's 12 o'clock. I called the 3 of them one by one. There is a small puddle next to it. Go there and wash our faces. Then we go to the slum to have lunch. Both Su Jinkan and Su Jinkan got up as soon as they opened their eyes. Only Mikasa was pulled up by me after struggling for a few seconds. The gap between the two was undoubtedly revealed. Because both Level and Su Jinkan belong to the category of celebrities inside the wall, they obviously shouldn't appear in the Ness area with a big fanfare. After all, being too noticeable would violate the purpose of covert operations. And because of the patrols that can be seen everywhere in the gendarmerie and the wall churches and the shocking cases we made, the entire Ness area is full of tension. There are few pedestrians on the road except for the patrol, which adds to our actions. Difficulty. But for us who have hidden spell cards, these are minor problems. After a little effort, we avoided everyone and slipped into the slum. The same are 2- or 3-story wooden houses. The houses in the slums are very dilapidated, with sewage flowing everywhere and smelly, and from time to time you can see a ragged homeless person sleeping on the side of the road. Simple tents and tin sheds were crowded with people. In places where the sun could not reach, several pairs of eyes were staring at us, with vigilance and greed. Compared with those poor people with shabby clothes and sluggish faces, the 4 of us outsiders are much more eye-catching, but our black clothes, murderous eyes, and the bright crossbows and daggers make us look particularly uncomfortable. No one who hasn't opened his eyes comes to look for things. Regarding everything in the slums, Levi and Su Jinkan, who had lived in the underground street, are very comfortable, but Levi's frowning from time to time shows that he does not like it very much. When I turned into an alley and avoided most people's sight, I said, the next thing is not what I am good at, Crazy Wolf, you are an expert in this area, and you are in charge of command. ER turned his head and glanced at me, nodded and said, okay, then what shall we do next? Mikasa asked. Wait. Levi replied blankly. We walked outside just now and actually revealed 3 pieces of information to others. As if seeing Mikasa's puzzlement, Su Jinkan explained, first, we are outsiders, second, we are rich, third, we are small but not easy to mess with. The next thing is that it seems that the people looking for us are here for business or robbery. Luel squinted his eyes and looked very vicious every time he squinted, but generally speaking when he squinted his eyes, it meant that someone was out of luck. What if they are here to rob? Mikasa's tone sounded a little eager, then fight, as long as it doesn't kill anyone. Luel said coldly, someone is coming. The strength we have just shown is enough to scare away those little fish and shrimps. Now those who dare to come to us are either purely trying to do business or big gangs who are extremely confident in their own strength. Of course, this big is relatively speaking. A few minutes later, a total of 12 people appeared in the alley, 8 with sticks and 4 with machetes, and they knew they had come to rob. Robbery? If you are more acquainted, hand over all the money, shouted a 5 and 3 rough man in the lead, and several other people immediately surrounded him. His eyes lingered several times among the 4 of us, and finally stopped on Mikasa. There was an obscene smile on his face. The chick looks good, come over and give my brother some fun. On the saber-toothed tiger, I'll give you pressure. I glanced at them with a dead look. Expressionless Mikasa said. Hearing the order, Mikasa immediately rushed to the brawny man headed by him. Hey, I can't wait, let my brother accompany him. The brawny man grinned, opening his arms and hugging Mikasa with his mouth full of yellow teeth. Mikasa's figure slammed, grabbing his left arm with both hands, pulling and pulling his arm off. After removing the strong man's arms, Mikasa's movements did not stop at all. At the same time, he stepped forward and hit the strong man's temple with an elbow and knocked him out. Big brother, screamed, and cut off the machete in his hand at Mikasa. Mikasa flashed sideways, and then a hand knife struck the bastard's throat, causing him to cover his neck and fall to the ground. It's a hard stubble, let's go together, a tall and thin yelled and flew towards Mikasa. Mikasa kicked him on his stomach and kicked him away, but suddenly he was hugged by another from behind. Live, a hint of panic flashed across her face. Reverse grappling. I shouted loudly. At this moment, A was raising a wooden stick and hitting Mikasa's head. Mikasa's panic lasted only 1 second, and then she violently kicked out of the target with a sullen leg. The wooden stick in the bastard's hand suddenly fell loose and fell down without humming. At the same time, Mikasa headed back, smashing it on the nose of the who was holding him. The suddenly had a pain, the force on his hand was loosened. Mikasa took the opportunity to break free, and a backhand hit with a knife on his neck knocked him out. Kill you. The two rushed over with the machete. Mikasa didn't retreat but slammed into one's arms, grabbed his knife-holding arm with both hands, and pulled his arm off with one push and one pull. Mian Zankan has 36-way outer dead hand and 36-way inner dead hand. The outside dead hand captures and unloads people's hands and feet, and the inner dead hand kills people. The Mikasa just used the outside dead hand and was training the core. Obviously she still remembered what Levier said before, that she wanted to save lives. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smile. I couldn't imagine that the girl who only dared to hide behind me crying in the alley had grown to this point, which is really gratifying. He grabbed the bastard's knife from which his arm had been removed, and opened another bastard's machete with the knife holder. Mikasa's figure moved and knocked the back of the knife on the back of his neck to feint him. In less than a minute, 7 of the 12 people fell to the ground, and the remaining 5 people immediately panicked. Someone looked back at his escape route, only to find that the escape route had been blocked by 2 people. You, what do you want to do? The man asked in a panic. We are looking for 2 people, Lowell said coldly. He took out the portrait of the Ackerman woman from his arms. Have you seen these 2 people? One of the gangsters looked at it. After a glance at the portrait, his pupils suddenly shrank. I haven't seen it. He shook his head quickly, and the other 4 also shook his head. He's lying? I said, break his leg. Lowell was expressionless. After giving an order, I immediately walked to the bastard. I have seen it. Wait, I have seen it. The quickly changed his words. I did not move at all, and continued to walk towards him. Let him say Lowell began, and I stopped immediately. The bastard's expression loosened, and before Levi's question, he quickly said, I met them, they lived in the small turret. Before, they hired someone to inquire about news and find food. I saw from a distance. I passed them 3 times. I recognized it at a glance only 3 times. Who are you lying to? I said coldly, pulling out my dagger. No, I didn't lie. The said anxiously, and he licked lips, lowered her head. That woman is very beautiful and has a good figure, so I am impressed. Lowell snorted disdainfully, and said, take us to find them, and I will give you 1,000 lies. If you can't find your 2 legs, don't want it. Yes. They nodded in surprise. As for the others, Levier glanced at the other bastards. Get out of here. Although our original plan was to find food first before finding people, there is a saying, people are iron, rice or steel, and you are hungry if you don't eat. Breakfast is gone. If you don't have lunch, then if we encounter any accident, we don't have the strength to do anything, and if we find someone first, we might be able to have a lunch, so the changes in the plan are harmless. Thunder God is watching him. We are the 3 queens. Lowell ordered. Su Jinkin nodded, and patted Lee on the shoulder. Let's go, lead the way. After a distance of about 3 meters, Lee will walk to my side and said in a subtle voice, my judgment has made some mistakes. Huh. I suddenly widened my eyes, looked at him in surprise, and asked in a low voice, not very, is it going well? It has nothing to do with this. Lowell said in a low voice, his tone sounded a bit annoyed. I made some mistakes in my judgment of the slums. This is not an underground street. The environment of the underground street should be between the Black Street and between the slums. Speaking of speaking, I would rather go to the Black Street than here. Although the Black Street is a gathering place for scum, they at least know that they are creditworthy when trading, and reputation is also very important to them. It is their foundation in the underground world. Speaking of this, Level paused, he turned his head and glanced back, and then continued to say after making sure that there were no trackers, the dark forces here are different. They are all people who are unable to mix in the dark. They may not do detrimental things, but in some things they have no bottom line and no credibility, which means that we can't rely on the power here to save people without knowing it. I even doubt it. Our whereabouts will be exposed in a few hours, so we must move fast in the next step, and be prepared to get involved with those who arrest them. I groaned for a few seconds before nodding, and said, I see, I'll go for Thor now. He is good at setting traps, allowing him to put a few burst spell cards around here, even if he can't achieve the killing effect. Create chaos, just in case. After replacing Su Jinkin, he immediately left the team to set up spell traps, and then followed the mark to join us. After walking with the for more than 10 minutes, we came to a single-family 3-story building. The top of the building was structured like a spire. This is probably why it is called a small turret. How many places have I brought this money? The rubbed his hands and smiled charmingly. Mikasa frowned in dissatisfaction and gave him a stern look. The immediately shrank his neck in fright. Speak. No hurry, wait until we are sure that they are here. We can then decide whether to give you money or break your legs. Liuel said coldly, the took 2 steps back in fright. Shaking his body a few times, he said with a sad face, "Several princes, you adults will fart me in a lot. I don't need money. I don't want the money." "Okay." Levier sneered twice and turned his head to signal. I went to confirm the identity of the resident. I nodded to him, walked to the entrance of the small turret, looked around and made sure there was no other entrance before I knocked on the door. "What are you doing?" A few seconds later, a sturdy bald man with a long scar on his face from the left forehead to the right corner of his mouth opened the door and asked impatiently. I was taken aback for a while, then immediately smiling and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Ms. Ackerman." "You have found the wrong place. There is no one you are looking for," the strong man said coldly, and closed the door with a bang. I stayed at the door for a couple of minutes, turned my head and looked at Luel. Although it felt a little weird, it was not easy to judge from my experience. It still depends on Luel's reaction. Luel glanced at the next to him, and the bastard's face turned pale. I didn't lie to you? I swear? I definitely didn't lie to you," he yelled nervously. Kicked him to the ground with his feet, took out 1,000 ris and threw it on him. "Shut up and off. If you dare to talk about us casually, you will be abolished." Luel said coldly, "Yes." The nodded repeatedly, grabbed the banknotes, and ran away. I used the hunter's vision to see it again. There are 23 people in the house, 17 on the first floor, 4 on the second floor, and 2 on the third floor. They look female. 1 big and 1 small should be the target. Will walked up to me and said, Mikasa followed, but I didn't feel the breath of my companion. I said hesitantly, "Maybe they also have hidden spell cards." Mikasa said, "Maybe." I opened my mouth, reached out my hand to turn off the hidden spell card, and knocked on the door again. The scar-faced brawny opened the door again, and his face suddenly showed an impatient look when he saw me again. "The kid told you that there is no one you are looking for here. This is the place of the crying ghost. If you dare to come again, I'll break your arm," the strong man said. He reached out and closed the door. "Wait." I hurriedly put my hand against the door. "My name is Ackerman, too." His pupils shrank, opened the door and glanced at the 3 of us and then said, "Come in and talk." After the 3 of us entered the room, he immediately closed the door. I looked around and found that there were 3 people in each corner of the room. 1 person is holding a long gun, 2 of them are holding a short gun, both holding weapons, and the muzzle is pointed at us. What I did just now was actually too reckless. I rashly exposed my identity when I couldn't be sure of the enemy or me. If the opponent is hostile, I can't guarantee that the 3 of us will be able to deal with everyone here unharmed. And when I said that my surname was Ackerman, the other party let us in is a bit wrong. He seems to be too credulous in our words. I was thinking about the next step and didn't speak. Levi and Mikasa didn't speak. We didn't speak. The scar-faced man also didn't speak. The room was very quiet. After being silent for 10 seconds, the scar-faced brawny finally spoke first. "How do you prove your identity?" It was the 3 of us who appeared here instead of surrounded by a group of murals or military police to prove it. I shrugged and replied, "Now we are going to see them." The scarred man was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, and with a wave of his right hand, everyone in the room immediately raised their guns at us, Levi and Mikasa. He also raised his crossbow to aim at them, and at the same time took out a few burst spell cards in his other hand. Mikasa also moved a half step to block me, but I was motionless. I had expected that they would have companions a long time ago, so after I caught someone, I stayed here and waited. I was lucky and I caught 3. The scar-faced brawny smiled and said, "I secretly released a polygraph magic." The feedback was that none of what he said was true. "Don't play low-level temptation tricks at this time." Luel put down his crossbow and said disdainfully, "There is no murderousness at all. How many people don't even put their index finger on the trigger? Who are they fooling?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across the face of the brawny scarred man, but he did not let people put down their weapons, but was a little at a loss. "Okay, sure." Everyone put down their guns. A middle-aged man in his place, the man suddenly said, "She has a pair of long, narrow red eyes." When he looked at me, I felt as if I was being stared at by a beast in the jungle. It was extremely oppressive. I had to concentrate on looking at him to keep the wind from falling. After staring at each other quietly for a few seconds, he smiled at me, withdrew his momentum and said, "Hello, my name is Lgia. You can also call my nickname Ghost King. I am the leader of the Crying Ghost. You can call me Hands." I faintly spoke, but there was a stormy sea in my heart after the momentum confrontation just now. I found that this guy has a quarter of the blood. I just don't know why my hunting instinct has no reaction at all, which makes me wonder what secrets are hidden in this world. Our time is running out. Let us see them quickly so that we can them away. Lywell said blankly. Liga's eyes shifted to Lywell, and he smiled at Lywell. He lowered his head. "Your Excellency Captain Leville, I have long admired the name. But before I let you see them, I need to ask first, is this the official action of the Investigation Corps or your private action?" "This is my private action." Luel stared into his eyes and said, "That's it, please come with me." Liga nodded again and walked to the inner room. Going up the stairs to the 3rd floor, Lgia stopped in front of a door. He reached out and knocked on the door, and said in a whisper, "It's me, Gary, the King of Ghosts." A few seconds later, the door was covered with silver. A woman with grey hair and a pair of sword eyebrows opened up. She has a very good figure. This also makes the wounds in her clothes tied with bandages can be seen from the outside, but although she suffered a serious injury, her aura was not affected at all. Influenced, the woman raised her eyebrows, and the whole person asked, Riga, what's the situation? Who are they? Madam, according to the spy's return, the frescoes and military police suddenly increased this morning. With the intensity of the patrol, they are basically covered with their eyeliners except for the black streets and slums. We may not be able to hide for long. Ljia's attitude seemed very respectful. He turned to look at us and continued, they said they were from your clan, can help you and Lilith leave. A look of surprise flashed in Phoenix's eyes. She turned to look at us and asked, you are all? I nodded and said, there is another person who is laying a trap outside. He is probably coming soon. I go down to pick him up. Liga immediately spoke, turned, and went downstairs, go into the room and talk. Phoenix sighed and stepped aside, actually, you shouldn't have come. It's all time, don't say anything meaningless. Luel said impatiently, stepped in, and Mikasa and I followed. There is only one big bed in the room. Sitting on the bed is a girl with hazel hair of about 7 or 8 years old, holding a little bear doll. She is wearing a white dress with bare feet and is looking at us with curious eyes. Hello, brothers and sisters. Lilith said timidly, hello, Lilith. I responded with a smile, hello. Level nodded stiffly, seeing that he seemed not good at dealing with this kind of scene. After a simple greeting, we are ready to enter the topic. What shall we do next? Phoenix took out a map of the knees region from under the pillow and said, Zera and I saved Liga and their lives, and Zera helped them rise again and have the current status, so Liga will help us with all their strength, but if we want to leave, we can't leave them behind. It doesn't matter, one more person in this situation now has more strength. I smiled and said, and they are now it hasn't been exposed yet, and it's very convenient to go. It's also very convenient for you to go after putting on makeup. Lilith is a bit troublesome, but we can definitely take her out. Thank you so much. After hearing my assurance, Phoenix obviously relaxed a lot. I looked at her carefully. She was less than 30 years old, but she suffered successive deaths from her husband. The pursuit and killing had to hide in Tibet, and also had to take care of his 9-year-old daughter alone. It was really strong to be able to persist until now. The relaxed Phoenix looked haggard and weak. Thinking that all these tragedies were caused by the wall sect, I couldn't help but want to go to the wall sect to vent my anger. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. It's me, Su Jinkin said outside the door. Phoenix turned to look at me. After I nodded, she said, please come in. Su Jinkin pushed the door in and closed it again. He closed the door, it's done. Luel leaned against the wall with his arms folded and asked, it's all done. Su Jinkin nodded. Now every street in the slum has at least one burst card. It can be detonated separately or at the same time. In addition, the gendarmerie has begun to search the periphery of the slum, and our actions must be accelerated. Spell card? How many inheritance do you have now? Phoenix suddenly asked, and Su Jinkin and I went wide-eyed when they heard this, and our expressions became serious. How many inheritance do you have? I asked eagerly, no how much? Phoenix shook his head in frustration. I will also teleport and make concealed spell cards and healing spell cards, but Zella, he can't even fully awaken. Lilith she hasn't awakened yet. At his age, I don't know what his talent is. Although my inheritance is not broken, it's almost the same. I don't even know how to make the capital of the holy silver dagger left by my ancestors. Su Jinkin and I looked at each other and saw the shock and ecstasy in the eyes of the opponent. There are still demon hunters in this world who have not yet cut off the inheritance? In other words, as long as you find the right person, you might be able to know what happened in this world back then, why the extremely powerful demon hunter has fallen to this point, not to mention the inheritance, even the awakening cannot be done, and it is almost annihilated. Then do you know other inheritances? Spells? Holy flames? Spell cards? Astrology? The construction and cracking of barriers? Su Jinkin asked. Phoenix shook his head blankly, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. Do you still control these inheritances? Yes, we also control these inheritances. I nodded solemnly. In fact, except for some special inheritances, we have all the inheritances. Great. Phoenix said in surprise. She rubbed her hands nervously. Then, these inheritance can you? Don't worry, we can have a good communication after we leave safely. I smiled and said, but regrettably, we have lost the inheritance of what happened that year that made our family weak. Dig the hole and it will definitely fill it. We didn't leave this heritage either. Phoenix said sadly, I only know that our family has a name called Devil Hunter, and our decline seems to be related to the Titan War. All I know are these two names. My pupils couldn't help but shrank. According to Grisha's account, the Titan War was an important turning point in the Eldia Empire. After this civil war, the Asian Empire fell apart, and King Fritz led most of his citizens to retreat to the island of Paradi and purged the memory of the people, thus isolating them from the world. The Marae took advantage of the rise in this war and replaced the Eldia Empire as the new hegemon of the world. According to Phoenix, the Titan War seems to be inseparable from the Demon Hunter. This secret is really unexpected, but there is too little information to draw more conclusions. The Ackerman family was persecuted by the royal government because they could not be cleansed of their memories, but after Kenny Ackerman joined the royal government to stop the destruction, the Wall religion continued to persecute us. This is also one of the reasons for the decline of our family. Su Jinkin said leisurely. Okay, it's useless to say this now. Let's discuss how to leave. Will interrupted our discussion. Also, are you hungry? After hearing Levi's words, we the three couldn't help touching their stomachs. Can we talk while eating? I looked at Phoenix and asked, we haven't had breakfast yet. Then let's go together. After all, we are also very it's about to transfer. Phoenix nodded, pulled out a box from the bed and said. Lilith immediately began to put on her shoes. The slum is still located in the city, and the gendarmes search team has already begun to search the outlying areas here. If we want to leave, we must find a way to deploy their forces. It is to move the gendarme and the wall cultists together. With bread in my mouth, I pointed at the map and said vaguely, obviously they were fine yesterday. I really don't know what the wind is today. They are everywhere. Sheva mumbled softly. In one sentence, Su Jinkin couldn't help but curl his lips. We caught the bishop and vice-bishop of the mural in the Ness region for interrogation and then hung them on the flagpole of the gendarmerie regiment. It's strange that they didn't go crazy for such a slap in the face. What did you do? Sheva almost bit his tongue and looked at Su Jinkin in shock. The other people crying and Phoenix also had unbelievable expressions. You can go outside and check to confirm what we said. If you want. I shrugged. Now let's continue the tactical analysis. Ljia winked at one of his men, who immediately nodded and left the house. If we want to move the military police and the wall cult people away, we must hit a place that is related to them. It is better to attack the wall cult headquarters once. I said. No, Su Jinkin shook his head. There are not many people left in the Ness area now, and most of them should have been sent out to find the murderer. Their headquarters is of little value now, unless Talk Nicholas died because of Freya and Kyle. You'll arrive early, otherwise your plan will not succeed. Tisk, this is a bit difficult. I touched my chin in distress. It's trouble to do it alone, and our identities can't be revealed. It's a pity. Now, you seem to have confused one thing, Luel reminded. They are looking for the murderer, but in fact they don't know who the murderer is. Phoenix and Lilith are just their suspects. Also, yes, didn't you say that you can put on makeup? Yes, it sounds like you have a plan. I exhaled and said, with a sudden sense of relief, well, let the investigative corps take the blame. I can be honest, take Lilith away. As for Phoenix, it should be easy for her to leave if your makeup skills are good enough. Luel glanced at Lilith and said. My jaw almost fell to the ground. Oh my god, is this the Captain Luel I know in the anime? Did he just say that the investigative corps is back? You know that Luel is one of the core figures of the investigation corps. As the right-hand man of the Irvine commander, he would actually say that the investigation corps should be blamed instead of being separated from the investigation corps? My first reaction was that my ears had a problem with my hearing, or I didn't sleep well last night, which led to hearing hallucinations. If Erwin Smith is the soul of the investigation corps, then Levi is the sharpest blade of the investigation corps, the strongest and sharpest blade, but now this sharp blade is going to stab his own organization? Don't think about it. Luel said after scanning us again. I represent the investigation corps to a large extent. The investigation corps is not easy to mess with. Only the mural wants to kill Lilith. She is just dispensable. If I move out of the investigation corps, they will definitely retreat because I am not easy to provoke. So we can leave easily as long as we avoid the wall teachers. I can guarantee Lilith's safety. Is it really okay for you to do this? Su Jinkin is still a little skeptical. If Head Elvin asks, then I will take the initiative to tell him. Levier waved impatiently. Wave. Okay, let's continue the previous topic. I said, we must make some movement to attract their attention, otherwise Levi will not be easy to go, but there is no need to make too much movement. Now, Thor's bursting spell card is enough to achieve this effect. Phoenix, I'm going to give you makeup now. As for the others, are your identities okay? Don't worry, you will never be dragged down. Ljia confidently nodded. I nodded to him, then waved to Phoenix, and returned to the room where I was before. Sit on the bed and don't move. I said, I am only at the level of mastery regarding makeup, and now I am extremely short of materials, so I must use magic and spell cards to change your appearance. Don't move. Otherwise, it will definitely fail. Oh, yes, how are your acting skills? Phoenix was taken aback, and then replied, it's okay to cheat ordinary people. That's good. I nodded. I can dress you up as a middle-aged woman, or if you are old, I can also change your voice. Phoenix couldn't help twisting his body when he heard the words, well, can you make me up as a man? Makeup as a man is harder to attract attention. I rolled my eyes upon hearing this. Your face looks pretty heroic. A little makeup is barely okay, but your figure, such a good figure, how can I help you hide it? Then pretend to be a middle-aged woman. Phoenix smiled awkwardly and said, and for half an hour later, when I finished my makeup, the person Liga sent out also brought back bad. Boss, the wall teacher came, and they led people to surround the slum. Liga's men came in and brought bad news. What? Liga immediately stood up when he heard it, and asked nervously, how many people have they come? Nearly 100, and the person who brought them is called Tark. He threatened to kill the bishops and vice-bishops of the wall. The search team has entered the slum. The man replied. Ljia sighed for a long time when he heard the words, sat back in his position and looked at me with dissatisfaction, and said, you said you didn't expose it. We did not expose it. I said calmly, but it's obvious they regard Phoenix as the murderer, or they intend to take her back to explain, or they just intend to vent their anger. Vent your anger? What have you done to the wall teacher? Liga asked suspiciously. The individual had his fingers cut off, his eyes were dug out, and even his tongue was cut off. The man whispered, "This is just the most conspicuous wound, and there are other." "Enough. Don't talk about it. What do we do now?" Lugia's eyes had changed from questioning and scrutiny to respect and fear, and it was clear that Freya and Kyle's terrible situation scared him. Since there has been a change, our plan must be adjusted accordingly. I exhaled and said, "Now we are divided into 3 groups. Lul takes Lilith together. Phoenix and Mikasa pretend to be mother and daughter. The second road, the rest is the third road." After getting ready, Thor will detonate some of the spell cards to attract the attention of the enemy from the west, and then detonate the spell cards in the north 5 minutes later. Chaos also left from the north, and then in another 10 minutes we detonated the spell cards on the east and south, and left from the west all the way. Understand? Everyone nodded together, and Mikasa couldn't help but ask, "Then what if you fail to break through?" "Then we will go back. Anyway, we are not their goal. As long as we don't reveal our identity, we can leave with integrity afterwards." I shrugged and replied, "Speak in advance, we are likely to die. Does anyone want to change their minds?" The Ackerman family is naturally on my side, so all I asked was the crying ghost. "People." After waiting for a few seconds for no one to speak, I continued, "Very well, since the decision has been made, there is no room for remorse, so if anyone escapes at that time, don't blame me for being merciless." The team contacted with a messenger card Levi, "If your side fails, let us know and we will support you." Levi nodded and did not speak. Everyone wears clothes and masks, takes their own weapons and prepares to fight. After I finished speaking, Liga immediately waved his hand and ordered. The crowd of weeping ghosts immediately dispersed to get things. "Do you have much face?" Su Jinkin asked. Sheva immediately took out 2 to us. I took a close look at the mask in my hand. It is a full-covered mask with a white background and a spooky and scary grimace painted in purple, red and blue. There is a red teardrop pattern on each corner of the eye. "Hey, crying ghost, this mask is good." I couldn't help but exclaim. A few minutes later, 20 mourners wearing black and purple cloaks, masks on their faces and armed with various weapons stood in the room. 12 of them were armed with rifles and 4 used shotguns. There are 4 people holding short guns that can fire 2 shots. Lugia waved his hand, brought the mask to her face, and said, "Weeping ghost, let's go." Tark stood expressionlessly on the top of a 3-story building and looked in the direction of the slum with murderous eyes, which made his already very gloomy face look more gloomy, and the people around him were there. When he was busy, he only dared to act lightly, for fear that some movement would cause Tolk to scold him. "Have you not found it?" Tark asked in a hoarse voice. "Have not found the 2 Ackerman's craps." "No, my lord." One of his men replied tremblingly, "We only their location can be determined, but no trace of them has been found yet." Tolk clenched his fists when he heard the words, and the tragic death of Frigg and Kyle appeared in his mind again. Damn, how dare the descendants of these demons. He gritted his teeth. "Speed up, I let them regret being born in this world. Let them taste the most painful punishment in the world." Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions from a distance suddenly interrupted his words. After dozens of seconds, the wall church member in charge of the observation brought him the observation result. "My lord, there was an explosion on the west side of the slum, and our search team suffered heavy casualties." "No, they want to escape," a subordinate behind Tolk exclaimed. "My lord, I suggest sending someone to the west immediately, otherwise they will probably run away in the chaos." "No hurry. Tower." Urk calmed down immediately after the explosion sounded. "They won't be so stupid. The intention of doing this is just to mobilize our manpower so that they can escape from other places, but the reserve team is prepared. In a few minutes they will appear from the other direction." "Yes." The subordinate nodded hurriedly, and tried to give orders. "Huh? No matter how cunning the prey is, it won't escape the hunter's palm, Ackerman. Just wait." Tolk smiled coldly. Is he really going to be fooled? In a private house, a dozen civilians in ragged clothes squatted in a corner with a look of horror. 2 members of the Weeping Ghost were staring at them with guns, and Legal leaned against the wall and wiped. He asked without raising his scimitar head. "Of course." I waved. "Frigg said that guy has always been a smart man, and his intelligence is really not low. We can just pretend to win, let him think that he has everything in his hands, and thus ignore our dark hands. This is called being clever instead of being clever." Ligia hummed, did not speak any more, just waited for the explosion to blast out the abducted civilians. Chaos to cover Phoenix and Mikasa to leave. Boom, boom, boom. A few more explosions sounded, and while causing chaos, they sent a few search teams of wall teachers to the sky. "Rush, go out, or kill you." The members of the Crying Ghosts began to shoo away. Under the threat of guns in their hands, nearly 100 civilians ran out of the slum with their heads in their arms. Phoenix and Mikasa also quietly died. Mix into it. In the north. Looking at the direction of the explosion, Talco grinned. "Alfonso, take your people to the north, catch them alive and bring them to me." "Yes, my lord." The name was called. Alfonso's wall cult member saluted Talco, then waved to his men, took the weapon and ran to the north of the slum, followed by 20 wall cult members. In the north, when the first group of wall cult members who rushed out were shot and killed by our people in a sneak attack and let us intrude 30 meters, the remaining wall members finally formed a line of defense and stopped us again. Afterwards, the 2 sides started a fierce street fighting between the houses. In Africa, if there are two forces to fight, usually each side pulls up a team of thousands of people, and then starts a fierce battle in a complex terrain for several hours. After a dozen people each die, the two sides withdraw. On the battlefield, one party declares that it has won, and the other party declares that it has won. This is not uncommon in Africa. And now, in the northern slums of the Nice region, a typical African war in another world is being staged. Oh no, the black guys are getting the AK-47 that can be fired, but here only one shot. A musket that needs to be reloaded once has a firepower density that can't even compare to an African war. Really overestimating them. After leaning out from the wall and heading a member of the wall sect who was running in a straight line, I retracted and said disdainfully. In fact, it is no wonder that the wall sect is a religious organization after all. It's not a military organization. If their members have any combat experience, even if they can shoot, even if they are fighters, the Crying Ghost is a small gang, but it looks scary, and the name is terrible, and at most they have participated in it. The sub-small-scale gangs rushed, mostly just shooting 2 shots at random and then using a knife to solve the problem. Moreover, they all have terrible marksmanship. Shooting is just a matter of hearing, and they don't even aim at aiming. The gunfight has lasted for 7 minutes. 6 people were killed by the mural teacher. 5 of them were shot dead at first, 1 was killed by me when they ran out just now, 2 Crying Ghosts were injured, and 1 was hit by a stray bullet in the shoulder. 1 just broke the skin. As for those civilians who ran away long ago, Phoenix and Mikasa successfully left. Compared with the armed forces and the central gendarmerie, these guys are nothing short of the difference. We can end the battle in 7 minutes on our side. Su Jinkin said helplessly, it's fine now, we are trapped. Don't worry, we will withdraw after another 3 minutes. It is very convenient whether it is a guerrilla fight or a change of clothes to leave. I shrugged, we too should work harder and kill a few more. Compared with the others in the field, Su Jinkin and I are both masters. Before we fought against aliens on Earth, we have fought against the central gendarmerie a dozen times in the wall. The shrimp soldiers and crabs in front of us, if not for consideration when it comes to taking care of the Crying Ghost, Su Jinkin and I have already penetrated each other's defenses and left. Yasha was shot. Yasha was shot. The Crying Ghost suddenly shouted, Yasha, Yasha, are you okay? Don't die. I turned my head and glanced, and saw the cry of the nickname Yasha. The ghost member lay straight on the ground, a bullet hit him in the head, and he was helpless. Don't go, he is dead. I reached out and stopped Liga, who wanted to check the situation, and said, prepare to retreat. There was an explosion from the east and the south at the same time, and the members of the wall church in front of us inevitably appeared in chaos. Retreat. I will cover with Thor. I shouted, and the members of the Crying Ghost immediately fired a few random shots. Then I turned around and ran. Fuck me. I couldn't help but yelled, don't these guys know how to alternate cover and can't run straight? Su Jinkin and I quickly threw out a few glare spell cards and bursting charms. The card is used to obstruct the enemy's sight. Fortunately, our enemy is also a rookie and did not cause the weeping ghosts to suffer heavy casualties. If the opponent is replaced by the armed forces or the central gendarmerie regiment, one of the people who ran just now will not even want to live. After the Crying Ghosts were evacuated, Su Jinkin and I alternately took cover and withdrew from the battlefield. The next step was to fight guerrillas. As we evacuated the battlefield to wait for an opportunity to leave, Talk was furious at his men. The information I received is that there are only 2 enemies, 2. And now you tell me there are more than 20 enemies, and you trash hasn't kept them? Search for me? Send everyone out to see people alive and dead bodies? I want you to get them all done tonight. Get rid of them, then you find a chance to leave, and then meet Phoenix and the others at the agreed place. I waved and said, I have to say that fighting side by side with the Crying Ghost is exhausting. Where can the force of the Restorationists team, the so-called idiots who are not strong enough or don't know it, have long since died in the hands of the central gendarmerie and the opposing suppression forces? All left behind are elites, obeying orders, well-trained, and fighting bravely. In addition to being brave, these 3 cry there is no advantage to sticking to the outside. Then what do you do? Liga asked. I'm used to hate not overnight. I smiled coldly. We will go to you after we kill Talk. Say. No longer paying attention to the surprised weeping ghosts and others, Su Jinkin and I turned around and left. Without their drag, we could just have a beheading battle. What are you going to do after you get rid of Talk? Su Jinkin asked. How do our tribes and them deal with it? They can all join the restoring faction, although their ability is a little worse, their character is good, and their ability is acceptable. As for Phoenix, let's see what she wants to do. It's best to have multiple combat powers, otherwise it's okay to raise a free man, too. Lilith. I shrugged and said, as for wall education, we must take advantage of this week. I was afraid of them, and they paid the price. At the same time, I knew that the Ackerman family could not provoke them. My plan was to assassinate the principals of the wall cult who had persecuted the Ackerman family, and let them die. How miserable, then hang their bodies in the most conspicuous place on the wall to frighten others. Where's that kinship, Uljia? Do we care about him? Su Jinkin frowned. Does your hunting instinct respond? I asked. Su Jinkin shook his head. No. Forget it. I don't have to prove anything to anyone anymore. I sighed. Let's go. There should not be many guards around Talk now. We might be able to catch him alive. After that was the revenge action. After sending Phoenix and others to the restoring faction, I, Mikasa, Lul, and Su Jinkin split into 2 groups and started to assassinate the members of the wall cult according to the list. Half a year after Tak was captured by 2 mysterious men, he appeared alive at the entrance of the mural church after being stripped of a man. At the same time, the skin on his face was peeled off, his eyes were pierced and his ears were pierced. Cut off, according to what he said, the 2 were members of the Ackerman family, and said this is just the beginning. Neodor's assistant reported this to him. This is a declaration of war. How dare these Ackerman gangsters dare to declare war on us? Neodo roared, do they think that the purge of the king's government can stop, and they can be unscrupulous? Gather all the horses and defend those who have participated in the action. People, I have to see how they put their words into practice. Following Neodor's order, the mural members all over the wall quickly mobilized, and the various forces also heard the news and began. Spies were sent to inquire about the news, and the dark tide surged inside the wall suddenly, and all of this was caused by our revenge action. But for me, the reactions of other people didn't affect me at all, I only knew that those who blocked me died. On the first day of the declaration, 6 key members of the mural sect were silently killed in their hiding place, and their heads were thrown at the gates of the branches of the mural sect. On the second day, Naya, one of the bishops of the wall, was forcibly captured by 4 mysterious men into the heavily guarded residence. In the afternoon, his broken body was found hanging on the tallest building, followed by 3 key members of the wall. Was killed by an explosion. On the third day, the gendarmerie began to intervene in an all-round way and assist the murals to protect their personnel, but 4 other backbones of murals were killed under their noses. On the fourth day, 4 mysterious people broke into the home of one of the bishops, Cohen, and took him away. In the afternoon, 5 backbones were killed. In the evening, the bodies of 6 were thrown on the altar of the bishop. On the first day Neodo was furious when he mentioned the Ackerman family. On the second day, he gritted his teeth when he mentioned the Ackerman family. On the third day, he turned pale when he mentioned the Ackerman family. On the fourth day, he just heard about Ackerman. He looked terrified at the news. On the fifth day, he isolated himself in the office like an ostrich shivering and refused to receive any news. On this day, we killed 79 members of the mural action team. On the second day, we knew who was responsible for the murder of Mikasa's parents and killed him. Then I ordered Mikasa to return to the training corps on the third day, and Phoenix joined us on the third day. Revenge action. The sixth day. It's almost time. It's time to kill Neodo. After killing him, it's almost time to collapse. Our action can be successfully concluded, I said while eating breakfast. So many days of crazy revenge made me feel bad. The anger has been vented away, and now I just want to go back to the training corps and have a good rest. No need. Lul walked over with a newspaper. He spread out the newspaper in his hand and said, someone has to do it first. Huh. I opened my eyes and looked at the newspaper. The headline of the newspaper was astonishing. Kenny the Throat Cutler reappeared, because the Ackerman family killed the Pope Neo-Albert family. Below the headline is a text report, without pictures. Why would they know that it was the Ackerman family that shot? Phoenix asked seriously, when we took revenge, we didn't let others know or reveal our identity. These can be concluded by inference. After pulling out the list, he said, these people have persecuted the Ackerman family, and now they are all dead except Neodor. Isn't this result not obvious enough? The ordinary people don't understand these, but it's not difficult for those in control of the power to find them. Su Jinkin answered, the wall teaching is a big piece of cake, and there are many people who want to divide it. We have hit its owner badly. Those who want to grab it must take it. It's normal for the water to mix up and draw us to attract the attention of the public. By the way, look at the newspaper. Although you don't care about this, there are some things you need to understand. I took the newspaper from Lul and said, a family of 6, from 3-year-olds to 60-somethings. The old man, all his throats were cut and piled in the living room, very his style. Livel curled his lips. Oh, you know Kenny? I asked casually. Livel was silent for a few seconds before opening the mouth. He is my uncle. Puff. Su Jinkin sprayed the soy milk out of his mouth on the spot, and I didn't get sprayed by him. Kenny Ackerman is your uncle. Phoenix's eyes widened. Lul was expressionless. Can we not say this? Kenny, the captain of the suppressive force, is Lul's uncle. I heard the news and I'm not good. Lul did not want to talk too much about Kenny, so we could only suppress curiosity and divert the subject. Phoenix, what are you going to do next? I asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Phoenix, she shrugged, but accidentally affected the wound on her shoulder. The pain made her grin. It's been one night, the wound hasn't healed. Lul looked at her and asked, I can't help but awakened. In a few days, it has not reached your level. Phoenix said helplessly. According to Phoenix, the Ackerman bloodline is divided into 3 levels of pseudo-awakening, semi-awakening and awakening. The functions of the body are several times that of ordinary people. There is a feeling that the whole body is full of power is pseudo-awakening. Being able to use one's own superpowers, but not being able to refer to them like arms, is half-awakening, but being able to use so-called superpowers and combat skills proficiently is true awakening. According to this classification, I, Su Jinkin, and Leviar are all at the level of awakening, while Phoenix has just reached the level of awakening from semi-awakening. Each level rises, the body's functions, such as resilience, will be stronger. As for Mikasa, she just touched the threshold of awakening. I have never heard of this kind of statement before, and the demon hunters on the earth have never had such a situation. Awakening means awakening, and not awakening means not awakening. Where are these messy divisions? Demon hunters basically automatically awaken at the age of 10, unless you are not a demon hunter, otherwise there will never be a situation where you can't wake up. It seems that all of these weird conditions should be inseparable from the Titan War of the year, but we can't even get out of the island of Parity now, so naturally there is no way to investigate. It's really distressing. Lilith is still going to school. I must get a job soon. Phoenix scratched his hair in distress. Gawain, you are not my man. It's not easy for you to support me and Lily. Silk it. Cough cough cough. I almost choked to death by my own saliva. Fortunately, Mikasa is not there. Su Jinkin said quietly. I rolled my eyes, and said with a broken mouth, are we serious? Phoenix smiled at me and turned to look at Luel. Soldier, how is the treatment of the investigation corps? It includes board and lodging. There are 30,000 RIS per month. When you don't go outside the wall, there is 1 per month Rummy's vacation. Luel replied blankly, so good. Phoenix said in surprise, what about the comfort? What I just said was the salary of an elite soldier. The average soldier only had 20,000 RIS. Luel glanced at her, you can't get the pension, don't ask. Not very good, the situation is also very difficult, but now it is much better to have the financial support of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. Su Jinkin answered, moreover, the investigative corps is covered by the wall. I will definitely not trouble you. While the death rate in foreign investigations is very high, I couldn't help but interject. Don't worry about Gawain, Phoenix said with a grin, putting his hand on my shoulder, you don't know my strength, those Titan can't kill me at all. Help me take care of Lilith, that's fine, she has called your father before. Why did she call me father for no reason at that time? You gave me a reasonable explanation. I shouted depressed, who did I offend? Because your face is very similar to Zella, and you have black hair like him. Phoenix said playfully, but a sad look flashed through his eyes. I opened my mouth, but I didn't know what to say. Don't talk about this. Phoenix waved his hand. Protect Lilith. The mural is now a centipede that is dead but not stiff. Everyone should be careful. We should go. It took exactly a week from when I asked for leave to return to the training corps. After standing outside for a long time, the blood and murderous aura was almost dissipated before I walked into the camp. In the past 7 days, the newspaper mentioned that many wall teachers were killed, but they did not specify the identity of the attacker except for Kenny's time, so everyone in class 9 didn't know what I did. Mikasa was also tight-lipped. So after chatting with everyone for a while, I returned to my position smoothly. Gawain, what kind of personal affairs are you going to deal with? It took so long. Connie asked suddenly, could it be related to the Ackerman family? Violently, what nonsense? Am I such a person? I haven't seen Kenny Ackerman before. I can't do anything to destroy people. Then what are you doing? Connie didn't care about my violent shudder, and continued to ask. The other people in class 9 also looked curiously. We're going to save people. Su Jinkin relieved me in time about our revenge. It is absolutely forbidden to let others know, but we must have a reasonable explanation for our whereabouts, and we must not be allowed to connect us to the things of the wall. It's more convincing to say that some things are true and false if you go out to play. After clarifying my thoughts a little bit, I said, a friend sent me a letter 7 days ago. He told me that the mural has been working. We secretly persecuted our Ackerman family, and were still chasing and killing 2 of my clan members, so I, Mikasa, and the instructor decided to save people, and at the same time spread the news to relevant people, although I don't know who got the news. But obviously they decided to retaliate, and after I rescued the people, I asked Mikasa to come back first, and the instructor and I were responsible for the finishing touches. That was how things went. The words were 3 points true and 7 points false, but everyone in class 9 apparently believed what I said, and all of them showed a stunned look. The Wall Church guys, really it? Aaron said indignantly. Said, Brother Jaowen, are you alright? Mia asked worriedly, of course it's alright. I reached out and rubbed her head, just because they can't catch us. The relationship is fixed. Being implicated but only peripheral people helps me get rid of a series of troubles, and at the same time dispel the doubts of others, a very useful method. I scanned the crowd in class 9 and said, everyone, I can trust you. That's why I will tell you this. Don't tell others about it, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Don't worry, class leader Gawain, we won't talk nonsense, everyone is on your side. Leaner said with a pat on his chest. I nodded at him with a smile and waved to the dormitory. You continue to train. I'll go back to the dormitory to rest for a while. No one asked me if I had murdered, not even Connie, the most insane-minded, because they all knew that once this question was asked, there would be no room for relaxation. So there are some things. Everyone maintained a tacit state, and it seemed that they didn't care much about it. Back to the dormitory, there is no one here except me. The sunlight shines on the ground through the windows, which makes people feel warm and tranquil, and makes people feel lazy. Feeling everything in front of me, I suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. The atmosphere here formed a great contrast with my killings these days. An invisible sense of rejection came from all directions and I couldn't help thinking, turn around to escape. I didn't feel much about revenge before, but now it makes me very nauseous and uncomfortable. My breathing couldn't help but hurried, and I raised my hands under the sun, and I felt that my hands were now covered with blood and dazzlingly red. Damn it. I couldn't help cursing, feeling a little out of control. In revenge, I can cut off the fingers, eyes, and skins of those who persecuted the Ackerman family with a smile on my face, because I completely released the dark side of my heart and used hunting. Killing instincts allowed me to do these things, but now I am a little out of control. I washed my hands with clean water, but I felt that they couldn't be cleaned anyhow. I always felt stained with blood, and pictures of killing flashed in my mind. At least 30 or 40 people have died under my hands these days. This is a completely different feeling from hunting out aliens. One kind requires hard work and life is hanging by a thread to kill the opponent, while the other is a crushing slaughter. Shit, after recalling my vengeance against the masterminds of the murals, I couldn't help but vomit. Although I used cruel methods to avenge my tribe, it was because of anger that I didn't feel much at the time, but now I think about it. Disgusting feeling overwhelming. Damn, I knew it. Vomit? I let them come if I knew it. Really, vomit. I can't find it for myself. I vomited and said to myself, the whole person felt very uncomfortable, and it took a long time. He recovered and lay down on the bed weakly to rest. Maybe it will feel better after sleeping. I mumbled, turning over and going to sleep. It's disgusting. Lowell muttered to himself while wiping the dagger. He hesitated for a few seconds, and finally threw the dagger aside with a flick of his hand. Forget it, it's time to find Irvine. I want it. Go with you. Phoenix asked with a pale face. I really don't understand why I felt so relieved when I was revenge, but now I think about it, but I am disgusting to die. Lowell gave her a faint glance, stood up and said, I just go by yourself, you can rest a while. In the office, Irvine pressed his temples with a headache, and then spread his hands to Lowell. I need an explanation. Her fighting power is no less than mine. As long as a few months of special training she can become the third strongest soldier of the humankind. Lywell said blankly, this reason is not enough. Irvin turned his hand on the table and stood up and looked into Lywell's eyes. My instinct tells me more than that. It's more than that. Lowell turned his head slightly, avoiding Irvin's direct gaze. There are still things I want to tell you. You said, I'm listening. Irvine frowned slightly dissatisfied, and said, we do everything about the wall teaching. Lowell said lightly, I, Sue Jinkin, and a few people from the Ackerman family. Except for Kenny's business. What did you say? Irvine lost his senses for a moment. I think your hearing should not be a problem. Lowell some impatiently said, Sue Jinkin and Gao Wen told me what happened, and then I joined them. Huh. Irvine sat back weakly in his seat, looking at his hands in a daze. You guy, do you know how much you have done? In order to cover up for you, the entire high-level investigative corps has taken action. I don't need you to cover it. Lowell replied blankly. Irvine immediately sat upright when he heard the words, and looked at him with a sharp gaze. Easy to say. You know, during your absence. How many times has the gendarmerie come to our station? In order to deceive them, I have been thinking about countermeasures day and night. Lowell. The corners of his mouth twitched, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I'm sorry, Irvine. Thank you. Since you have said so, let it be the same. Irvine waved weakly. Register Phoenix's information and you will be her guarantor. The last ray of sunlight in the setting sun shone weakly into the dormitory, so that the dormitory would not fall into complete darkness, and the sky had begun to turn to pitch black. I suddenly opened my eyes and sat up on the bed. It took a few seconds to remember where I was. You are awake. Sue Jenkins' voice came from the lower bunk. I shook my head vigorously to wake up and asked, why are you here? The sequelae of too much killing is uncomfortable, so I went to get 2 bottles of fruit wine to adjust my mood. Sue Jenkins replied, I'll give you one. I jumped down from the upper berth and took a bottle of fruit wine. I took a sip. A slightly sour and delicate smell filled my mouth. The taste was not bad. In a bad mood. I sat next to him and asked, take a long time to conceal my tears, and mourn how difficult my life is. Sue Jenkins said blankly, sorry? Stop all these messy things. He punched him lightly, can't think of it. Somewhat. He nodded slightly. Go out and turn left without thanking you. Are you a brother like this? Sue Jenkins said angrily, I didn't forget you when I had a drink, so you gave me back. Otherwise. I spread my hands. I'm not mental doctor, what can I do? Otherwise, let's do it again. Xiaosu, how can you not think about it? You see this life is so good? This. Stop it, it's serious? Sue Jenkins said, covering his face with one hand. Aren't you tired? I slowly put away my smile without answering. Sue Jenkins glanced at me and continued, aren't you tired with this feeling of fighting against everyone? I sighed and said, Grisha told me that as a leader, your subordinates don't need to know your fatigue, your weakness, and your hesitation. They only need to know your strength. A good leader. Never expose one's weak side before the subordinate. What does this have to do with what we just said? Sue Jenkins waved his hand a little irritably. You just say what you are for, but don't tell me it is for Revive Eldia. I was silent for a long time before shook my head and said, I don't know. Sue Jenkins was stunned. I glanced at him and continued. The beginning was to unite with the powerful forces in order to use their power. Protected Mikasa, and then united with the Central Gendarmerie to unite his mortal enemies, because several of my friends died in their hands. Later, the Wall of Maria was regained because of unbearable heart, and later to fulfill Grisha promise. Now I'm just wasting my time training the Corps. Sounds good. Su Jinkan took a sip of wine and said, I just feel bad and sigh with emotion. I think we have nowhere to go if we leave now, so we might as well continue to maintain this status quo. Let's go, it's time for dinner. I looked at him in a bit of amazement. You quarreled with Yanni and you were in a bad mood and came to me and sighed. Puff? Su Jinkan spit out all the fruit wine he drank. He coughed several times and then pointed his to me, then teleported to leave the dormitory. The next year was spent in pure training. Nothing major happened. The only thing that surprised me was that the wall teaching did not collapse. Instead, they relied on the leadership of the sons who suddenly emerged to barely maintain their own. The forces, but they have been obedient, and did not attack the Ackerman family anymore. Even when Phoenix Ackerman was promoted as the Valkyrie of the investigative corps, they did not move, so I did not trouble them anymore. Another thing worth mentioning is that with the opportunity of the wall religion, the Fuquinists succeeded in getting on the line with the investigative corps. However, only a few key figures in the investigative corps are aware of the existence of the Fuquinists, and the three-dimensional mobile devices of the Fuquinists also it was strengthened by this opportunity. Gao Wen, I'm going to have Snow Mountain training tomorrow. I heard that the results of this training will be included in the final assessment. Do you know what the training content will be tomorrow? At the table, Connie came over and asked, obviously. I want to use this to gain some advantages. I don't know, ask the instructor myself. I replied with a shrug. Connie turned to look at Su Jinkan who was eating at the same table with Yanni, and shook his head decisively. No, I will be killed in the past. I smiled when I heard the words and patted his shoulder hard. Okay, tomorrow's training will be useless even if I tell you. It helps a little to rest early and get a good night's sleep. Hey, I just asked casually. Connie smiled embarrassedly and started to change the subject. Gawain, do you know? Dawes got sick and fever this morning. I guess he won't be able to participate in the training tomorrow. Oh, no wonder I didn't see him today. I stirred the soup in the bowl with a spoon, and replied casually. Dawes was also a member of Class 9, but he was in the class with no sense of existence. He was training the core ranks low, and I don't usually deal with him much, and he always sighs and goes his own way. He is not very popular in the class, so I don't pay much attention to his illness. It's not an important figure in the plot, there is nothing to care about. After moving my body, I looked around again, and when I found that all the boys had finished eating, I opened my mouth and said, let's go back to the dormitory. It's windy outside, and we are warmer with more people. The cold weather made people really want to leave. In the warm house, the wind blows on the face like a knife cut. Everyone can't help speeding up and walking towards the dormitory. Hiss, it's so cold. Tomorrow's Snow Mountain training will definitely be miserable. Let's whisper. I think the temperature is just right. Aaron habitually verbal attacks, but it's normal for you as a rookie to feel that you can't stand it. It doesn't matter, you can give up tomorrow's training. What a joke? This bit of cold is not enough to stuff my teeth. Let's retort unceremoniously. It's you, Aaron. You seem to be freezing to death in this short section of the road. Tomorrow don't take part in the training at all. You're dazzled. This distance is just a trivial matter to me. It's okay to extend it 10 times. Aaron said with a raised chin, and the two fought again. Speak up. Brother Gao Wen, I'm so cold. Mia tremblingly followed me and Mikasa and said, it is natural to hold a group to keep warm on such a cold day. When the boys are leaving, the girls are naturally. I chose to keep up. After all, the dormitory for boys and girls is more than 100 meters away, and the dormitory for girls is still further behind. The boys surrounded the girls with a gentlemanly demeanor to keep them out of the wind and snow. I guess many people are dedicated to the girls to show their demeanor. Forbearance, I will arrive at the dormitory in a few tens of meters. You can go to the boys' dormitory to rest for a while. I said after patting the snow off Mia's head and shoulders, and looked up at the sky, although it was noon. But the strong winds and blizzards have not decreased at all, but have a tendency to increase. The canteen and the dormitory are actually separated by a kilometer. I really don't know what the people who designed and built the camp were thinking. It's counted. Leaner, who was leading the way, pushed open the door of the dormitory, and then rushed in at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his sturdy figure. Raise the fire and turn on the heating. Connie rubbing his hands and couldn't wait to say. Marco ran to light the lights. When everyone came in, I slammed the door and blocked the snowstorm. The dormitory suddenly became warm. There is hot water in the dormitory. You can wash off the snow on your face first and sit as you like. I turned my head and said to the girls who were still standing together slightly at a loss, I'll get hot water. Thomas walked first. In the bathroom, I'll help. Jean followed. Obviously because the girls were there, the performance of these guys was also very adequate. I curled my lips and turned to get the towel. Mikasa silently followed her. There are still a few white snowflakes on his head, which looks a little cute. I helped Mikasa pat off the snowflakes on her head and rubbed her head. I said, is it cold? Mikasa shook her head slightly, a flash of excitement flashed on her face, and she whispered, Gao Wen, I can master the elementary skills of Holy Flame, look. As he said, Mikasa stretched out his right hand, and a cloud of white holy flame suddenly appeared from the palm of his palm, and then the holy flame quickly covered the entire palm. Mikasa made a fist with her right hand, and a fist made of holy flames popped out in front of her fist. How about it, Gao Wen? Mikasa looked up at me with a look of expectation, and only wrote 3 words on her face. Please praise. This Nizai really gets longer and more beautiful. I couldn't help thinking in my heart, reaching out and scraping her nose, and said, very good. Mikasa shook his fist happily, like a kid getting candy, and at the same time retracted the holy flame. Hot water is coming. Thomas shouted, and everyone immediately surrounded the past. Now that the fire has just risen, the heating in the dormitory hasn't worked yet, so naturally everyone can't help but move closer to something warm. Wet the towel halfway with hot water, then wiped Mikasa's face, and then used the dry half to dry her face. Mia went to Aaron and borrowed the towel, but the others were not so good. That's it. Rainer graciously dampened the towel and twisted it and handed it to Krista. The gentle Krista naturally thanked Krista and stretched out his hand to pick up the towel. Unexpectedly, Emir took the towel first and refresh it. After wiping Krista's face, Rainer's expression was very exciting immediately. But when Bertold handed the towel to Yanni, Yanni shook her head, took out the handkerchief from her pocket and said, I have it myself, and the instructor gave it. Click. A glass heart of Bertold shattered into pieces. Let me look at me with envy, and finally turned his head to admire the snow scene outside the house. It's a dish. I've definitely helped this, but you guys can't do it. Tut. I despised in my heart, and then wiped my face with a towel, turning around and preparing to add some firewood to the stove. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on the door. Perhaps Dawes is back. Marco opened his mouth and walked towards the door of the dormitory. I'll open the door. As soon as the door opened, the wind and snow poured in along the gap, and everyone couldn't help fighting a cold war. Su Jinkin helped Dawes walk in and closed the door immediately. He glanced at the people in the dormitory and said, it seems that everyone is here. Let me inform you that the afternoon training is cancelled and you can move around freely. Just after landing, there was a low cheer from the crowd. In such a cold day and such a strong wind, no one wants to leave the warm dormitory. This is great news. Su Jinkin gave a light cough, and everyone in Class 9 immediately calmed down. He took out a map from his pocket and continued, tomorrow will be Snow Mountain training. Training results will be recorded in your total score. The route is here. On the map, you can choose to form your own team. The detailed rules will be discussed in the evening by Captain Keith, but I hope you will do what you can. Night. The wind and snow had stopped, and the ground was white. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight also whitened the places without snow. More than 200 training soldiers wearing black cotton training corps costumes were standing on the training ground, listening to the instructions of the commander of Keith. This time the content of the Snow Mountain training is 40 kilometers of armed and heavy cross-country. You will start from Camp 1 in the east and return here after passing through the Snow Mountain. There will be instructors equipped with three-dimensional mobile devices to patrol. If you encounter special circumstances, just use your flare gun to fire the purple letter smoke bomb. The instructor will quickly rush to your location, but after launching the letter smoke bomb and accepting assistance, it will automatically be regarded as giving up and withdrawing from the assessment, and this assessment will be included in your final achievements. In view of the disappearance and death of previous training soldiers in this project, for those who are unwell and whose physical performance is on the verge of passing, I suggest that you abandon this assessment. Although this abandonment will affect you, the final result has a big impact, but it is better than losing your life. Sometimes, as a soldier, it is foolish to know that you can't do it. On the high stage, Keith made a rare long comment. I secretly turned my head and glanced at Dawes, and saw that although he was shivering with cold and his whole body looked shaky, but he still had no intention of giving up. I could not help but curl his lips and whispered, really, a little self-knowledge no. I remember in the anime that Dawes appeared in the Troost District recapture battle, which means that he was lucky enough to pass this training, but the chance of him is very small according to his current appearance, or he finally chose to give up. I guess it was mostly the latter. The assessment standard is based on the length of your arrival time. You can form teams freely. We only record personal time. We do not consider the performance of the team. Disband now, go back and consider whether you want to participate in tomorrow's training. Remember, for those who make wise judgments based on their own circumstances, no one will laugh at you. Keith stared at the trainers with a serious expression. After hearing the order to disband, the training soldiers dispersed one after another. I looked at Dawes, who was being helped to leave by Marco, and after hesitating for a few seconds, I rushed up. Anyway, as the squad leader, I must do my best. Responsibilities. Dawes, is your health better? I held him on the other side and asked, it's better, squad leader. Daz's voice was hoarse. He looked up weakly at me, shook his head and said, squad leader, I know what you want to say, but I must participate in the training tomorrow. The results this time are very important to me. Well, as the monitor, I won't influence your decision, so please do it yourself. I shrugged helplessly. Everyone is responsible for their own decisions. Now that Dawes has made up his mind, it is naturally difficult for me to persuade him. Moreover, my relationship with him is not very close. It is not a good thing to talk shallowly. Gavin. Marco looked at me and stopped talking. I shook my head slightly to him, indicating that I would not speak again. After returning to the dormitory, everyone didn't have the thought of playing cards. After handling the housework, they turned off the lights and rested early. Obviously, the training content tomorrow made them feel nervous. The wind is blowing again, and the snow is constantly falling, making this morning especially cold. I'll say it again, life is my own. It is extremely stupid to take my life in for the so-called grades. Keith's roar was mostly covered by the wind and snow, but through his solemn tone, I can still feeling the difficulty of this training. I think the death rate of this training will not be much lower than in previous years. Dawes came anyway, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed when I saw him look weak. I hope this overpowered fellow will not drag down other talents. As the class leader, I will do my duty to take care of the members of the class, but this is not doesn't it mean that I will be a babysitter for others, and it's up to my fate. Hey Gawain, that guy actually came here, he is so sick, is he crazy? Connie sucked his snot back, and asked me in a low voice, is that called firm-willedness? Aaron gave a very pertinent evaluation. I glanced at him without speaking, and continued to listen to Keith's speech. The last chance, if you want to quit, you still have time. Keith looked around the crowd and said, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, none of the training soldiers present spoke or moved. Keith waited for 10 seconds before continuing to say, very well, I respect your decision. So let's not talk too much. Training now begins. The training soldiers immediately ran to the starting point like hornet exploding their nests, striving for that 1 or 2 seconds, but this training does not need to compete for the initial speed, but there is a long journey to go next. Class 9, gather. I yelled. The crowd of Class 9 immediately gathered around me. After a few minutes of gathering everyone together, I looked around. Several classes also understood the importance of a team. Sex, but they obviously don't have our cohesion and my appeal. At most, they gathered 3/5 of the number and set off. It's like us, with all the members. Only one route was marked on the map, and markers along the route indicated to prevent people from getting lost. It seems that the training corps still has difficulty in controlling it. I brought the rope, everyone tied the rope to prevent falling behind, and walked in a straight line along the footprints of the predecessors. I will make the way. I took out a long rope from the bag and said, everyone immediately went to with a rope tied to his body. Dawes naturally fell to the back. The kind-hearted Krista decided to take care of him and fell to the second. Emir was next to Krista in the third. It took some time to prepare for this, but under my leadership, Class 9 quickly caught up, and the speed I deliberately controlled did not allow everyone to consume too much energy. Class 9 gradually surpassed others in the lead. Location, Dawes looked wobbly and even clenched his teeth. It seems that I underestimated him. However, the journey has only taken more than 1/3, and it is too early to draw conclusions. It is not too late to wait until the training is over. The cold wind blows on the face like a knife cut, but the headquarters of the demon hunter, Kalbers, is located in a different space near the North Pole. The North Pole is much colder than here, so this cold is for me. It's not very uncomfortable, but it is different for others. The cold makes them very difficult, but I have been on the most tiring task of opening the road, which made them a lot easier. Dawes finally couldn't hold it after the team traveled 3/5 of the distance. He fell to the ground with a limp, struggling for a long time and didn't get up. No, let me take a break first. Dawes said weakly, breathing heavily. I stopped and looked around the crowd. Now the team actually has differences. Mikasa, Aaron, Mia, Reiner, Bertold, Jean, Yanni, Sasha, and other people with better physical strength hope that I will continue at the previous speed so that they can also have good results in training, and Harista, Ammon, Thomas and others can't keep up. Dawes' fall aroused the contradictions in the team, and he couldn't help it at first. He untied the rope and walked to Dawes and said, damn, you guys get me up? No one else is tired, so why do you insist? No longer. Enough, let him rest for a while. Everyone is tired, it doesn't matter if it takes a little time. Anyway, we are ahead of others now, right? Marco quickly dissuaded. He untied the rope. The trotting watch grabbed Jean's arm. I'm not tired. Jean shook off Marco's hand, and said stiffly. He put his foot on Ding Daz's arm and said with an unhappy expression, hey, speaking of you, get up quickly. Don't do that, let everyone be teammates. Marco persuaded again, there is no need to get to this point. Wait for me, a while. Dawes was already a little unconscious. He was lying on the snow with his eyes closed from time to time. The light of the death lamp reflected his pale face, looking very weak. Hey, this training. You insisted on participating. What do you mean by the way you are now? Connie started dissatisfied. He untied the rope and walked towards Dawes with a very dissatisfied expression. Dawes shook his head weakly. No reply. You can't make it anymore. It's better for everyone to give up now. It's better than losing your life. Yanni said blankly. She always had very little expression when facing other people. No, I can't. Give up. Dawes gritted his teeth. He opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. I can hold on. Even if you can persist but can't keep up with our speed, it's better to give up. Yanni glanced at him and said coldly, no. Dawes shook her head painfully. Damn, this guy. Na whispered dissatisfied, it's dragging us down at all. I frowned uncomfortably. To be honest, I don't like Dawes' behavior, and I insist on insisting that I can't do it anymore. And such an approach has no effect besides dragging down teammates and losing their lives. If I'm not the monitor, I don't bother to care about him. Everyone in the team is already ready to move. You must know that this training only records personal time, and teamwork is not considered. Now everyone is still together purely because of my personal prestige and appeal. If I don't speak anymore now the team is going to disperse. Turning her head and staring righteously, Shasya gave a look at Go. Let's go, there will be something to eat at the end, and I said, okay, now the team is divided into 2 teams. Those who can keep up with me will continue to follow me. People who can't keep up stay with Dawes and try to help him if you can. Decide in 1 minute, and then we set off. I'll stay and take care of Dawes. Krista spoke first. Krista stayed and I stayed. Emir also said, I can't keep up, I will stay too. Next. Thomas said, Gavin, I will stay too. Amin nodded to me. The team was divided into 2 parts, half of them followed me to move on, the other half began to slow down, and the 9 classes were divided into 2. I actually don't want this. I whispered to myself. The howling wind and snow covered my voice, so other people did not hear me. Everyone was on the road in silence. Obviously Dawes' situation and Team the Scattered situation also makes them feel bad. The most important point is that now the snow is so big, the mouth will be filled with snow, and everyone will not speak if it's okay. Walking on the snow in a state of distraction is naturally not good. When I climbed the last snow mountain, I finally slipped and fell. Gawain, are you okay? Rainer immediately reacted behind me. I stretched out my hand and pulled me up. I was stunned, and then shook my head and said, it's okay. Since I found out about Lena's identity, I have been secretly paying attention to his behavior and secretly used polygraph magic to verify his words. It's strange that what he said and his concern for others are true and from the heart. It is completely opposite to what he did when meeting with Bertold and Yanni, but I was monitoring them. The feedback of polygraph magic during the secret meeting is also true. The 2 results are completely contradictory, but there will never be problems with polygraph magic, which is really strange. I'll clear the way. Gawain, take a break. Rainer couldn't help but see me absent-mindedly. He stretched out his hand and patted me on the shoulder. Yes, you have done your duty as a squad leader. Don't blame yourself. Maybe I can have a better choice, thanks to Lena. I smiled reluctantly at him and said, without delaying Lena's help, I untied the rope and walked to the back of the team. It's okay, isn't it Gawain? Aaron asked with concern. Others also cast concerned eyes. I waved at them and said that I was fine. After I got to the end of the line and tied the rope, the team started to set off again. 2 years have passed since I was in the training corps. I have already had a deep relationship with everyone. While getting along with Rainer and Bertold, the good relationship with them at the beginning was just what I pretended to be, but now I have a good relationship with them. I can't tell whether it is pretending or sincere. I can't help but think of how they would choose if there was a conflict. And what should Aaron and Amin, who are still in my dark, think of me? How will they react? These are all painful questions. In the midst of my distraction, the team finally approached the camp. Only a kilometer away from the end, the lighted hut could already be seen. It's coming soon, everyone, speed up. Lena yelled. Encouraged by this, everyone speeded up. Many people even untied the rope and ran forward, but the distance from the mountain is quite short. But the real running is different. Those impulsive guys ran out of energy after about a third of the distance, and then we surpassed them. Warm hut, here I am. Connie cheered and got into the hut first, and the others filed in, waiting for the instructor inside to look at us in surprise and said, so fast? You are the first to arrive, half an hour faster than previous sessions. 35 minutes later, the second batch of training soldiers reached the end, and 41 minutes later, the rest of the 9th class also reached the end, except for Dawes, Krista, and Emir. What's the matter? What about them? I asked with a gloomy face looking at the third group of people who arrived. That guy Dawes couldn't hold back his coma. We fired a letter smoke bomb for him, but waited. The instructor did not come for a while. Krista said she stayed to take care of Dawes and waited for the instructor to arrive. Let us go first. Then Emir decided to stay with her, and we left after firing the second letter smoke bomb. Thomas hesitated and said, sorry Gao Wen, I thought they would catch up soon. Amin lowered his head and said guiltily, while the other class 9 people who heard the news immediately surrounded him. Squad leader, what should we do now? Let me ask, I need to ask. Aaron said impatiently, hurry up and save them. Wait. I reached out and pressed Aaron on the shoulders. We still don't know how they are. First notify the instructor, and then ask if the team arriving next saw them. Wait 15 minutes. Dawes' popularity in Class 9 was not good at first, so he sighed and complained all day long, and most of the people did not like him. In addition, he was forced to join in this training in the snow mountain, and the behavior that eventually dragged everyone down has already committed public anger. Now everyone does not care about his life and death, and Ymir's popularity in the class can only be regarded as average. No, as for making everyone so anxious, only the beautiful and kind-hearted Krista has excellent popularity in the class, and is also called goddess by everyone. Besides worrying about her safety, it is estimated that many people still have heroes to save the United States. Win the hearts of beauties. After another 5 minutes, another group of teams arrived. Hey, have you seen Krista and Emir? Rainer asked eagerly. Several trainers shook their heads and said that they hadn't seen them. Damn it, there is still no news. Aaron was a little annoyed. He stumped his feet, turned his head and asked, Mark, what did the instructor say? The instructor said that they are waiting for news. They have sent people to step up patrols. Mark replied helplessly, let's wait. 10 minutes later, a few more groups reached the end, but none of them had news of Krista and Emir. My heart kept sinking, and the other people in Class 9 also looked restless. When I was just about to take a few people and set out to find them, Connie suddenly ran over. There is news. They fell behind the team with the unconscious Dawes. It is said that it was because after waiting for a while, no instructor arrived, so they decided to take dozes forward. Are they back? Everyone stood up at once. Not yet. Connie shook his head nervously. It's just someone I have seen them and got news. I didn't speak, I just walked to the window and looked outside. The wind was several times stronger than before, and the violent snow almost swept everything, turning everything into a vast expanse of whiteness. In this kind of environment, firing a cigarette bomb has no effect at all. I'm afraid it will be covered by wind and snow in a few seconds. I muttered to myself, now people outside can only rely on themselves. Gawain, what are we going to do now? Aaron asked anxiously. I was silent for a few seconds before turning to look at Ammon. Ammon, what do you think? Let's wait. Ming hesitated and said, the situation is still unclear. We rushed out, not only could not find them, but also wasted precious physical energy. Moreover, the instructors have begun to strengthen patrols, and maybe there will be new news about them in a while. Now, we just need to be patient and wait. When it's time to be dispatched, I think squad leader Gawain will make a decision. Ammon is right, we just wait now. I said, they are not in danger yet. As their companions, we should have confidence in them. Aaron heard a little bit, relaxed a little, and said, I believe in you, Gao Wen. I also believe in their abilities, they can definitely overcome this difficulty. Ming opened his mouth, he stopped talking, and I patted encouragingly. Patting him on the shoulder, confident Alman? I believe in you. Ammon hummed softly, putting away a slightly hesitant expression, showing a little confidence on his face. 20 minutes passed, and many more teams reached the end, and the snow was getting bigger and bigger. Some people in Class 3 said that they saw them on the number 3 trail of Zijiao Mountain with dozes. It seems that they are only 5 kilometers away from the endpoint. Marco said, the remaining 5 kilometers are not necessary. Good to go, they still need to go around a cliff to go down the mountain, judging from their remaining physical strength. It is not optimistic. Yanni put her hands on her chest and poured cold water. Bad news? The instructor stopped patrolling because of the wind and snow. Betterhold suddenly broke into the room and shouted. What? Everyone suddenly became nervous. Gawain, what shall we do? Aaron immediately asked. Leaner, Bertold and Yanni are a team. Aaron, Thomas and Mikasa are the second team. I, Ammon, and Mia are the third team. Marco, Jean, and Connie are the fourth team. The others stay here. I immediately waved my hand and said, we will never abandon your teammates. Since the instructor doesn't save, then we will do it ourselves. Count me? Sue Jenkins' lazy voice came from behind me. I am for the fifth team and act alone. I nodded to him, and didn't say much nonsense. Yanni gave him a worried look. The word stopped. Our 5 teams searched in a dragnet-style search. When one team found them, it fired purple letter smoke bombs to notify other teams, and when they saw purple letter smoke, they fired green indicative letter smoke bombs. Understand? I said solemnly, if it doesn't work, then withdraw, don't force yourself, just launch a black letter smoke bomb to notify your teammates. Everyone's faces also became serious. They stood straight, clenched their right hand to beat their hearts, and left their left hand behind their backs. They saluted a standard military salute and shouted, yes, squad leader. I nodded and bowed back to them. After waved his hand, action. The wind and snow are several times larger than before, and it is almost invisible from 10 meters away. In this case, it is very laborious to stand up, and walking around is like looking for death. Sue Jinkin and I looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. This, how can I find this? Connie couldn't help taking a step back and said, no matter how difficult it is, we are their last hope. Aaron gritted their teeth forward and everyone looked at each other. I bit my head and rushed out. After the team dispersed, I immediately stimulated the Holy Flame ability, created a relatively calm area within 1 meter in a radius to block the wind and snow, and turned on the hunter's vision to start searching for the surrounding heat sources. Because both Ammon and Mia on the same team know the secret of my superpowers, I don't need to hide by their side. Gavin, you. Ming was taken aback when he saw my ability to inspire, because my hair, hands, and various parts of my body were burning with white holy flames, but these flames did not affect my body and clothes. No injuries. It's so warm. Brother Gawain, borrow your flames to warm your hands. Mia's eyes lit up and said. I suddenly felt that my compulsion was lost a lot, but the person who said this was Mia after all. So I just let her behave. Be careful, don't get burned. For 10 minutes, there was no notice, no news from other teams, and the wind and snow remained unabated, but fortunately there was no news that any team would retreat. 20 minutes. Still not noticed, the wind and snow blocked the line of sight, and the hunter's spirit vision was also greatly affected. At most, he could only see the situation within 50 meters. The good news is that no team has left. 25 minutes. Aaron, Thomas Mikasa's second team retreated. Thomas's physical strength could no longer support the next search. Aaron sent him back. Mikasa found me alone and joined us. 30 minutes. Despite my care, Amin's physical strength has reached its limit, and my holy flame barrier can only be maintained within a radius of half a meter. I plan to rest for a few minutes before making plans. 32 minutes. The bad news is that another team can't support the retreat, which means that Krista and the others have a little hope of survival. We decided to stay here to check the situation. Regret, anger, and helplessness, the complex emotions stuck in my heart make me very uncomfortable, but the emotion that makes me most uncomfortable is guilt. In the original book, Krista and Emir lived at least until the end of the first season. If they die here, I killed them. This result makes me somewhat unacceptable. I hope that my intervention can save more people, but I don't want to kill them because of my intervention. 40 minutes. Another team has left, and now we and Sujinkan should be the only ones left. You evacuate, I will stay and look for it again. I said blankly, I will accompany you. Mikasa said immediately, no. I shook my head, they need you more. Gavin Ammon suddenly spoke, and I turned to look at him, you did your best, and you did your best. Don't blame yourself. He comforted, I didn't answer, but just nodded to him. After they left, I finally couldn't suppress the unhappiness in my heart, and simply burst out all my strength. Boom! The white holy flame spewed out from my body, turning into a tornado and burning the surrounding 10 meters away, but the wind and snow immediately filled the space. I stayed on the spot for another 5 minutes. After I made sure that there was no news, I reluctantly fired a black letter smoke bomb indicating retreat. A few seconds later Sujinkan also fired a black letter smoke bomb, which means that the rescue team has all withdrawn. The rescue operation failed, and Krista and the others were less fortunate. On the way back, the wind and snow gradually diminished, but all of us had no physical strength anymore to carry out the second rescue operation in a short time. After all, saving people is to save people, but in order to save people, it is only necessary to take our lives in. That's stupid. I caught up with Mikasa's team and joined Sujinkan before dragging my exhausted body back to the finish line. Emir, why are you here? And Daz, you guys. Ammon exclaimed after opening the door, where is Harista? Ah, that little girl is still on the way here. Ymir said lazily, holding the teacup filled with black tea in both hands. She glanced at Daz, who was shivering and tearful, who was wrapped in a blanket with an uncomfortable look. I really don't know what Nazai is thinking. I have been unwilling to give up this drag, so in order not to be consumed by this waste, I knew that I had taken him down the cliff, and luckily was not injured. And my dear little Harista can only be honest came down from the mountain. I pulled away Ammon, who was still standing at the door, and walked in by myself. Although I was a little skeptical of Emir's statement, it was not important. After looking at Emir for a while, I asked, is it okay? Of course it's okay. Emir waved indifferently. She was silent for a few seconds, and then said, thanks, Gaowen squad leader. You're welcome, this is what I should do. I nodded to her and said, separated from the others, and no one on Daz's cared about him. After this incident, he was regarded as a member of the 9th class. People repelled together. After 16 minutes of waiting for Krista to arrive, the training in the snow-capped mountains came to an end. Of course, Daz was also marked as unqualified by Chief Instructor Keith in this training because of his behavior. The comments were not very good. Why not participate? A total of 197 people participated in this snow mountain training, of which 6 were dead and 11 were missing, but missing is actually equivalent to death. These data also cast a shadow on this training, making everyone feel a lot heavy. Fortunately, no one was killed in Class 9. In order to relieve the pressure of everyone, the night after the training ended was naturally an all-night carnival. The training corps took out the wine in the wine cellar and the meat in the meat cellar to boost everyone's low morale. The effect is good, it is to make these guys go crazy. Clearing up the mess is definitely a hassle. Early in the morning, Sujinkan sneaked in through the dormitory window and awakened me from my deep sleep. Can't you let me sleep more early in the morning? I rubbed my eyes and complained, the news of the day before yesterday, I only have time to talk to you now. Sujinkan said unhurriedly, we have made a major breakthrough in the research on the power of Titan. What? I suddenly became energetic and quickly scanned the dormitory, seeing that everyone except us was still sleeping. I was relieved, don't worry, they can't wake up at noon because they drank less than the amount they drank last night. Sujinkan shrugged and said, I haven't made any progress in the nature of the power of Titan, but I still rely on it. The gourd painting scoop has produced a semi-finished weapon, which I call Titan spell card. Titan spell card. I repeated doubtfully, what's its function? Of course it can make people become Titan, Wisdom Titan. Sujinkan had a face dice, pulled out a spell card with complicated patterns from his belt. As long as you touch it with your own blood and then pinch it to activate the spell card, it is a one-time use and only lasts for in 10 seconds. The Titan he becomes in 10 seconds will start to become steam like the dead Titan, but it's also very useful, isn't it? Have you tried it? I looked at the Titan spell card with a shocked look. Of course, Sujinkan replied, this stuff is available to everyone, and it can heal you when it arouses the injuries of Titan, but only minor injuries can be treated. It is uncertain whether serious injuries and rebirth can be treated. In addition, Titan injury treatment will shorten the time or directly disintegrate. In short, it has huge improvements. Space. Then what is its raw material? It won't be your blood. I asked quickly, if that's the case, then things are complicated. Don't worry, the raw material is mainly Lance's spinal fluid. Of course, my blood is also used as an auxiliary material. Sujinkan patted me on the shoulder, and take a step beforehand. The spell card is left for you. After Sujinkan left, I sat on the bed quietly looking at the spell card in a daze, and from time to time I glanced at Reiner and Bertold, who were still asleep, with the Titan spell card. I can make a better plan, and I will also ask Su Jinkan for inquiries and discussions about the details of the Titan spell cards. This is really a good change. A month later, Su Jinkan and I successfully improved the Titan spell card, at least to ensure its stability, and also extended the time from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. The Titan spell card is something we finally created after reenacting and changing the magical flow trajectory when the Titan-capable person transformed. Unfortunately, we still don't know the other Titan-capable person changes. What is the difference between the trajectory of the magical power flow in the body, but I believe that sooner or later we will uncover the mystery of Titan and the mystery of the Attack on Titan world. But that's something later, and now there is a troublesome thing waiting for me. 3 days later, the Northern Training Corps will send 20 people to our Southern Training Corps for an internal exchange. The results of the exchange will determine the allocation of training resources. The 9th class will be responsible for receiving them and let them see how powerful the Southern Training Corps is. You guys finally got rid of the level of pigs, and are no longer only rations for Titan. Don't let me down this time, or I promise to make each of you very good in the next training. That's cool. These are the original words of Chief Keith. The commander of the Northern Training Corps is said to be Keith's enemy and the former commander of the Gendarmerie Regiment. He has always advocated disbanding the Investigation Corps so that all funds can be used to build the Gendarmerie Regiment. This time he sent people to exchange and attack Keith. In any case, you are right to the group of people who come to communicate. As long as you don't die or be injured, Captain Keith will block things for you. Su Jinkan waved his fists in front of the 9th class, said. It has always been because Malay did not have the port in the southern part of Perry Island and from time to time injected the Eldia people with Titan spinal fluid to turn them into Titan in the north. The number of Titan is much smaller than in the south, and those nobles who have the ability to put their fiefs in the north for their own safety reasons, and the Titan city breaking incident that occurred in the south 4 years ago is even more intensified. Because of the power of the aristocracy in the north, the composition of the military police of the training corps in the north has been greatly enhanced, while the southern training corps has the headquarters of the investigation corps. The Southern Training Corps has been greatly influenced by the Investigation Corps. It's hard to say how far the exchanges are. Class 9 is the strongest class in the Southern Training Corps. There is no doubt about this, so Class 9 will be responsible for receiving them in time, but the receptionist is really troublesome. The people sent by the Northern Training Corps to communicate on the first day got into trouble, because some of them molested some of the girls from Class 10, but Class 10 had a fight with them, and then all members of Class 10 were beaten. Get down on the ground. This is really an excellent distraction, and it immediately angered everyone in the Southern Training Corps. Hello, my name is Jerry Joseph. I am the captain of our exchange team. A tall, rugged, red-haired man said to me with a haughty expression, I heard that you are here in the south. It's great, and it seems that it's just like that now. So what's the 10th class is too infrequent, we only moved a bit, and they all got down right after warming up. I hope your Class 9 can be better than them. I can hear clearly. When everyone in Class 9 clenched their fists and gasped, the other person looked at us with contempt. Originally, I was particularly reluctant to receive the time to receive them. It was a waste of my precious time. Now that they behave so poorly, then please satisfy them. We are really not very good. I can hit 10 of you just so. I smiled and said, as for our 9th class, beating you is just a matter of effort. Then give it a try. Who beat anyone? Jerry's face suddenly became gloomy. He took a step back and waved his hand. I hope you don't cry and find your mother after you lose. Class 9, go. I shouted, everyone behind him immediately rushing to the opposite side. The people of both sides immediately mixed together, roaring, cursing, grunting and screaming when the fists hit the human body. The first person I looked for must be Jerry, and he also came to me as soon as possible. The squad leader versus the captain. Whoever knocks down the opponent first will definitely gain a great advantage in momentum, and everyone in the fight will deliberately avoid it. After all, we are more or less focused on us. Our victory is particularly critical. Jerry cautiously stepped forward and confronted me in a fighting posture that was slightly different from the fighting skills taught by the training corps professor. Obviously my Kaijin just now shocked him a lot and made him decide to use a steady fight. Way to deal with me, but I have no patience to fight him slowly. You must know that the fighting skills of Class 9 are actually weaker than theirs, but there are 3 fighting masters, me, Mikasa, and Yani, who can stabilize them. Just like Tianji horse racing, first use weak to hold them, and then use our 3 strong as the breakthrough point to quickly resolve the battle, form a situation where more fights less, and finally settle the victory. So I must get Jerry quickly, we can't lose this battle. After all, I don't want to bear Keith's anger. Ha! I yelled at Jerry, and when I saw that I took the initiative to attack him, a trace of contempt flashed in my eyes. I hit my face with a straight fist with my right hand, but he didn't expect me. It was just a false move. The body avoided his straight fist in an awkward posture, and at the same time, he violently kicked out and kicked his crotch. Jerry still had 2 tricks. In this case, he abruptly dodged most of it, but the remaining power still made him snorted. But my attack was not that simple. I hadn't landed on the right leg. Under the circumstances, I jumped with my left leg, and then I used my body to drive my left leg to kick out again. Oh, get up, join the battle group again. In the fight, I perfectly implemented my tactics. Compared with the exquisite fighting skills displayed by Mikasa and Yanni, I was bullying people by relying on my strong fighting ability, except for attacking the most important ones. I didn't evade all other attacks, and I tried to knock down people quickly after a few hits. Think about it, if you punch others, is there anything wrong with them, and when they retaliate to you, it hurts your heart. How can this be continued? By this method, I brought down 5 people in 1 minute, and the opponents were all avoiding me to fight. The only thing I would dare to be distracted in the battle was to be quickly dealt with by my opponent, and the enemy fell. There are more and more people, and our number advantage is constantly expanding like a snowball. From 3-on-2 to 2-on-1 to 3-on-1, they all lay on the ground and groaned in less than 3 minutes. Really, dare to rush us at this level? Too bad. Connie wiped his nosebleed, looking like a villain. 2 opponents jumped from the ground with his arrogance. Pounced at him, before rushing in front of him, they were beaten to the ground by the rivalry of Aaron and Jean. It's too weak. Aaron curled his lips, let his hands cross his chest and glanced at him, and said, I agree with you for the first time. Such a guy is really not challenging. Jerry was so angry that his face turned blue. He rolled over with difficulty, and slowly got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on me and said word by word, asshole. What a good guy who plays yin. Fight me upright. Huh? Anyway, the move that can make people fall is a good move. Mikasa said with a sneer, blocking me. Now you have lost, and what qualifications to fight against Gawain? Are you only hiding behind women? Jerry ignored Mikasa and continued to look at me and said, come on, fight with me, don't play with yin. He curled his lips in disdain, pulled Mikasa behind, then looked at Jerry and raised and said, now I give you 2 choices, singled out, you pick us 20, group fight, we 20 you beat you 1, which one of the 2 choose? You. Jerry's face suddenly changed from blue to purple. He pointed his finger at me, his fingers trembling constantly, and he couldn't speak for a long while, and everyone behind me couldn't help laughing. It's too powerful. Now, I really have you, Gao Wen. Aaron laughed, I've seen their arrogance look uncomfortable. Now I am really relieved. This old terrible earthling knows it, but to them it is very novel. I shrugged, looked at Jerry and said, I know you are dissatisfied, then okay, since you deliberately find a beating, then I will satisfy you, 1-to-1. Jerry's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he squeezed his fist and walked towards me in an awkward posture, and said viciously, come on, I'm going to blow your head. You look cute when you walk with your legs on your legs. I looked abusive, and everyone present couldn't help but laugh, I'm going to kill you. Jerry roared, and rushed towards me suddenly, while I put on the military training of the core professor. The posture is ready. Jerry shook a fist with a grim look, and at the same time kicked my right leg violently into my stomach, without the slightest awkwardness and pain just now. His performance just now was all pretense. From the time I said I wanted to be one-on-one with him, all his performance was to confuse me and let me relax my guard against him. Regarding Kenny's fate, I will adopt your suggestions and adjust the outline accordingly. As for whether to let him live or let him GG, the minority should obey the majority. I will announce the result in a few days that I kicked him on his supporting leg and knocked him to the ground, and then stomped him in the stomach. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are scum. Jerry rolled around in embarrassment and avoided my attack. He stood up on the ground with his left hand, facing me in a defensive position. Before he could pose, I bullied myself up and punched him in the chest. Then the Wing Chun boxing could be hit continuously, and every punch knocked out the resistance he had just gathered, making him unable to fight back. Mian Zhong Quan is a killing technique, but Bejiquan is too strong, so I usually like to use Wing Chun when teaching people. It is good to control and will not easily kill people. Ha! Jerry yelled and retreated 2 steps in a row, barely avoiding my attack, and then kicked over. Just halfway through the kick, I kicked him back at the weak spot with a kick. Another left uppercut hit my front door. I made another fist with my right hand and my left hand and hit his chest again, and then another continuous attack. The last sweep of the leg swept him to the ground, Jerry struggling to get up, but I stepped back on my face. Crush, absolute crush. It was like an adult bullying a child. Jerry in the city had little strength to fight back. Everyone in the opposing team focused their shocking eyes on me, and everyone in Class 9 looked like they were used to it. You know, I focused on the foot that was stepping on Jerry's face. I'm not targeting one of you. My gaze swept across the Northern Training Corps lying on the ground. The trainees, one of you on the scene counts as rubbish. I stared. If you don't agree, let's go together. No one of the training soldiers of the Northern Training Corps answered me, but dropped their heads one by one, listening to the cheers of the training soldiers of the Southern Training Corps, their expressions gloomy. This group of guys came to the camp in the morning and left in the afternoon. Keith was very satisfied with the completion of our mission. For this reason, he ordered an evening carnival. I can't help but wonder if Keith is the head of the Northern Training Corps. How much hatred was forged, so happy that the other party was embarrassed. I'm not targeting one of you, I mean that one of you present is rubbish. At the reception, Aaron was imitating me vividly, and he was stepped under his feet as a prop, the one who was accidentally put down by him just now. Both of them apparently drank too much. I drank the wine alone and watched them reveling in silence, while thinking about the next thing in my heart. I will graduate from the training corps in half a year. I said in a low voice, there will be another crisis in the wall in half a year, but it depends on whether things can turn into crisis or opportunity. The efforts of the people inside the wall. If it fails, Eldia will be subjugated, and if Eldia succeeds, there is hope of rejuvenation, and even defeating Murray to establish the Second Empire of Eldia is not a problem. But by now, I don't know how many people are still participating in the carnival. There is also a question about the three of Raynor. Can I really do it in the same room? As the leader of the Restorationist, I have to bear a lot of pressure, and my decision will also determine to a large extent the national fortune of Eldia, which is extremely annoying. Thinking of this, I can't help but regret my decision to be the leader of the Restorationist. 3 months later, the spring has begun to come to an end, and the hot summer will turn. Of course, the heat is relatively speaking. For them, the summer is very hot, but in my opinion, the summer when they can still wear long sleeves is far from hot. If you have had the experience of operating in the Sahara Desert for 10 days and nights in order to hunt down a shadow demon, you would think so. Compared with the temperature of the Sahara, the summer here is really nothing. Gavin Ackerman trains soldiers. Captain Keith is looking for you. When I was eating in the cafeteria at noon, an instructor suddenly walked into the cafeteria and said to me, everyone's eyes were all focused on me. The eye-catching feeling that I have long been used to it, but what makes me even more concerned is that Keith has something to call me. Could it be that what happened to the restorative? Sue Jinkin happened to follow the investigation corps to conduct an outside investigation, so Lance could only come to me through Keith? What's the matter with Commander Keith? Instructor. I quickly asked, secret mission, you'll know it when you go. The instructor nodded at me and said, huh. I was surprised. Secret mission? Well, I'll go right away. It's only 7 minutes from the canteen to Keith's office. After entering his office, I saw that there was no one else and I asked, Commander Keith, the training corps is short of people enough to use training soldiers to perform secret tasks. Is it? The corners of Keith's mouth twitched, apparently trying to resist the urge to beat me. Somehow, I always floated in front of Keith, and his words always made him want to punch me. Keith glared at me fiercely, then pulled out a piece of paper from under the stack of documents and threw it at me. Look at it for yourself, he said. Do you know this person? I took a few random shots and glanced at the headline, Wanted. I was surprised that no matter who is on the wanted list, it is not enough to make Keith come to me so solemnly, right? Of course, I can't get a wanted warrant, otherwise the military police or even the Central Military Police would come to me. My eyes continued to look down. When I saw the portrait on the wanted order, my pupils couldn't help but shrink. Brown hair, full of flesh, and a scar from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, even though his right eye was wearing it. A black blindfold was worn, and the name on the wanted order was Gassy, but I still immediately confirmed his true identity, Mark Manton. How is this possible? I stared at the portrait in disbelief, and my hands couldn't help shaking. Isn't he dead? Lance said himself, if he is not dead, why not return to the Quan faction? Are you sure he is Mark? Keith stared at me, frowning and asked. I hesitated and replied, I am 90% sure that it is him. He is now where? In a robber's den near your marching route tomorrow. As far as I know he is the third in command of that band of robbers. Keith replied, seeing my puzzled look, he explained, there will be a marching training tomorrow. The team will be divided into 2 teams. Each team will have a captain and a recorder. The purpose is to allow you to remain vigilant in a comfortable environment, and my people also understand during the investigation. In order to find out the identity of their leader, they also matched one of the characters with the person on the wanted list. This is why you got news from him. Wait, is he the only person on the wanted list? I asked quickly, feeling very strange. It stands to reason that Mark's ability can't be only in the third-in-command position, and this group of bandits should be nothing. Great role, otherwise Keith would definitely not keep them as the whetstone of the training corps, so there must be a reason why Marco is not the leader. Gassy, the former head of the Jackal Bandit Regiment, his whereabouts are unknown after the Jackal Bandit Regiment was annihilated. Keith saw my doubts and took out a document and read, by the way, this bandit regiment was annihilated. What happened last week? What does this bandit group do? I asked, and I couldn't help feeling a little worried. If Mark did a lot of conscience over the years, what should I do? Of course it was a robbery, Keith shrugged, but they don't seem to rob civilians, they only rob the Chamber of Commerce and the Army's transport team. I secretly relieved when I heard that, and began to quietly sort out the context of this matter. Keith saw that I stopped asking questions and did not speak, but started to deal with his own affairs. 5 years ago, Camarco was judged dead by the Restitutionists in the battle to take the Ancestor Titan. At that time, he was performing a post-breaking mission, because the people performing this mission were basically dead and Marlke didn't come back, so Lance informed us of Mark's death. I did not believe in evil and asked a member of the armed forces team who had survived the post-breaking mission. He said that he saw Captain Mark fell on the head with a bullet. Now it seems that Mark was hit by a bullet to his right. His eyes fell into a coma, and no one noticed this because of the chaos at the time. As for how Mark left afterwards, how he became the leader of a bandit group is still a mystery, but the strange thing is why he didn't return to the right faction? Through the previous chat with Mia, I learned that this guy Mark turned out to be an out-and-out daughter-in-law, so even if he woke up because he had been on the death line for a while, his temperament changed drastically and he was unwilling to return to the restorative. He wants to change his name and surname to start a new life, but Zhongshan is easy to change and his nature is hard to change. No matter what, he should come back to see her baby girl, unless he forgets all this. The human brain is a strange thing. Using amnesia to explain Mark's situation seems to be a perfect combination, but in any case, I have to see him. I must know what happened to him. At least I have to have an idea for Mia. Explain, I personally told her of Mark's death back then, but now he is still alive, I have to investigate the cause of the matter. Thanks Keith, it seems that I need to go to a secret mission. I nodded to Keith, will you still thank you? It's rare. Keith snorted coldly and took out one from under the table. A new set of three-dimensional maneuvering devices, Sue Jenkins sent here, codename Stalker. The concealment obtained by reducing the jet rate and the wire rewinding speed has been greatly improved. You come to be a test driver. Also, you only have 1 day. Marching training is as usual, but you don't need to participate. After putting on the Stalker model of the three-dimensional mobile device, I turned around and left Keith's office. After hesitating at the door, I decided not to tell Mia about it. After all, there is no guarantee about Mark. If there is an accident, I don't want Mia to feel the pain of the year again, nor do I want to destroy her good memories of her father. So what to do next is a question. Should I act alone or go to the reinstatement stronghold to mobilize people to help? And I am not sure what reinstatement people can help. Maybe it may drag me back. After weighing the pros and cons, I finally decided to act alone. After all, the group of people in the armed forces are better at fighting each other. They can fight even if they want to fight. They are not afraid of death. But when it comes to covert actions and rescue of hostages, they will be blinded one by one. It will take a lot of time for the Dark Arrows team that is better at this kind of action to come over. When they arrive, I guess they have almost done everything they can do. In this way, I might as well act alone, and save time. Now that I have made up my mind, I immediately set off like the robber dens mentioned in the intelligence based on the map provided by Keith. Generally, I would not pay attention to robbers. With the three-dimensional mobile device, I can kill chickens as easily as possible. Kill them one by one, and it is impossible for Mark to establish command among the bandits in less than a week. Such a mob can kill them even if I don't use a three-dimensional mobile device and only use a dagger. Taking into account the need to save the gas of the three-dimensional mobile device, I took a horse from the training corps, and then it took 2 hours to get to the vicinity of the destination, a forest outside of a small town, so there is nowhere to buy food, which means I have to hunt for dinner by myself. But it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's still early. I plan to take the time to sleep and replenish my energy, and by the way, let the tired horse rest. I woke up halfway and hunted a rabbit. After the dinner, I went back to sleep. I continued to sleep until midnight. The robbers definitely fell asleep at this point. It was time to explore the situation. As for them sentry, it is impossible to arrange with their quality. I tied the reins of the horse by the tree, and set up a simple defensive magic. Then I put on the three-dimensional mobile device and set off. The band of robbers didn't even know that they were going to hide their whereabouts. The smoke that rose up when they were cooking that night indicated their location for me, which was slightly different from the one on the map but didn't change much. This phenomenon makes me very relieved, because if Mark is commanding, this situation would not happen at all. It is important to know that he can become a force leader not by strong force, but by clever mind and excellent command ability. It would be a lot of trouble if he was directing these bandits. Laugh. The movement of the three-dimensional maneuvering device of the Rogue model is much smaller than that of the original model, but the corresponding speed is also a quarter slower than that of the original model. Some tactical actions that can be easily made with the original model are only available on the Rogue model. It takes a lot of effort, and it took me a while to adapt to this change. It took about 10 minutes to get to the camp of the robbers. The situation in the camp was as I expected. The robbers slept like dead pigs, and there was not a single sentry in sight. I touched the hilt of the holy silver dagger at my waist, and I could let them all die silently in their sleep, but since Keith planned to use them as a sharpening stone for training soldiers, I didn't even start. Necessary. I controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and landed on the ground. After activating the hidden spell card, I started looking for Mark's trace. I plan to talk to him and understand what he has gone through over the years and why he has no restoratives, but I have nothing to do. I plan to talk to him here. First let him fall asleep with sleep magic and then take him out of the camp. After that, if he loses his memory, I will help him remember it slowly. If he doesn't want to go back, I will beat him until he changes his mind. If necessary, I can involve the soul. After searching in the camp for a long time, I couldn't find Mark's trace. I couldn't help being a little surprised. According to the truth, Mark, as the third in command of the robber, even if there is only one name, should sleep in a comfortable place, but I just put he may have searched everywhere but he has not been found. This situation shouldn't have happened unless, with my left hand backhand, I drew the holy silver dagger back 1 square, then suddenly turned around, yan. The dagger struck with a crisp sound. I chanted the spell quickly and released a silent magic before awakening the other bandits. After a missed hit, the attacker did not immediately rush, but drew another dagger and threw it at me. I drew sideways, and the whole dagger was nailed to the trunk. The body of the dagger was completely submerged, leaving only a grip. The handle is outside, and at the same time I can see the identity of the attacker. It is Mark Manking. Wait, let's talk. I hurriedly said. I don't have the habit of talking to dead people. Mark's voice was much hoarse than I thought, and it was also full of murderousness. I am 100% sure that he has amnesia. Up. Mark threw a dagger in front of him with his right hand back. Mia used this technique many times. Its name is pulling technique. The technique is to slam into the opponent's arms quickly, passing down, then holding the opponent's head backhand to twist the opponent's neck. The action is fast and fierce, but it is basically impossible to counteract the subsequent process once it is hit. When Mark pounced on me, my hairs all exploded. When Mia threw it into my arms, it was called Zionjayo, and she couldn't really break my neck. At most I would hang it on my body. It's fine, but if Mark is pounced on it, then death is present? I don't want to experience the feeling of being broken my neck. When wearing the three-dimensional mobile device, I couldn't do many dodge movements, so I quickly moved away from the place with a teleport. The duration of the mute magic is almost over. If I can't silence Mark during this time, this action will fail. I can't help but feel annoyed when I think of this. I blame myself for underestimating the enemy, because the opponent is a friendly. Some reckless actions resulted in the current situation. Mark. I yelled behind him. Mark didn't stop at all. He stabbed me with a backhand. I quickly blocked his dagger with a short sword, and the two holy silver weapons collided sharply again. I made the dagger in your hand for you, I yelled. Mark didn't move and hit my throat with the other hand. I blocked the move with my left hand. I'm Gao Wen, your friend, have you forgotten? Shut up to Laozi, Mark roared, and the dagger pierced my heart in an extremely awkward position. I taught him this trick. I don't remember these things you said. This trick is still I taught you. My voice was a bit dry, and my nose was sour. The duration of the silent magic was only 3 seconds, and the result seemed to be unchangeable. I kicked Mark away at the price of being slashed in my left arm, and asked in a trembling voice, what about Mia? Did you forget about her too? Mark stopped suddenly. Mia, my daughter. Mark pressed his head with one hand, with an expression of pain on his face. No, I promised her. I will definitely come back. I promised her. But no matter what happens, what's wrong, I will never forget you, Mia. He leaned against the tree and gasped, still staring at me. Who are you? Why do you know my daughter's name? Me. This guy will never get rid of the attributes of daughter control, and why do I really want to hack him? Although there are 10,000 grass and mud horses running past in my heart, I still retain my basic sense. I really have nothing to say to Mark, who only remembers his daughter but forgets everything else. I knew it from the beginning. Timia, isn't it all done? Really, it was a waste of money. After a few seconds of silence, I stared into Mark's eyes and said, this is not a place to talk. I will tell you everything in another place. How do I know if you have set up an ambush elsewhere? I have basically recovered my calm, then you will lead the way. I spread out my hands and inserted the sacred silver dagger back into the scabbard. I have only one person. If I have enough manpower, I don't need to care about this mob. Mark, after being silent for a while, he took the other dagger back and put away both daggers, and nodded to me. My instinct tells me there is no danger. Come with me. Mark turned around and exposed his back to me. Walking outside the camp, I pursed my mouth and followed him. After walking a distance of almost 100 meters, Mark found a stone of the right size and sat down with his back against the big tree. There is plenty of light, good visibility, not easy to be attacked, and it is well connected, not far from the bandits' camp, which is conducive to escape. Although I exposed my back before, his muscles are always tight, ready to fight back and evade at any time. It seems that he is still very vigilant. I didn't sit down, but moved a distance of 3 meters with him, and found a position conducive to the flying of the three-dimensional mobile device, facing Mark with my back against the big tree. You're looking for me? Why? Mark asked stiffly. Because we met and had a good relationship before. I thought you were dead, but you didn't. So I want to know why you didn't die but didn't come back to find us. I staring at him and saying, you. Mark frowned. I don't even remember that I knew you. You just said that you remember someone other than your daughter. I gritted my teeth a little. You, before I left, I gave me a box. There were 8 gold bars and a letter in the box. Do you remember these? You said please entrust Mia to me. Would you like me to recite the content of the letter? Mark did not answer immediately, only holding his head without saying a word. It took a long time to speak. I seem to remember a little bit, but you look different from him. 5 years? You see that you are the same as 5 years ago. No, I said irritably. Some things can't be changed. Black hair and black eyes are always right. Mark opened his mouth, and finally just nodded to me in recognition of what I said. Thanks to Gawain, although I can't think of more, but at least my memory in retrospect tells me that you are trustworthy. Mia is now. How have you been? I rolled my eyes and replied, she is doing well now. I took her to the training corps. Tomorrow? Oh no, it's today. In the training corps, I will pass you. There is Mia in the resident team. Come with me and I will take you to see her. Now tell me what you have experienced over the years, and what happened that year caused your amnesia. Mark was silent for a few seconds, nodded and said, okay, I will go with you. As for the things I have done in the past 5 years, you, as a trainer, may not be able to listen. My identity is a robber. His hands are covered with blood. Stop talking about nonsense. I said disdainfully. You would never say that 5 years ago. Well, Mark sighed. Don't tell Mia. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a pile of corpses. My right eye was so painful that I couldn't see anything. My head was so painful and I couldn't remember anything. Who am I? Why am I here? Before? What happened? I can't recall these things no matter how I remember them. I just remember that I promised a very important person to go back alive, so I packed up my weapons and got up from the corpse, avoiding everyone on the road. Escaped, ran to a stream and passed out there. When I woke up again, it was in a camp of bandits. They found me when they were walking by the creek and planned to pull me in. They also told me that my right eye was blind and there was no way to save. Their leader was called Jihaben Sand. He took me and more than 40 robbers to attack the nearby caravan. If anyone resists, kill them, because I am strong and dare to kill, so my status has improved rapidly. In half a yearly became the second commander of the bandit regiment. I stayed in this bandit regiment for 2 years until it was wiped out by the gendarmerie. During this period, I had 23 lives in my hands. They were all caravan guards, killed by me in resisting the plunder. I joined another bandit group soon. This band is full of innocent guys. They will raid villages in remote areas, kill men, and take beautiful women captive for them to vent their desires. I don't think I will be reduced to like them, so I only stayed for a month and left, and after 3 months I got the news that they were annihilated. I ran to open land and opened for 3 months. As a result, I found that I couldn't adapt to this boring and peaceful life, so I started doing my old job again and became a robber. I joined a bandit group again, but it was wiped out in less than a month, so I had to go to the underground street to avoid the limelight. As a result, I stayed in the underground street for more than a year. I didn't leave the underground street until a year ago. Started to form my own bandit group, fight with other bandit groups, besieged and suppressed by the gendarmerie. A total of 4 sieges and suppressions cost us heavy losses, so last week I had to disband the jackals. Everyone divided the money and buried the dead brothers, then I went to different things. I plan to use the bandit group now to get rid of the wanted, and then go shopping around the wall to see if I can draw me to think of something, but you will come before my plan is implemented. Mark sighed after saying this, and after a few seconds of silence, he looked at me and asked, "How is it? Do you think I am full of bad luck?" "It's okay," I shrugged. "You didn't treat innocent women and the child starts. It is similar to my moral bottom line." "Moral bottom line?" Mark repeated the word questioningly, and smiled disdainfully. "Then your bottom line is really low enough." Expressionless, now it is another thing that gives me a headache. "What's the matter?" Mark asked. "How can I explain to Mia?" I sighed, covering my face with my hands. "I told her the news of your death, and now I want me to tell her that you are not dead, but missing and amnesia. How can this make me speak?" Mark was silent for a long time this time, and he thought for a long time before he said, "Or we won't act together. I will continue to mix in the bandit group. You will find a chance to tell her and I will reappear after you tell her." Mark flinched. "Make a face, this is your daughter," I said, resisting the urge to kill him, and Mark grinned reluctantly. "Sorry Gawain, I just don't know how to face her. You tell her to let her have. I'm mentally prepared. Just like that, I'll withdraw first." Mark finished speaking and turned and ran towards the bandit camp. Damn. I took a step slower and failed to stop him. Looking at Mark's fleeing figure, I couldn't help but yell at him, "I have never seen a brazen person like you." After returning to my camp, I slept for a few hours to replenish my strength before rushing to the training corps. When I arrived at the corps, it was already breakfast time. I directly tied the horse to the railing next to the canteen and walked in. Canteen. Gavin. Mikasa found me for the first time, and exclaimed happily, "Brother Gavin." Mia immediately greeted me. "Is your mission completed?" I didn't answer, but stared at me with a complicated expression. "Mia, what's wrong?" "Brother Gawain." Mia touched her face puzzledly. "Is there anything on my face?" I bit my lip and said, "Mia, there is something. I want to tell you something. Let's talk about it in another place." "Oh." Mia nodded in confusion, but out of trust in me, she still followed me to the cafeteria. After confirming that there were no others, I hugged Mia's shoulders with my hands and said, "Mia, promise me that you have to stay calm after knowing this, can you?" I was suddenly hugged by my shoulders. Mia was taken aback for a moment, but then she calmed down and nodded and said, "Well, Brother Gawain, I promise you." I swallowed, organized a speech, and said, "Captain Keith found me yesterday and then tell me a piece of news. Your father may still be alive." Mia immediately covered her mouth with her hands and looked at me in surprise. I didn't pause and continued, "I went to find you based on the clues provided by Keith. Father, I want to know why he didn't die, so why didn't he come back, only to find that he has amnesia." "Amnesia? So how is he now?" Mia asked quickly. "He lost one eye, and everything else is fine." I rubbed Mia's head and comforted, "Don't worry, he will be reminded by me. I immediately thought of you, but he still doesn't know how to face you, so he entrusted me to tell you the news first so that you can be mentally prepared." "Yeah." Mia lowered her head and did not speak. Are you okay?" I asked, watching Mia's performance a little worried. "Brother Gawain, I want to be quiet." Mia said, "Okay." I pursed my lips and left silently. "Gavin, what happened? Where's Mia?" As soon as they returned to the cafeteria, the crowd gathered around and asked in a rush, "Your mission is finished. Where is Mia?" "Nothing. It's all gone. I need to have breakfast first. The task is not finished yet." I waved away everyone, then took breakfast and sat next to Mikasa. Mia's father Mark is still alive, but I am amnesia. I'm working on this now. Before Mikasa asked me, I spoke first. If I'm not mistaken, the marching training plus bandits, I should have watched this story. The protagonist in the bandit night attack training and a group of people took away their three-dimensional mobile devices, and also took Harista away. As hostages, the protagonist and his party finally defeated the robbers with their own wisdom and subdued them all, regained the three-dimensional mobile device, and rescued Harista. The plot is probably like this. The performance of both parties in the play is basically immature, and the action plan is full of loopholes. And the first day was spent in a boring march. I was not interested in participating. The itinerary is so simple. Although I think you can easily complete this training with waste like you, it is just not enough. Even in an extraordinary period, a soldier is a soldier. No matter what the situation is, don't forget the awareness of fighting and don't lose patience. Don't be held back by peace. This training schedule is also a battle, don't forget this. On the platform, Keith was speaking loudly to a group of trainers, while I was hiding in the distance and taking a peek. The next step is to follow Mia secretly and prepare to help if necessary. Marching training is to divide each squad into two, from the training core camp to the target location to obtain a certificate and take it to the camp, one way 40 kilometers. Among them, the monitor of Class 1 of Class 9 is Mark, the recorder is Ammon, the monitor of Class 2 is Thomas, and the recorder is Mikasa. Both classes set off from the training base at the same time, marching on both sides of the vast wasteland, and finally exchanged information at the target location, in the forest, and then returned to the training base along the route of the other class. The purpose of training is, maintain a sense of crisis in the context of a sense of crisis. Mia was assigned to the first class, which is the class that was attacked in the plot. I asked Torquis to make this arrangement, because I doubt that if the robbers attacked Mikasa, Yanni, Reiner, and Bertold can survive the second class. It's really annoying. Tracking in the wasteland is the most troublesome. Just go straight to the forest and wait for them. Looking at the trainers who were going to go in different directions after Keith's training, I said to myself, are you going to follow Mia's first class? Keith's voice sounded behind him. Yes, I replied casually. Anyway, robbers will definitely attack them. I have to be a nanny to ensure that they won't hurt them. It's too heavy to remember. That's right, do me a favor. Keith unceremoniously stuffed a pad and a pen into my hand. It's up to you to advise on their training score. Come to right, I just helped you once, don't refuse. That is to say, can't you be too rushed to hurry? Ma Kei said helplessly while riding a horse on the wasteland. Ming said weakly, since let us go slowly, the fool is on the way. Rang said nonchalantly, just take a rest and walk slowly. I don't know how to walk slowly. Aaron subconsciously said, if you want to walk slowly, then I'll go on my way first. Aaron speeded up after saying, wait Aaron. Ammon called out quickly, but there is still marching discipline. Marco Ye hurriedly stopped Aaron, and at the same time turned to look at Jean. What should I do, Jean? Ask me what I do? No matter how good this kind of training is done, I can't enter the gendarmerie. Let the expressionless response. Don't be like this. Marco stopped. Anyway, concentrate on training now. Impossible. Jan said unceremoniously, hey, it's too early to conclude now. Marco said helplessly, you don't know how to be patient at all. Aaron said, I send what's wrong with complaining. Let the counterattack say, it's okay if you complain to make time pass faster. Connie sighed, yeah, the road is still far. Sasha replied weakly. The quarrel between the two was ended. I can't stand it. Finally, he let out a helpless sigh. It's so lazy, I said on a small hill in the distance, looking at the slowly advancing team. The messenger card placed on Mia faithfully transmitted their conversation to my ears, and Hawkeye the technique allows me to observe all their actions. The instructors have all hinted to you so obvious, and as a result, they didn't pay any attention to them. I really don't know what to say about you. Compared with other people, Mia, who was at the end of the team with an absent-minded expression, received the most attention from me. Just now, no matter how other people in the team made trouble with Tang Mia, Mia did not say a word. I was really worried about her. Mark scolded countless times, but his daughter wanted me to worry about everything, so she just gave it to me. The team marched quietly for half an hour again, and could not help but grumble again. Really, I want to go with the lizard. He looked unhappy at the lizard that was moving at the same speed as him. That kind of lizards are rare. Marco glanced at the lizard and said, it's delicious. Sasha also looked at the lizard and said, with an expression of yearning, it's delicious, when at home. I often hang it and eat it. It tastes a bit like chicken. You can cook. Surprised Sasha, of course it will, it's too easy. Sasha replied confidently, you forgot that most of the meat at the party was grilled by me, and other foods were made by me, Mikasa, and Gawain. My craftsmanship is very good, not bragging at all. Okay. A smile appeared on Jean's face. He turned his head to the front, and rushed forward with the belly of the horse. Hey! Marco on the side cried out in surprise, if it can be used as food security training, hunting lizards is better than marching like this, right? Turned his head and said to Marco with a smug look, don't be like this. Kristen said nervously, obviously worried about the safety of the lizards, don't just kill the little animals. I'm going. Aaron finally encountered a chance to please the goddess and be right with his enemy. Naturally, I will not miss it easily. Carrying the horse's belly forward, let's run away while preparing to hunt the lizard. In front, let Zhang Zhang stare intently at the lizard that is getting closer and closer to him, with more and more smiles on his face. After seeing that the distance is almost the same, he violently pulled out the wooden boxes on both sides of his body. Double the sword, once again clipped the horse belly to speed up. Haha. He shouted and swung his knife at the still unconscious lizard. He seemed to have seen a delicious meal in front of him. Yan? The sound of the double-edged collision suddenly broke his dream, and he looked forward with surprise, and saw that Eren blocked his attack with a knife for the lizard. The lizard looked up at the two of them, and then speeded up. Up. Eren and let the controlling horse take a step back and stand opposite each other. What are you going to do? Let the dissatisfied questioning. This is not playing. Eren responded unceremoniously. Without this kind of training followed by the instructor, there is no way to add points. Ren said disdainfully. The whole team stopped. Don't make a noise. Marco immediately dismissed. You are kids. Is it? You deserve to say me too. Jean was obviously already a little dizzy, and said stiffly, let you bear it. Marco was also a little angry. Is it necessary to bear it? Jean Ying said, if something goes wrong, I have to report it. Marco stared at him and said without flinching, then turned to look at Armin. Don't remember this in advance, Armin. Ming. I understand. Ming responded quickly. Just remember that Jean Kirstein's food security training was hindered by Eren Yeager. Jean gritted his teeth. What did you say? Eren said angrily. It's delicious. Sasha suddenly yelled, interrupting their quarrel, and at the same time attracted everyone's attention. Even the distracted Mia was no exception. Seeing Sasha sulking, Marco couldn't help but sighed helplessly. Let's go. Yeah. The momentum suddenly weakened, and the team began to advance again. So big, everyone can I got it. Shasya fell behind the team and said with regret, the sun is gradually sinking to the west, and the team has just completed half of the distance. This speed is really slow. It took more than 9 hours to complete the 20 kilometers. It is necessary to know the longest time for the 42 kilometers of the marathon. It was only 6 hours, and the speed at which they rode was no different from walking. After waiting for them for more than an hour in the morning, I lost my patience. I rode a horse to the forest first, solved lunch and took a nap by hunting in the forest, and then waited for them until the evening. The food rationed by the Corps is really tasteless. Connie sighed. Soon after entering the forest, the guys randomly found a creek and set up camp there to make a fire and cook. They neither searched the surroundings to eliminate risks nor arranged for people to watch out. Obviously, the marching system mentioned by the instructor has long been left behind. It would be great if I caught that lizard before. Sasha said regretfully. Okay, don't talk about lizards. Letting said depressed. I ran to hunt lizards before. Eren sneered. There was a stunned sound, and he sneered. It's more realistic than hunting Titan, right? What do you mean by that? And why are you training the Corps for? Eren hearing this, he immediately stood up angrily. Two guys, here again. On a big tree 20 meters away from them, I sighed with my right hand holding my forehead. Keys putting these two guys in a group is a big mistake. Don't think of peace when they are there. At least it's not here to die. Jean stood up and stood opposite to Eren. What are you talking about? Some things are better not to be said nonsense. Eren stared at him and said, this. Ammon looked nervously at the quarreling two people, holding a pen in his hand, wondering if he should remember. Don't remember, Alman? Ma Jianzhong stopped him quickly. This is just a small chat after dinner. The physical conflict between Eren and Jean's quarrel attracted everyone's attention, resulting in no one spotting the robbers who had secretly lurked around them. Even Mia was absent-minded and didn't find the surrounding ones abnormal. With a single-barreled shotgun in one hand, Mark sneaked into a tree only 10 meters away from the training camp, and stared at Mia's side face with one eye. He rubbed it with his other hand. With a light sigh on his face, he moved back, even though he knew it was not the time to meet. I curled my mouth, took a small stone from my pocket and threw it towards Mark's head. After being hit by the stone, Mark suddenly looked back at where I was. I stretched out my right hand and shook his middle finger. After another thumbs-down gesture, he said with his lips, despise you, Mark, I despise you. Mark's eyes can also see things in the dark, and he can also read lips. I believe him understand what I mean. Mark took a deep breath, did not respond to me, but continued to leave. After venting my unhappiness with Mark, I changed a comfortable position and lay on the tree trunk and continued to watch Eren them. Although according to the plot, the bandits would choose to wait for the trainers to fall asleep before launching an attack, taking Krista hostage and stealing everyone's three-dimensional mobile device, but the ghost knows whether the plot will happen because of Mark's intervention change. I always have to be prepared for. The night was getting deeper, and the noisy people quickly fell asleep, one by one in sleeping bags like dead pigs, except for Holstein sitting in a daze by the creek because of a bad mood. None of them he was awake, neither sentry posts nor traps and sirens were arranged. It was so amateurish that he couldn't be more amateurish, and the training results didn't know where. The robbers are ready to act. A total of 5 people, including Mark, approached the training camp to rob the three-dimensional mobile device, and 4 others were driving 2 carriages ready to respond. It seems that 3 people remained in the robber camp. The 9 people all put a sack on their heads with 2 slits cut out with a knife to expose their eyes. 4 of the 5 people in charge of the action picked up a shotgun, and the remaining one carried an ordinary hatchet. Can't even afford a gun, but it's really poor. I remember it all for me. The action for a while is never allowed to kill. If you don't want to be chased by the gendarmerie to the end of the world, let me take care of yourself. Understand, a robber in the lead whispered, and the rest the four nodded one after another. Very good. The bandit leader glanced at everyone, waved, go. Yeah. Aaron was awakened by a scream, and then heard the sound of the horse running around after being frightened. Don't move. A cold barrel reached the forehead of Aaron. The above made him wake up immediately, and when he looked intently, he saw a man with a cloth bag on his head and his face pointed at him. Put the three-dimensional mobile devices aside. Move faster. The robber shouted. At this moment, everyone who trained the soldiers had fully awakened, and they all showed a bewildered look. What do you want it to do? Aaron gradually calmed down. Someone wants it. Sell it for money. The robber who pointed the gun at Aaron replied, his tone full of disdain. Anyway, I can't win, Titan. What's wrong with letting these useless weapons come in handy? Aaron gritted her teeth and tightened her muscles to fight back. Mia secretly scanned the four robbers, once again pulled out a knife from his back. Mark finally couldn't help but stepped forward. After seeing that the other three robbers were not paying attention to him, he grabbed Mia's hand, whispered, it's me? Mia's eyes widened suddenly, and her body began to tremble. She bit her lip firmly, staring at Mark and never moved away. On the other side, Aaron suddenly grabbed the barrel of the gun and lifted it up. Everyone, counterattack. It's a pity that except for Aaron, all the trainers were terrified by the bandit's shotgun and did not dare to move. People's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and rushed to another robber. The robber who was fighting for the shotgun with Aaron quickly pulled the shotgun and oriented the barrel roughly in the direction of Jean. I was about to pull the trigger, but Aaron suddenly released the shotgun and hit a knee between the robber's legs. I taught him this trick. Now it's all right. Things are starting to get out of the plot. The direction developed, and I silently took out a pair of swords and waited. Aaron took the shotgun one by one, and another smashed the robber who was trying to retake the shotgun to the ground. Bah! The gunshot sounded abruptly, and everyone suddenly felt tight and hurriedly looked at the place where the gunshot was shot. I saw that the movement of letting froze in the air, and his fingers could almost touch the robber in front of him, and his right face a blood stain appeared. Don't move, or I will kill her. At this moment, the fifth robber also grabbed the tied Krista and drove over, and threatened with the knife on Krista's neck. Disintegrated everyone's will to resist. Useless guy. The leader of the robber stepped forward and kicked the robber who fell to the ground. He snatched the shotgun from Aaron and knocked him to the ground with a butt, because Krista was being coerced. The trainers dare not move at all. You three, go and put the three-dimensional mobile device over there. Be honest. The bandit leader pointed to Marco, Ammon, and Connie again, and the three of them had no choice but to do so. This little girl followed us as a hostage, and we will let her go when we reach the destination, but if you dare to catch up. The bandit leader held Krista in one hand and a hunting knife around her neck. The above gestures, I actually enjoy the feeling of opening someone's neck. Mark had already secretly completed the initial exchange with Mia at this time, and returned to the band of robbers, for training Aaron etc. For human purposes, I do not intend to take care of this group of robbers, and Mark also intends to use this group of robbers to complete his escape plan, and then it depends on how things develop. After watching the bandits leave, the morale of the trainers was extremely low. If all of you resist together, it should be able to change the situation. Standing at the forefront of the team, Aaron said with his head down and his back facing everyone. Everyone said silently, that's yours. Thinking, let him squint at him and said, I don't think so. It's your irresponsible behavior that almost killed everyone. It's really an enemy, this has to be a quarrel. I was on the tree. Shrugged silently. Training is over. Marco said with difficulty after a few seconds of silence, yes. Ammon weakly echoed, are you going to abandon Harista? If it's Gawain, he will never give up. Teammate. Aaron squeezed his fist when he heard the words, and Marco looked at him helplessly and said, no, but what can we do by ourselves? So ask the instructor for instructions. If it's too late, what? Aaron asked rhetorically, looking back at Marco. I don't want to go back like this. I absolutely must save Harista, even if I go alone. Aaron. He opened his mouth and tried to persuade him, but Aaron walked forward regardless. Aaron. Ammon called out quickly, wait. Suddenly he said, and stepped to chase Aaron. The horses ran away. How do you find them? Jean said, grabbed Aaron by the shoulder and pulled him. What does it have to do with you? Aaron roared, waved, and opened Jean's hand. Of course it's related. I want to go too. Letting glared at him and said, huh. Aaron was taken aback for a moment. I don't want to go back so sullenly. After a few seconds of silence, he explained, and behind him, there was the 6 people from also came over. Everyone. Aaron stared at everyone in a daze, and didn't know what to say. The plot is barely back on track, and these guys finally didn't disappoint me too much. I smiled, and left here quietly. After I found my horse in another place, I rode to the bandit camp. There shouldn't be any major problems anymore, and I don't need it. Having been a bodyguard for them, it's time to help Mark get out. As long as the military police and the robbers think that Mark, is dead, I have a plan for this. If I remember correctly, the robbers in the anime seem to set off in batches. There are 3 carriages, 2 hostages, and a 3-dimensional mobile device. The last one only appeared once during the protagonist's exploration and was not attacked. The protagonist attacks them. Since it is divided into batches, I touched my nose. Mark will definitely not choose the first batch, because if you want to get out, the second batch is definitely more convenient, and these robbers are not the first time to rob. It is impossible. There is no money, so the possibility of the third carriage with money is extremely great. In this way, when the first group of bandits leave, there will be no more people left in their camp. At this time, I can attack their camp and work with Mark to kill everyone and burn the camp and destroy the corpses. Extinction, so that everyone will think that Gassy, Mark, is dead, and the dead will not speak. At that time, I will come forward and admit that I have killed those robbers. No one will suspect that I deliberately let them go. It is a great trick to hide from the sky and get out of the shell. I just don't know if Mark can cooperate with me. Horses always run faster than carriages. When I rushed to the camp of the bandits, their team was still a long way away from their camp. According to the plot, they chose to set off during the day, and now it's still before dawn. At least 3 hours, I can find a place to sleep first. In the early morning, I opened my eyes and it took a few seconds to realize where I was. In order to prevent the beasts from attacking and to avoid camping, I slept directly on the tree. Looking in the direction of the robber camp from the tree, plumes of smoke are rising from the woods. Obviously they are eating breakfast. I don't know if they are confident or stupid. If it is me, it must be as soon as I grab the stuff. Run, people want to chase but can't catch up, instead of going back to the camp to rest and eat breakfast before leaving. Speaking of breakfast, my stomach can't help but growl. I haven't had breakfast yet. Hurry up to solve them and then deal with this problem. In the camp, all the robbers except Mark took off their headgear. They were completely unaware that the hostage on the side could see and remember their faces. This combat quality was really low. Kane, the 7 of you will take the hostages and the 3-dimensional mobile device to go first. Gassy, I and Vincent will go in the second batch. We will meet in the Black Street. The bandit leader checked the shotgun in his hand and said, since it is stupid to call out the name of his companion in front of the hostage without intending to kill the hostage, it's no wonder that they obviously had the advantage at the beginning, but they were finally overturned by the protagonist and a group of people. This shows that IQ is really important? Yes, boss. The robber named Kane responded, and began to gather people to prepare for the transfer. I twisted my neck in the tree. If there are 4 people, I should be able to handle it easily, but one very important thing is not to make too much noise. This is what I just thought of, because if there is a disturbance, let them drive. The gun might alarm their companions, and it would be bad if they disrupted Aaron. After waiting patiently for more than 10 minutes, the first group of robbers who left finally moved away from the camp. I am also ready to do it. 3 of the 4 robbers gathered together to chat and laugh, and the leader stood with Mark. The 2 are 10 meters apart, and they don't seem to be able to be resolved quickly. Will Mark also say otherwise? To accomplish my goal, I must first solve one enemy without being spotted by another, or, after careful observation, I suddenly discovered something. They have 4 shotguns in total. The camp is now there are 2 shots, which are in the hands of the bandit leader and Mark, which means that as long as the bandit leader is resolved, they will lose the means of firing a shot and warning. This will be much easier. I moved my muscles and bones slightly, and started to control the 3-dimensional mobile device to fly in the direction of the bandit leader and Mark. Gassy, are you really not thinking about staying? After we finish this vote, we can do more. The bandit leader looked at Mark and said sincerely, as you can see, except for K and he and the others besides these people are all newbies who dare not even kill people, and I am different from you, Ban Luo. Mark interrupted him unceremoniously, I won't go and kill a pregnant woman who can't resist. Okay, Ban Luo shrugged, that's it. What do you say? Say. Today next year is your anniversary. When I heard Mark's words, I couldn't help but flew out quickly, and a hook was nailed to Ben Luo's abdomen, and then he pierced his heart with a knife. Gawain. Mark was taken aback. I didn't answer him. Instead, I cut off Ban Luo's head with a single knife. The blood sprayed all over us. Boss. The 3 robbers who were chatting noticed immediately. In the situation here, I quickly grabbed the weapon and rushed towards me. Sorry, I wanted to be a bit neater, but I couldn't hold back when I heard you say that he was doing the pregnant woman. I wiped the blood from my face and said, aren't you supposed to take care of Mia? Mark asked quickly, reaching out to grab my shoulder. The 3-dimensional mobile device I controlled accelerated and avoided his hand, and flew towards the 3 robbers. The battle ended very quickly, and after a few seconds I flew back, shrugged and said to Mark, please, your daughter is not a newborn kitten. Even if they chase your companion, you don't have to worry so much. Are they chasing the robber? Mark was shocked when he heard the words, and I said, it's hopeless. This guy's daughter's control attribute is really hopeless? Wait, how can they catch up without a horse? Mark suddenly reacted, and do they even care about the lives of their companions? It is because your companions kidnapped their companions that they made their decision, determined to chase it. I said helplessly, think about the hours you were wasting here, enough to prepare them. They won't be in danger. Mark asked after a few seconds of silence. Although the bandits' combat effectiveness and combat quality are very poor, they have guns and hostages after all, and those trainees are even basic. I don't have any weapons. So it's my brain. I shrugged, my companion is much smarter than the robber, and 3 years of training is not a waste of time. Mark's expression was obviously relaxed. He wiped the blood that had just been splashed on his body and asked, what should we do now? Don't we help them? First burn the corpse and the camp, destroy the corpse, then the wanted for you will also be cancelled because you are dead. I glanced at him and said, then just reply to the Quan faction with me. Even if you can't fully recover your memory, you can have a job there, and there are no problems there. Less good brothers you knew before, they will be very happy to hear that you are still alive. Leave it to me about the burning. You go see Mia and the others. We will meet in the small town later. Mark nodded and said, I should go to the enthroner you mentioned, and face something. I'm not polite with him, nodded and turned and flew towards the road in the forest. Although I don't think they would be in any danger, there is always nothing wrong to check it out just in case. You, don't come here. Otherwise I'll kill her. In front of a big tree by the road, the robber named Kane yelled with a knife on Krista's neck. There was another on his right. A robber was pointing his shotgun at the trainers in front of him. Marco confronted him with another shotgun. The others were staring at the bandit Kane who hijacked Krista with double knives in their hands. Let go of Krista. Aaron yelled, no. You immediately unlock the three-dimensional mobile device on your body and leave here, or I will kill her. Kane gritted his teeth. Damn it, how did things happen like this? When the trainers heard his threat, they couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if they should do what he said. Hurry up. I'm not talking to you. Kane's knife was attached to Krista's neck. A blood stain was cut on her snow-white neck, and everyone hurriedly stepped back for fear of irritating him. Seeing everyone retreating, Kane relaxed a little, and the knife in his hand was a little farther away from Krista's neck. Now solve. Kane's words were not finished, when a hook suddenly shot into him from the tree. Then a swift figure jumped down and snatched the knife in his hand and kicked him 3 meters away. Mikasa. Ammon cried out in surprise. Their reinforcements finally came. On the other hand, Yanni also brought down Kane's accomplices neatly, and the band of bandits declared a solution. Mikasa took a pair of knives and walked towards Kane, who was coughing and looking painful, and said, You're done, just grab it with your hands. Cough. Damn it. Kane covered his stomach with painful expression, but suddenly took out his left hand. He pointed a pistol at Mikasa. Go to hell. Ah. Kane screamed while clutching his severed hand. I stood beside him blankly, and stepped his head into the mud with my left foot. Gawain. Mikasa looked at me in surprise. I was a little overwhelmed for a while. I didn't hesitate to knock on her head with a violent thud, and said, How many times have I told you, I can't relax my vigilance until the enemy completely loses combat effectiveness. If I was just a step late, it's miserable. Wu Mikasa lowered his head and looked aggrieved, and said in an insignificant voice, I will teleport. I relentlessly shuddered again. Are you treating everyone else as air? Okay, I was wrong. Mikasa stuck out his tongue at me. I couldn't help but froze. Mikasa was actually taking the initiative to sell cute. This is in front of everyone? Gawain? Why are you here? The crowd in Class 9 finally reacted and gathered around me in a swarm. Squad leader Gawain, are you alright? Okay, it's all quiet, but they asked. After it was almost done, I said loudly. Everyone in Class 9 immediately calmed down and focused on me. This bandit attack was not an accident, but Captain Keith had arranged it a long time ago. The robbers are mostly novices, and they can just exercise you, but your performance makes me as the squad leader very embarrassing, so I will take a good look at your assessment of this mission. I smiled and said. As soon as the voice fell, everyone who was assigned to the first team suddenly wailed, and Daz, who was stolen from the 3D mobile device because of carelessness in the second team, also looked depressed. Gawain, can't you just be accommodating? Aaron leaned over and begged, Yes, Gawain, this is just an accident. Besides, don't we also kill the bandit group? Connie also smiled. He echoed, Come less. I slapped on the head of Aaron. In the whole marching training, you and let the performance are the worst. Although the following actions are done well, it can't change this fact. I will report it truthfully. Aaron and Rank's expressions froze immediately. Without giving them a chance to speak again, I continued. Also, do you think the robbers have been caught by you? Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words. Isn't it? Make asked suspiciously. They started in 2 batches. There were 5 people in the second batch, but I killed them all. I shrugged and said, Now I have something to deal with. You bring these robbers to the gendarmerie to report the case. And, severe your hand for this guy, don't let him die. After speaking, I controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew towards the town. Next, I should merge with Mark's association and take him to the restorationist. As for his meeting with Mia, I can arrange it in 3 days. It's been 5 years since the rest days, anyway, so I am not in a hurry. Because I had to rush back to train the Corps, I took Mark to the restorative base and briefly explained to the person in charge of the base, and then left in a hurry, so that afterwards Lance and others met Mark. I haven't seen it. And after returning to the training corps, there are still a lot of things waiting for me. I need to report to Keith about the performance of the 9th Squad on this march, and about the experience, function performance, and improvement opinions of the 3-dimensional mobile device lurker model. I have to write the report, and help everyone in Class 9 point out mistakes and correct them. What a trouble! There is only 1 month left to graduate. I can predict how busy I will be next, and a cruel war is about to come. Oh, I'm so tired. I threw myself on the bed in an unimaginative way, and complained, how come there are so many things? Gawain, you are so embarrassed to say. Connie glanced weakly on the bed. I glanced at me. Because of your report, Instructor Keith fined us to run 40 laps. 40 laps? I feel like my life is gone. Ah, then I am really sorry. I said without sincerity. It's really pleasant to see you being punished. Gavin, your apologies are really insincere. Aaron said with a slight dissatisfaction, and I glanced at him, comfortable the whistle was blown. I really want to beat him. I made a whisper, and several people in the dormitory nodded in agreement. I will invite you to dinner if you win with one hand. I curled my lips indifferently. I'm about to graduate. Have you figured out which corps you will go to next? Connie. I'm not sure yet. Connie shook his head. Actually, if you can go to the gendarmerie, you should be more prestigious after returning to the village. When I came here before, people in the village laughed at me and said how such a short man could be a soldier. With a topic that distracted them, everyone started a lively discussion, and I could hide away and laugh. Near graduation, it is naturally necessary to conduct an assessment, and Keith will also comprehensively consider the final assessment results and usual results in the training corps, and select the top 10 personnel from hundreds of training soldiers. These 10 training soldiers they will be eligible to join the gendarmerie regiment. Even if they do not choose to join the gendarmerie regiment, they can choose to join other regiments to get preferential treatment in other regiments. The top 10 places are all taken by the 9 classes. Next I will announce the list of the top 10, Keith said solemnly, standing on the high platform. 10th place, Crystallines, 9th place, Sasha Blouse, 8th place, Connie Springer, 7th place, Marco Porter, 6th place, Jean Kilstein, 5th place, Aaron Yeager, 4th place, Yanni Ray Earnhardt, 3rd place, Bertold Hoover, 2nd place, Reiner Brown, Chief, Mikasa Ackerman. As soon as Keith finished reading, there was an uproar off the court. Why not Gao Wen? The squad leader of Class 9 is so powerful, why is he not in the top 10? What's the matter? Is there a shady? Everyone's comments came to my ears. I shrugged indifferently, and then Aaron, which was full of dissatisfaction, was pressed down. Calm down, Aaron. The instructor must have made a mistake. Aaron exclaimed, Gawain, you are so powerful, how could you not be in the top 10? Don't worry, the instructor will definitely say it soon. I was expressionless. I opened the mouth and said, it seemed that I was nothing like the protagonist of the matter, as if I hadn't thought of being Aaron. It's all quiet. Keith shouted, and the court immediately became quiet. Everyone turned their eyes to Keith, waiting for his next speech. Gavin Ackerman is out, Keith said after a few seconds of silence. With his extraordinary vision, I noticed that his expression was a bit complicated. I took a silent step forward and saluted Keith. Trainer Gawain Ackerman, you have been conscripted. Behind Keith walked out a man who looked in his early 40s, dressed in brown. A man in a trench coat and a cowboy hat. Someone will pick you up when the day after tomorrow is assigned. Everything about us will be kept secret, and you will be one of us from now on. I stared at the man's face, pupils slightly reduced. I have seen a portrait of this man in the Restorationists. He is Kenny Ackerman, the highest commander of the opposing forces under the Central 1st Gendarmerie Regiment. Kenny glanced at everyone on the court with sharp eyes. Frightened by his aura, everyone bowed their heads and dared not look at him. Kenny smiled disdainfully, waved his hand at me and turned away. Until he left the court, everyone felt light, and an invisible aura disappeared on them. Everyone gasped for breath and looked in the direction Kenny was leaving with fearful eyes, even looking at me. With a little awe. What's the background of that guy? His eyes are so terrible. Yes, when he looks at me, I feel like I'm being stared at by a beast. The training soldiers on the field started talking again. Keith frowned dissatisfiedly and shouted, give your heart. Everyone who heard this immediately calmed down, and hurriedly clenched a fist with his right hand in his heart, and the back of his left hand was saluted behind him. Keith reluctantly nodded. Instructed the representatives of the 3 major corps to come forward and talk about the basic rules for the next voluntary filing. The day after tomorrow, the heads of the 3 major corps gave a speech to recruit people, but now my attention is no longer here. Why would Kenny Ackerman come to me? I am full of this problem now, and I have no time to pay attention to what the people on the high platform are talking about. At the beginning, I thought my identity was exposed. Kenny it came to kill me or set a trap to wait for me to drill, but afterwards I thought it was impossible. But if it was me, I would not do this kind of grassrooting action, but would cause all the power to conceal the action, and kill it in one fell swoop on the other side. Lao Laru Kenny could not have imagined this, so the question went back to the original point. Why did he find me? Assuming that my identity is not revealed, then Kenny came to me for a reasonable explanation because the frequent battles between the armed forces and the opposing forces caused the latter to suffer from a shortage of personnel, so I had to add them from the training corps. The personnel added that after all, cannon fodder is easy to find in this world, but elites are always scarce resources. This explanation is not far-fetched. Of course, there is another explanation, that is, Kenny investigated that I have a relationship with the restitutionists. This is not impossible, but he is still not sure how deep the relationship between us is, so the best way is to put a long line to catch the big fish. Use yourself as a bait and me as a beacon to see if you can catch a big fish. Finally, there is another explanation that Kenny is interested in my Ackerman identity. If I and Mikasa are selected, the purpose is too obvious, so he only selected Gawain. Aaron patted me on the shoulder and interrupted my thinking. Are you okay? It's okay, I shook my head. What's wrong? That, the speech is over and we can leave. Aaron pointed to the high platform and said, I noticed that there was no one on the high platform, and the training soldiers around had already started walking towards the cafeteria, preparing to celebrate the party. Then let's go, too. I sighed and said. Aaron couldn't help but patted my shoulder again. It's alright, Gawain. Joining the secret department should also be a good choice. It's really clumsy. Comfort? I smiled, put my arm around Kenny's shoulder, and waved to the crowd of Class 9 who came up. Stop talking about this, let's go and drink. Celebrate our graduation. I can put Kenny's question aside for the time being, because according to the plot, tomorrow will be the day when the super large titan breaks the city. Because of this, many things will be postponed. Then I will let the Restorionists slowly investigate at the same time. Just come up with a response charter. The next thing to consider is how to save the lives of most of the 9th squad in the super large titan breaking the city as much as possible, while trying to prevent the super large titan from breaking the city. But first I need to ensure Carla's safety first, and I will ask Mikasa for help. The canteen has now become a carnival location. The training corps also provides drinks and meat. With the instructor allowing everyone to act, it is naturally more indulgent. Moreover, as an instructor, Su Jinkin has also joined the carnival. Everyone has some forget about it. Great, I can join the gendarmerie too. Connie laughed triumphantly, raised his glass and drank all the wine in the glass. Don't worry about food anymore. You don't need to think about it. Surely only Sasha could tell. I turned my head to look at the 3 people, Reiner, Bertold, and Yanni, who were gathering together to chat. Except for a few people, no one noticed the undercurrent under the calm surge. Why is my ranking behind Aaron? Let alone drinking sullen wine, damn it. And at a table next to him, Su Jinkin and I were discussing in a low voice. Gao Wen, what do you plan to do with Kenny's question? Don't tell me that you really intend to report to the suppression of the troops. In case this is a trap, you're going to send someone 1,000 miles away. I'm not sure yet. It will take some time to investigate and discuss. To make a conclusion, I replied with a shrug, and even a trap may not keep me. Fart. Don't forget the identity of Kenny. According to our investigation, he is pure blood. Su Jinkin laughed at me. Do you think you will be his opponent? He doesn't necessarily have inheritance, and even if he has it, it may not be complete. As long as I prepare in advance, my chance of escape is as high as 80%. I replied calmly. As long as we go to the opposing suppression force, we can find the reinstatement faction and haven't found the enemy for 5 years. Feng headquarters, Wang Zheng's last barrier is equivalent to the end. But you have only one small life. Su Jinkin stared at me and said, the only ones who travel through are the 2 of us. That's why I said to investigate and discuss. It's a decision. I spread my hands. And this matter can be set aside. That will happen tomorrow. Have you disclosed the information to Captain Irwin? Is it true that you said you didn't go to the gendarmerie? Are you serious about Aaron? Thomas asked. It's obviously hard to get the top 10 results. This is what I decided from the beginning. I didn't work so hard to live in the mainland. Aaron said calmly. I did it to fight Titan and to see the outside world. Impossible. Won it. Thomas suddenly yelled out of control, obviously thinking of some bad memory, and the attention of everyone in the cafeteria was suddenly attracted to him. Thomas looked around, looked at Aaron and said helplessly, you should also know that hundreds of thousands of people have been eaten by them so far. We have lost nearly 20% of the population. The answer is already it's obvious. Thomas's eyes revealed a deep look of fear. Humans can't win Titan. Everyone who heard these words suddenly bowed their heads, and the atmosphere of the party suddenly down to freezing point. So, you give up because you think you can't win? Aaron stared into Thomas's eyes and said, this. Thomas guiltily avoided Aaron and lowered his head. I don't know how to answer. It's true that humans have lost so far, but that's because we don't know anything about Titan. Aaron continued to meet everyone's gaze. It depends on the number of people. Titan, the battle is meaningless. Although we have lost many times, the intelligence gained from it has really brought us hope. Could we just give up the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of people and get it? The information of Titan. Are you waiting to be eaten by Titan? Just kidding. I will kill the Titan without leaving, from the narrow wall to the outside. This is my dream. Humans haven't really lost yet. The whole audience looked at Aaron with surprise. It seemed difficult to accept his theory. I wanted to applaud his words, but considering my current situation of being recruited, I feel a little embarrassed, because I can't say what to go with him. Aaron looked around the crowd and ran out with a disappointed look on his face. Wait a minute, Aaron. Aiming, Mikasa and Mia hurriedly chased them out. I'm going to miss you first. I patted Su Jinkin on the shoulder and walked out. Aaron, what is the dream just mentioned? Amin asked. I borrowed your words a little bit. Aaron smiled, not to go inside the wall but to the outside. Ming hesitated when he heard the words, and then made up his mind and said, I want to join the investigation corps. Aaron was dazed after hearing the words, and asked in an incredible tone, Amin, is it true? You are a genius in theory. Why don't you make good use of your talents in that area? Even if I die, I don't want to be a drag. Amin replied firmly. Aaron froze for a while, no longer speak. I also want to go and see the outside world with Aaron and Arming. Mia said with a smile, and stretched out the arms of Aaron and Arming. Mia. Aaron put her arms around her head, and stopped talking. I want to join the investigation team too. Mikasa said in a timely manner, hey, you are the chief. Aaron suddenly turned back, go to join Xian. Gao Wen, why are you here? Can't I be here? I slapped Aaron on the head and sat down beside him. You all have to join the investigation one by one. Core, leave me aside and no one cares, it hurts me a lot. I said half-jokingly. No, I didn't mean that. Aaron explained in a panic, Okay, I'm just kidding, don't be so nervous. I interrupted with a smile. He said, Aunt Carla, please take care of Aaron. Aaron would die soon if I did not follow. Mikasa said flatly, but I learned from her words I heard a hint of grievance, I don't want to lose my family anymore. Alright, let me hug. I moved to Mikasa and hugged her, don't worry, we won't die, Hunor. Aaron and others have been quite surprised about the intimate behavior of me and Mikasa, Aaron, and others, who said I will die soon, I am obviously very good. Aaron said with a grimace. Sooner or later I will kill all of Titan so that humans can truly be free, instead of being locked in a narrow wall like a livestock. You don't know who the real enemy is. I can't help but sighed, what's the real enemy, Gawain? Amin turned to look at me and asked, nothing, you got it wrong. I shook my head and denied, no, I heard it too. Mia boss came to assist. Gavin, who is the real enemy you are talking about? Aaron stared at me and asked, what are you hiding from us? I was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, why think so? Because your language and attitude when you deny things are exactly the same as my father. Aaron said solemnly, he would talk like this when he didn't want me to know things. Really? I smiled bitterly and touched my face, is it as exaggerated as you said? Where did my father go to Gawain? What are you hiding from us? Aaron is dead staring at me and asking, I helplessly covered my face, why are you so smart now? Yes, we do have a lot of things hidden from you, because those things are too heavy to be burdened by you, and some truths have not yet been made public. Grisha let me choose the right time to tell you the matter. I sighed and said, it's not the right time yet. When will it be? Aaron asked out of control, how long are you going to hide from us? Aaron. Brother Aaron. Mikasa and Mia quickly grabbed him, tomorrow night I will tell you everything. I said with an expression of pain. Aaron couldn't help but stunned. Then apologized, sorry Gaowen, it's okay. I interrupted him and turned and left, and Mikasa hurriedly chased him. After walking with me for a while, Mikasa snorted, pretends to be true, obviously deliberately leaked. I stretched out my hand and tapped her on the head gently, you can see it. Humph, when did you accidentally leak your mouth? Mikasa raised her chin and said smugly. I rubbed her head and sighed, no way, the war is about to begin. I always want to let Aaron, a little psychological preparation in advance, after all, he is the protagonist. The protagonist. Mikasa repeated suspiciously, well, Grisha let him inherit something. As for what it is, you will know tomorrow. I shrugged, she shrugged. Also, tomorrow, no matter what happens, you must remember to protect Aunt Carla first. Although I was puzzled why I had to say this, Mikasa nodded and agreed. Come on, the main force of the investigative corps. Captain Irwin, please expel all Titan. The people gathered together to welcome the investigative corps' expedition, which was completely different from the situation 5 years ago. In contrast, naturally, the strong support of the reinstated Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce and the secret promotion of Wang Zhang are indispensable. After all, it is different from 5 years ago. Before the Wall of Maria was broken, the main pursuit of the wall was stability. The instability factor is naturally a thorn in the eyes of many people, and we must do everything possible to suppress or even eliminate it. But now the situation is different. What did Wang Zhang and the group of investigating corps do to take back the Wall of Maria? If Titan breaks again, who will fight in the first line? For this reason, they had to confess the investigative corps with kind words and green light in many ways. That's why they have this kind of scene where the people are welcome. Look, it's Captain Lai Will. Sabel exclaimed excitedly, I heard that he alone is equivalent to the combat power of a brigade. The brigade in the wall has 120 people. In the noisy crowd, Levi's face couldn't help showing a trace of disgust and intolerance, and he obviously disliked this environment extremely. Look, it's Instructor Su Jinkan. Another training soldier pointed at Su Jinkan, who was one position behind Lai Well, and called out, do you think that Captain Lai Well is better or the instructor is better? Of course, Captain Luel is more powerful. Sabel said decisively, I think the instructor is more powerful. Another trainer retorted, and the two immediately started a quiet argument. I stood quietly behind the two of them and gave a thumbs up to Su Jinkan, who was looking at me from my side. According to the plot, today is the day when the super large Titan breaks, and they chose to do one of them today. The reason is that the investigative corps will conduct an outside investigation today, and the one who can beat it most is gone, and the rest is just a fart. But now with the information I provided, the investigative corps will kill a carbine after setting off for a while. In this way, it should save a lot of people. It's completely different from 5 years ago. There are so many people who are looking forward to the investigation corps. Aaron said enthusiastically, expecting indefinitely that I would become a member of the investigation corps soon. I glanced at him. No opening. Gavin, are you still angry about what happened last night? Aminkin smiled and approached him. You don't know, Aaron, he was like this since he was a kid. I'm not so careful. I shrugged, I'm just a little uneasy. Uneasy. Aiming looked at me suspiciously, something is going to happen. I glanced at him and said, yo, you guys. Uncle Hans's voice sounded behind him, and I, Aaron, Amin, and Mikasa quickly turned around. Uncle Hans. Aaron said hello in surprise. You graduated yesterday, didn't you? Hans smiled and said, that little bit of the past has become so good. Uncle Hans he is obviously a drunkard and became the commander of the garrison. Aaron also said with a smile, you guy. Hannes patted Aaron on the head angrily, can't you say something nice? I've been abstaining from drinking for many years. Ammon and I laughed at what Hans said. Mikasa couldn't help but interject, it's only 5 years since Ming Ming. Ahaha, Hans touched the back of his head indifferently, to me in terms of 5 years, it's already a long time. By the way, should you go to work? Yes, you have to clean up the fixed cannons on the wall. Let's go first, and see Uncle Hans again. I spoke very cooperatively. Deo took Mikasa and walked towards the warehouse. Ammon, Aaron, and Mia quickly followed up. This was the last task arranged by the training corps. After finishing it, they were completely liberated. It's a pity that most people don't know that the super large titan breaking event will end all this. Huh? You said you want to join the investigation corps. On the wall, Aaron opened with a look of astonishment. Connie, you always said that you wanted to join the gendarmerie. Ah, I said it, but... Connie replied while clearing the gun mount, what you said yesterday seems to work. Mina walked over and interjected, huh? Aaron looked at Connie in surprise, don't mess up. Say. Connie shouted hurriedly, this is my own decision. Don't be shy. Thomas walked over and smiled, it's not just you. He scratched his face with his fingers embarrassedly. Thomas, don't you too? Aaron asked incredulously, everyone. Sasha sneaked over and interrupted everyone's chat, I stole from the chief's food vault. The meat. As soon as the words came out, the 5 people present immediately caused a sensation. Sasha, do you want to be locked in a small black room? Aaron hurriedly called, it seems you are really stupid. Sabel said in a daze, idiot is terrible. Connie agreed, and Sasha was flushed and drooling and didn't care about anything. Wait a minute, let us share together. Come on, cut it into slices and eat with bread. Sasha finished with a burst of weird laughter. I glanced at them, stood up from the fixed gun, and started to check my 3-dimensional mobile device. I calculated that the time was almost the same. It will be time for the super large titan to appear in a little while, I planning to try to prevent him from breaking. Under Sasha's temptation, everyone finally chose to divide the meat at lunch. Aaron still turned to look at me and asked, Gawain, do you want to eat? Eat, of course, eat. I smiled, don't forget during lunch. Boom, with a loud noise like thunder in 9 days, the 60-meter-high body of the super-large titan appeared in front of the wall with a huge yellow lightning. Different from seeing him from a distance 5 years ago, this is the first time I have seen him so close. The hunting instinct suddenly flooded my brain, and my body had already rushed out of the wall. The large titan flew away, kill it. A voice yelled in my brain, damn it. I yelled angrily, pushing the mess out of my mind and regaining control of the body. Controlling the 3-dimensional mobile device to fly towards the legs of the super large titan, before thinking about what happened just now, I was already in battle. In the anime, the super large titan only takes a short 10 seconds from appearing to breaking the door in the truest area. It first stimulates high-temperature steam to blow the soldiers on the wall to ensure that they will not be attacked, and then kicks and breaks. The door on the wall completes its main goal, and finally uses the arm to sweep the fixed cannon on the wall to complete the secondary goal, so that humans can only face Titan with flesh and blood. I must hurry up to destroy his plan. Cut off the muscles on its legs, as long as it can't break the door, its other efforts are nothing but mirrorless. Laugh. The muscles of the super large Titan shrank, and the skinless body suddenly spewed hot steam. In this case, the 3-dimensional mobile device could not get close to the body. I immediately pulled out the holy silver dagger and moved it close. On the wall, he inserted the dagger into the wall to stop his downward momentum, and at the same time covered his body with a magic shield to block all the steam. From the perspective of the hunter's vision, I saw that the super large titan relies on the way of transforming its muscles into high-temperature steam to spray out hot air, and this means that it cannot move during the release process. So I will not risk using teleport to fight against the hot air, the risk is controllable. The hot air lasted only 5 seconds. After clearing the field with this skill, the super large titan quickly began to lift my right leg and prepare to break the goal. I immediately returned the sword into the sheath and shot the hook and anchored in the super on the knees of the large titan, then increase the speed to the maximum, pull out the blade and rush towards your goal. The closer I get to the super large titan, the more I can feel its hugeness. To be honest, I have never dealt with such a huge opponent before. I held the blade of my right hand back, and then adjusted the gas injection volume of the 3-dimensional mobile device to the maximum. I started to adjust the center of gravity of my body to make myself spin. You must know about the spiral cut, but I have discussed in depth with Levi and Su Jinkin. At this time, they are naturally not lost when used. A slight sense of blockage came from the blade, and a lot of warm blood splashed on my body, but I didn't care about it. Instead, I continued to cut along the right leg joint of the super large titan at the same time. The right leg of the super large titan is constantly raising. Although I noticed this little bug, the huge size and slow movement of the super large titan made it helpless to me. Can only choose to speed up and break the door as soon as possible, then come faster than anyone else. With a roar, I stopped spinning, controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and the super large titan to a distance of about 10 meters, and then quickly threw the bursting spell cards out in a straight line. Boom. The right foot of the super-large titan hit the door of the wall after falling due to inertia, but fortunately, because it did not reach a sufficient height and the super-large titan was unable to exert any power, the door was only slightly twisted and deformed without being kicked. The first step was successful. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most difficult step has been completed. The next step is to continue to harass and prevent the wound on its right leg joint from recovering. According to the plot Eren, it should have been shot straight to the back of its neck. It will not last long. I once again shot the hook anchor near the joint of the right leg of the super-large titan, and controlled the three-dimensional maneuvering device to fly against it. At the same time, I completely immersed the blade of the double knife into its muscles, creating more in the connecting part. Wound to slow down its recovery. Boom! The super-large titan puts his hands on the wall, and at the same time glances at me with an angry look, and then, sneer. The high-temperature steam spewed out suddenly, almost blowing me off a bit by surprise. Damn. I firmly grasped the handles of the double knives to prevent myself from being blown by the hot wind, and at the same time used the jet device on the three-dimensional mobile device to fight against it. This thrust, it's okay, you won't be arrogant for long. I thought fiercely. I will see how you end up when the hot air is over, Bear told. The hot air lasted for 10 seconds this time. I tried my best to keep myself from being blown away, and the gas had been consumed by more than 1/3. At this moment, the super-large actually chose to support the body with my right leg. The method of breaking the door with the left leg. Oops. I secretly said something bad, and hurriedly manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device to fly towards the joint of his left leg. His body is big and thick, and there is no way I can cause serious damage to it except for the weakness of the back of the neck. The attack only damaged the joint of his right leg so that he could not lift his leg, but there was no problem at all for standing. What the is Eren doing? He should have cut the back of the opponent's neck, right? I looked up with some doubts, but saw the figure of Eren from the super-large titan's back flew to the back of the neck. This guy just got blown away. I can't make it. I know this clearly in my heart. The door on the wall can't stand this foot again, but destroying its joints is still an important task. After kicking the door, it's enough for me to destroy its joints. And without the support of your legs, let me see how you can destroy the fixed cannon on the wall. I manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device to stick it up again, bending its legs all the way across, but I couldn't stop it from breaking the door. Boom! The door of the agency was suddenly torn apart under the huge impact of the super-large titan. The fragments flew several meters across and crashed into several houses before it stopped. Then, because the joints of both legs were damaged, the super-large titan began to fall backwards weakly. Chick! The hot air formed by the high-temperature steam was once again inspired by the super-large titan, which obscured the sight of the audience. Boom! Boom! The sound of two cannons fired abruptly, and the solid shell slammed into the super-large titan, but this was useless except to make up the knife. Its main body, Bear told, had already been steamed by steam. Cover the escaped Yao Yao. Turning around and nailing the hook anchor to the wall, I started to fly upwards. Although I did not succeed in preventing the super-large titan from breaking the door, at least I kept the fixed gun from being destroyed, and the investigative corps would return soon, so training the corps should be able to kill a lot less people this time. Gowan. As soon as they returned to the wall, the crowd gathered around. Eren, which had already come back first, said, "Are you okay? I just saw you prevent it from breaking the door for the first time." "It's okay," I shook my head and said with some regret, "but it failed. This guy is too big." "It's okay, you have tried your best." Eren patted my shoulder comfortingly. "I didn't even cut the back of its neck just now. What are we talking about? We can't move at all." Thomas also said, "You are already good enough for Gawain." "Hey, is it the time to say this?" Connie stared at the gap in the wall nervously. "The wall has been destroyed. If you stop it soon, Titan come in." "What are you doing?" A garrison manning a three-dimensional mobile device flew up from the wall in the direction of the Troost district. When the super-large Titan appeared, the battle had already begun. "Return to the headquarters. Those who have contact with it, don't forget to report." "Yes." The four of us saluted him. "I wish the vanguard a victory," Connie said loudly, and the garrison gave him a solemn look. Head flew outside the wall. Clang, clang, clang. The big bell in the Troost area rang and began to signal the retreat to the residents here. The people took their luggage and began to flee into the Wall of Rose, a scene where the end is coming. "Please bring as little property as possible. Please refuge calmly." The garrison corps tried to maintain order. "Well, my mother is still inside." Eren suddenly remembered this important thing, and turned to go to his home. Rushed in the direction. I immediately grabbed him and said helplessly, "When you think about it, Mikasa and the others may have brought people into the Wall of Rose. Concentrate on fighting, Eren." A trace of embarrassment appeared on the face of Eren, and the nervousness was relieved a lot. "Let's go," Thomas said in a timely manner, and the four of us immediately rushed to the headquarters of the troops in Troost district. "Speaking of who fired the cannon just now," I asked while flying. "Good job." "Aha, there was a cannon fired by a genius and Thomas." Connie immediately became proud of it. "Another cannon. It seems to be the instructor's girlfriend." Instructor's girlfriend. The corners of my mouth twitched. "You try to say this in front of Yanni. Don't go Gawain." Kong and I hurriedly shouted, "Don't tell her, or I will be miserable." I curled my lips and didn't say a word. Yanni fired the cannon to cover Bertold's retreat, right? If this place is broken again, the tragedy of 5 years ago will reappear. We are here to prevent the invasion of Titan. The fixed guns on the wall roared ceaselessly, almost commanding the garrison. The officer's voice covered the past, and solid shells flew out of the barrel to hit Titan, but unfortunately, due to its power, unless it directly hits the back of the neck, the Titan was hit very quickly. It can be restored as before, even with a headshot. The big net at the gap can only delay Titan for a while, and there is no way to stop them from entering the city. The only thing that can stop them is the blade in human hands. The commander looked at the Titan who were swarming, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Offensive." After 5 years, the garrison regiment's reaction speed and ability have improved a lot, but due to technical constraints, they will eventually face Titan with flesh and blood. "Kill," the soldiers yelled, holding double knives and jumping off the wall, starting to fight Titan. You trainers are also excellent soldiers who have passed the graduation exercise. I look forward to your active performance in this battle. Ian, the squad leader of the elite class of the Garrison Corps, was speaking loudly in the gas storage room, and around him, training soldiers we are busy replenishing the gas tanks of their three-dimensional mobile devices and replacing the blades. These are things that are related to their lives, and they can't help but not take care of them. For Titan broke the city and caused everyone to go to the battlefield to block. Everyone reacted differently to Titan. "It's okay, Hannah, I will protect you," Franz said solemnly, putting his hands on his girlfriend's shoulders. "Franz." Hannah was moved and hugged him. "It's okay, Ammon." Aaron watched his hands trembling constantly, and he couldn't connect the gas supplement device to his gas tank no matter what. Ammon asked with concern. "No, it's okay, this kind of it's fine right away." Ming responded compulsively, but his hands revealed his true feelings at the moment. "It's not good, there is no technology that can block the 8-meter-high hole yet. Even after all, we can't dig out the big rock near the front door. If we can't block the hole, the city will be abandoned. It's only a matter of time before the wall of Rosette breaks through. In this case, the human race is over." "Alman." Aaron couldn't help interrupting him. "Calm down. Unlike at that time, humans will no longer lose to Titan." Aiming stared at Titan, in a daze. "Aaron, it took a long time to speak. Sorry, I'm fine." "Gao Wen, Aaron, Ammon." Mikasa walked towards us with Mia. Mikasa, Aaron, immediately stood up, with a nervous look on his face. "My mother, she." "Don't worry, I have already sent Aunt Carla into Rose's wall." Mikasa comforted and took out from his pocket. "I made a needlework bracelet. My aunt asked me to bring this bracelet. She said it will bring luck." "Come on, Aaron, put it on." "What are you talking about? Where?" Aaron immediately took a step back and refused. "Put it on, Aaron." I grabbed his hand and said, "Live, don't die." Aaron hesitated after a while, finally reluctantly put on the bracelet. "Then we will be divided into classes as per the training, and follow the command of the garrison regiment to carry out tasks such as support and supply, intelligence transmission, and sweeping Titan." The avant-garde department is served by the combat squad of the garrison regiment, and the central health department is trained by the support team. The corps is in charge, and the rear guard is handed over to the elite squad of the garrison. In addition, according to the news that the advanced squad has basically lost its combat effectiveness due to heavy losses, the outer door has been breached, and Titan has been able to invade, so Kaiser's Titan doesn't know when it will appear again. Even if the inner door is destroyed, it is not surprising. Captain Chitz Willman of the troops headquarters of the garrison was making a pre-war speech. The trainers in the field were all in an uproar when they heard the news. Panic inevitably spread among the crowd. "It's a failed speech," I whispered. Chitz Willman said in the plot. "The performance is basically a idiot. I really don't know how this kind of person became the captain." "Quiet." Kizai shouted. "Now the avant-garde squad is facing the enemy. The purpose of this defensive operation is only one, which is to defend the wall of Rosette before completing the evacuation work of residents. Also, you must already know that, flee before the battle. It's a capital crime, everyone will die and fight. Disband." "Yes." Everyone saluted helplessly and responded. I curled my lips in disdain, and only commented on Keys Willman. Sure enough. As we all know, the purpose of pre-war speeches is to improve one's morale, so as to achieve the purpose of improving combat power in disguise. Under the same combat power, the side with high morale can often display stronger combat power than usual, and morale is low. On the other side, the opposite is true. Moreover, Chitz Willman's speech did not improve his own morale, but caused everyone to fear because of the terrible facts. Morale did not rise but fell. This approach can only be done by idiots. When I think of this guy in the anime because he is greedy for life and is afraid of death and escapes from the headquarters, the gas supply room is occupied by Titan. Many people are buried in the mouth of Titan because they cannot get the gas. In order to save time, he would drag Eren out of the Titan body and be surrounded by another cannonball. The trainees who heard the order to disband immediately became busy and began to look for their teammates. They said they were divided into groups as they did during training, but this division is not another division. In fact, it is more appropriate to say that the division is more appropriate. The class is scattered into small groups of about 6 people to fight. Eren and Ammon are in class 34, Mia and I are in class 35, and Mikasa is in class 37. This was originally allocated during training, and this arrangement also saved me from worrying about the safety of my companions. Eren and Ammon will definitely not die. Mikasa will be transferred to the guards. I can protect Mia. Why is it today? I can go to the mainland tomorrow. With one hand covering his face, he said. He turned his head and looked at Dawes, who was lying on the ground and vomiting dimly. When he thought that this guy was his partner Jean, feeling extremely uncomfortable, he gritted his teeth, got up and walked forward, forcing himself to ignore those companions who had been shrouded in fear, and couldn't help thinking about ways to make himself alive. Because my mind was not on walking, I bumped into Aaron. After looking intently and discovering that the person in front of him happened to be his longtime enemy, the mood immediately worsened. Get out. Let the arrogant push away from Aaron and go forward. Aaron first. He was taken aback for a while, and then he took hold of Jean. Hey, what's the matter? Also ask what's wrong. Don't say such leisurely words. Are you in a hurry to die? He yelled at the collar holding Aaron. Anyway, you want to join the investigative corps. You must be ready to be the food of Titan. But I am going to the mainland tomorrow. Calm down. Aaron began to persuade. Calm down and go to death. Let out of control shouted. No, you remember. Aaron grabbed Jean by the collar. He pressed on the stone pillar to the side. Think about the 3 years when we trained to vomit blood. In these 3 years, we have escaped several times. In fact, some people have died, and there are also those who escaped and those who were kicked out. But we survived? Is that so? Today too, we will definitely survive. If we survive today, we will be able to go to the mainland tomorrow. After finishing Aaron, let go of the stunned lad. It took several seconds for him to come back to his senses, and the thought of losing face in front of his enemy made him feel extremely ashamed. He hesitated for a while, but finally did not say the word thank you. Damn. He gritted his teeth, turned and left. Go Dawes, don't keep crying. Grisha. Seeing the performance of Aaron at this time, I seem to see Grisha's figure. No matter what time I can successfully boost the morale of my companions and lead by example, many of Grisha's advantages have been, Aaron it's inherited perfectly. What's wrong, brother Gawain? Mia asked with some confusion. It's nothing, just saw the figure of an old friend. I smiled and said, let's go, it's time to go to the battlefield. Gawain. Mikasa hurried over from behind. What's wrong with Mikasa? I asked, rubbing her head. Well, if you fight for a while, come to my side. I will protect you. Mikasa grabbed my hand and whispered. I smiled helplessly when I heard the words, and raised her hand to give her a thump. Don't make trouble. Mikasa Ackerman trainer, Ian, the squad leader of the elite squad of the garrison regiment, came over and said, you have been specially sent to the rear guard. Follow me. With my ability, it will definitely drag everyone back. Mikasa suddenly became anxious. Holding my hand unconsciously increased his strength. I didn't ask your opinion, Ian said blankly. Now the evacuation is very slow, and the residents need more elites around. But. Mikasa still wanted to speak. I immediately covered her mouth. Woo. Mikasa stared at me with wide eyes. Obey the order, Mikasa. I let go of her and squeezed her smooth face. Although you are the chief, don't forget that I am the training corps. The strongest among them? It's almost the same for me to protect you. Go ahead and don't worry me. Mikasa hummed softly. Gavin, I only have one request. Don't worry, I will come back alive. I waved my hand and said, kiss me. Mikasa blinked. What? I was stunned. Mikasa didn't speak anymore, but closed my eyes and stretched out my hand to wrap my neck and face. It was blushing. At this time, if I didn't know what to do, I should be dragged out and shot. I lowered my head and gently kissed Mikasa's lips. Go, pay attention to safety. Mikasa hugged me, and then ran away. I took a deep breath, and when I turned around, I remembered that there was another Mia who was watching the show. Brother Gawain, how does it feel to kiss? Mia asked with a grin. I couldn't help but blush. Hand rewarded her with a violent shudder, and said angrily, guess. There are a total of 6 members in Class 35, me, Mia, Tom, Cole, Marco, Roxy. Our defense zone is right next to Class 34. Tom, Cole, and Roxy belong to Class 10 in the training corps. The members of I don't have much intersection with me. They are only in the state of acquaintance, but the members of Class 34 are all members of Class 9. They have a good relationship with me on weekdays. I have to find a way to save them, otherwise according to the plot, Class 34, except Ammon survived and Aaron awakened, was wiped out. Even if my current teammates, except Mia and Marco, are ignored, I will save them. There is no way to save people without leaving my teammates behind. I stood on the roof and looked at a few people in Class 34 not far away, and then looked at the teammates in Class 35 around me. I suddenly had an idea in my heart. To put it simply, the mission of the training corps is to delay Titan and buy time for the residents to retreat. In other words, as long as you complete this task, no one will care how you complete it. In this case, Class 34 and Class 35, the squad's defense zones are just next to each other. Wouldn't a joint action perfectly solve all the problems? Sir, request a joint operation with Squad 34. I turned my head and shouted to the garrison who was commanding and dispatching. The garrison made a gesture of waiting, and then began to shout in the direction of Squad 34. After a few seconds, he would take it with him. The reply came, approve, move faster. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he doesn't approve, then I have to take some extraordinary measures, so the follow-up processing will be very troublesome. The people in Class 35 did not express any objection to my behavior. Obviously, they also think that the principle of being more powerful is just right here. Let's go to Class 34 to meet up. I said, controlling the three-dimensional mobile device to fly in the direction of Aaron first, and everyone from Class 35 followed. Gawain, Mia, and Marco, it turns out to be you. I'm still wondering who is going to act with us. Seeing our arrival, Aaron said unexpectedly and happily, many people the strength is great, the more strength also the more security. I smiled and said, don't die, I'll be sad if you die. Huh? What are you talking about, Gawain? How can I possibly will die? Aaron smiled and hit me. Then, you have the command, do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads together, obviously thinking that the stronger the better, take everyone to live. Then please go to class leader Gawain. Thomas smiled. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to survive. I nodded solemnly. To survive the battle against Titan and to protect those around you means more actions, faster and stronger, and this means more gas consumption. You must know that according to the plot, the captain of the garrison corps, Chitzwilman, will abandon the headquarters of the garrison in the Troost area and escape into the Wall of Roses because of greed and fear of death. The remaining supply soldiers will be unable to stop the Titan and abandoned the gas storage room. Many soldiers who lost the gas supply died in the mouth of Titan because the gas was exhausted. If there is gas supply, many people can complete the evacuation and receive the retreat. After the signal, he boarded the wall and survived. Thinking of this, I can't help but reach out and press a small and exquisite decoration on the waist. Su Jinkin once improved the three-dimensional mobile device to make it faster and consume less gas. What we are wearing now is he made it. Improved version, and the air guide on the improved version has also been improved by him. At the same time, he also designed a small device that can connect the air guides of two three-dimensional mobile devices and use the principle of air pressure difference and unreasonable magic effects. Lead the gas from one three-dimensional mobile device to another to replenish your own gas. Of course, gas is an important guarantee for your own life. Most people will certainly not give it to others for no reason, but war will always kill people. N.A. Ammon, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Aaron looked at Ammon and said, if we can perform well in this first battle before joining the investigation corps, then even if we are recruits, we can get a quick promotion. Ammon was taken aback for a moment, then nodded confidently, well, that's right. Let me make it clear that there are quite a few people who have volunteered to join the investigation corps this time. Mina interrupted. Although I gave you to Aaron before, but I will never lose to you this time. Thomas continued Mina's words, say Thomas. Aaron laughed, come to compare who there are more Titan hunted. Thomas also smiled. Mia waved her hand eagerly when she heard the words, count me. Squads 34, 35, go to the front line of support. The garrison in charge of commanding and mobilizing shouted at us, interrupting the conversation of several people, go. I immediately waved and ordered, and then the first one rushed out. The people behind hurriedly followed, keep the current speed, don't rush too fast, pay attention to saving gas. I orderly issued an order, Aaron, Thomas, staring at our left, Marco, Mia, you stare at the right, pay attention to the strange species, don't let us be attacked. Yes, squad leader Gao Wen. The four responded and quickly dispersed. After advancing for a while, the team finally approached the front line. Titan has already invaded this place. Mina said in surprise, has the front line troops been defeated? Thomas cried in disbelief. What are the arrogant predecessors doing on weekdays? The trainer said dissatisfiedly, everyone stop. I shouted, establish a line of defense right here. You must know before moving forward. According to the plot, there will be a strange species flying over to swallow Thomas, and Aaron will take everyone forward to save Thomas, leading to the 34th class being successfully attacked by Titan, except for Armin. Annihilated, so it is safest to stop now. Squad leader Gawain, but our task is to support the front line. Cole said hesitantly. This is the front line now. Take a closer look. I pointed to the Titan which was moving 50 meters ahead. He said calmly, do you think there will still be living people there? I am afraid that the forward troops in our area have been completely wiped out. The faces of everyone are not very good looking. Obviously the cruel reality is a heavy blow to relieve their self-confidence. All cheer up. I shouted, don't forget our mission. Just wait for them to come over and die. Where are your training results? Everyone heard the words. Energetic, they quickly responded in unison, yes, monitor. Attention, there is a 10-meter class Titan coming towards us. Marco, who is in charge of the alert, called out suddenly, and everyone looked serious. Pay attention to whether there are 3 or 4 meter class small people hidden around you. Titan. I said, report the squad leader. No. Marco came to the conclusion after observing for 3 more seconds. Very well, Marco, you will take over my command. If there is Titan, around is approaching and reminds loudly. I nodded, Aaron, Thomas, Mia follow me? Get rid of the other Titan. The first loud voice of Aaron, who was already eager to try after hearing my order, yes, squad leader. I waved, turned, and flew towards the 10-meter class Titan. For a while, Aaron and Thomas are responsible for attracting its attention. I am responsible for attacking the back of its neck, and Mia is responsible for saving people in the event of an accident, understand? I turned my head and looked at the 3 people during the flight and asked, understood? The 3 nodded together, very well, move. I controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew to the left, preparing to circle behind Titan, while Mia fell to the side of the roof and stared at. Titan is ready to rescue at any time. Aaron and Thomas speed up to Titan. Idiot! Look here. Aaron turned a corner at a distance of 5 meters from Titan and yelled to Titan, "Idiot! Look here, come and catch me." Thomas shook his eyes in front of Titan and shouted, waving his blade. Titan rolled his eyes, and immediately stretched out his left hand to grab Thomas. Thomas quickly speeded up and avoided its attack. Roar. Titan screamed angrily, and slapped him with a slap. On the roof. "Stupid pig, are your eyes blind? Come and catch me." Seeing Titan ignore itself and grab Thomas, Aaron suddenly became anxious, brandishing double knives against Titan yelled. Titan followed the prestige, and immediately saw such an arrogant little. With a roar, it swept away with a slap. Aaron quickly jumped off the roof and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device. Elsewhere, Titan slapped again. At this moment, the back neck of Titan was completely exposed in the range of my attack. Awesome. I smiled and shot the hook anchor into the back neck of Titan, then suddenly speed up and rush towards the target. Scoff. With a single wave of the two knives, the nape of Titan was sliced off. Titan suddenly fell forward like a robot with a battery drawn, and the body began to gradually turn into steam. Aaron waved his fist vigorously, and said proudly, "Awesome." Aaron Yeager, assist in the crusade against Titan. Thomas Wagner, assist in the crusade. Titan won. Thomas also said happily, but then Marco brought bad news. Squad leader Gawain found two ends of Titan in the southeast. One is 15 meters and the other is 7 meters. Level, the 12-meter level Titan is found on the west side. Squad leader, what shall we do? I looked in the direction Marco said, and I saw that the three-headed Titan was coming to our defense. This is a sudden jump from simple mode to hard mode. I said helplessly, united action also means larger defense areas and more Titan. This is a huge test for the commander, but there is no way, I can't watch my companions die, right? Aaron, Cole, Mina, and the four of you can deal with the 12-meter level Titan. Mia and I will go to the 7-meter level Titan. Turn away. Marco, Thomas, and Mylius kill the 15-meter class Titan. Act. I quickly issued the order. This arrangement will kill the 3 Titan, without accidents and 0 casualties. No problem. The 7-meter level Titan and the 15-meter level Titan are walking in front of each other at a distance of 10 meters. It is a bit troublesome to distract it, but if I cooperate with Mia well, it will be fast. It is not a problem to kill it. Mia, I will attract its attention for a while. You are responsible for the attack. I told, be careful. Don't worry, brother Gawain. Mia nodded confidently, controlling the stereo. The mobile device fell to the side of the roof, ready to attack. I shook it quickly in front of the 7-meter class Titan, and when it reached out and grabbed at me, I cut off most of its hand with a backhand. The blood spurted out, and at the same time, Titan, steam began to regenerate from the wound on his hand. Titan suddenly groaned in pain. So you hurt? I smiled. Come and grab me. Roar. Titan suddenly roared and grabbed me with the other palm. I flexibly avoided its grab, enticing it to expose the back of the neck to Mia's attack range. Yeah. Mia screamed, nailing the hook anchor to the back of Titan, and then the three-dimensional mobile device accelerated and sharply cut off the back of Titan. Mia manking. Crusade against Titan. Mia straightened her gray hair and said excitedly, and stuck her tongue out at me, "Thank you, brother Gawain." The 12-meter level Titan in the distance also fell to the ground under the siege of Aaron and others. It turns out that as long as it is not frightened by Titan, 3-year training on a 3-dimensional mobile device, it's completely possible to kill Titan easily. Well done. I smiled relaxedly. Now only the 15-meter class Titan is left, and I waited for Marco under the siege of people. It can't last for a few seconds. It seems. Be careful, strange species. Amin's panicked cry suddenly pulled me back to reality. Huh? A 12-meter class Titan leaped into the air from a distance and leaped towards us. It is undoubtedly the strange species that moves in this strange way. This guy is the original story. Drop Thomas's Titan, and his target this time is Amin and others who are in charge of vigilance. Hurry up, its target is you. I yelled to Amin's direction quickly, and the two hurriedly avoided. Boom! Chizing's Hong's face hit a roof fiercely. It stayed in that position and stopped for a few seconds, then raised its head and showed a strange smile on its face, and there was a figure in its mouth. Tom. Ming yelled in panic, "What?" And Aaron and others are dealing with the 15-meter class Titan. Cole noticed that the scene behind was a bit distracted and his movements were a little slower. Shoot, roar. Titan immediately seized the opportunity to reach out and slapped him. Kerr snorted and hit the wall without knowing his life or death. At the same time, Chi Xingzhong raised his head and swallowed Tom with a strange smile. Within a few seconds, we were killed and injured immediately, and the wounded Cole was more likely to be more violent. Asshole. Seeing the teammate's accident, Aaron suddenly became anxious, and controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to accelerate towards the back of Titan. Go to me. The 15-meter level 1 Titan was almost exhausted, so Aaron's reckless behavior cut off the nape of its neck. Come back with me and kill that strange species? Mina stays to take care of Cole. I glanced at Aaron and announced the next order. That guy doesn't look very easy to deal with. So as long as you are responsible for not letting it run away, leave the rest to me. After the strange species swallowed Tom, he cast his gaze on Amin. Amin looked at it with horror. The hands holding the double knives were trembling. It was similar to the original plot. Amin was facing him for the first time. Failed to overcome my fear when facing Titan. I adjusted the speed of the 3-dimensional mobile device to the maximum, and rushed straight to the strange species. Moving objects attract more attention than stationary objects. I hope the same is true for Titan. Oh, sure enough, Titan noticed my existence, it made a strange cry, turned its eyes from aiming to me, then flexed its legs slightly, and leaped at me with a leap. Be careful, Gao Wen. Eren yelled nervously. I did not retreat but rushed towards the strange creature. The two sides crossed in the air, and the legs of the strange creature were cut off by me. The warm blood sprayed on my body made people have a different kind of pleasure, and my hunting instinct began to move around again. I adjusted my body shape in midair, and shot the hook anchor on the Qi Xingzi before it landed, then accelerated and rotated my body to catch up with it in the air and cut along the spine all the way to catch it. Cut off the back of its neck before landing. The corpse of the strange species slid forward for a few meters after landing due to inertia before stopping. I stepped firmly on its corpse with no expression. Everyone looked at me in a daze. It took a long time for someone to sigh, it's so strong. That's a strange species. I was surprised in less than 10 seconds. Because of my super performance, the haze of the death of my teammates has also disappeared from everyone's hearts. I gathered the formation again and prepared for the next batch. Titan, but at this moment Mina brought bad news. Squad leader Gawain, Cole, didn't hold on. After hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but fell silent. Now we have lost 2 of our companions, and no one knows whether we will be the next person to die. Got it. I said after a few seconds of silence. Eren, Thomas, go and move Cole's body into the building, where at least he cannot be eaten by Titan. Yes, squad leader. The 2 responded in a depressed mood, and the others sighed lightly. Squad leader Gawain, a 7-meter class Titan was found ahead, please give instructions. Marco's report interrupted everyone's grief, and everyone focused on me, waiting for my next order. That's right, Mylius come with me, and the others pay attention. I glanced blankly at the 7-meter Titan that was walking towards us with a sluggish expression, and ordered. Bring the 2 of them to rush to Titan, that can be responsible for attracting the attention of Titan. Mylius is responsible for attacking Titan. I will cut its neck and be careful not to get hurt. The 2 took a deep breath and responded loudly, yes. I was running fast on the roof with 2 knives in my hands, while Titan was overwhelmed by Neko and Mylius's teamwork. I walked around behind Titan, and then used the 3-dimensional mobile device to accelerate. I slashed the back of Titan and said, it's done, you guys. Just halfway through the words, I suddenly felt my scalp explode, and quickly pulled Mylius next to me back, booming. The wall on the side suddenly shattered into several pieces, and a 5-meter class Titan rushed out of the room, biting the one who was too late to dodge. Click. The blood splattered out immediately. Damn, why is it a strange kind again? Why do I have such an idea? I scolded fiercely in the air, dragging Mylius to the side of the roof. Wow. Mylius knelt on the ground and vomited immediately. I stared at the strange species that was devouring the corpse. My face was uncertain. If you know that strange species are rare, this conclusion is an investigation. The core summed it up with blood, and I actually met 2 in a few minutes. No luck. If there is no lottery ticket in the wall, I will go back and buy 2. You go back first, I'll take care of this guy. I pointed at the other people's direction with the blade. Mylius nodded palely, and controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to Eren. Waiting for someone to fly away, I twisted my neck and felt a little annoyed. So far, there is no problem with my command, and the 2 casualties were all due to strange behavior. Damn bastard. I leaped down from the roof with a pair of knives and rushed towards the strange species, who quickly rushed towards me. I pressed the trigger to release the lock of the blade, and at the same time threw the blade at the eyes of the strange species with both hands. Scoff. Unexpectedly, the strange species was immediately hit. Deprived of my vision, I turned to the left and avoided its grasp, went around its back, and at the same time pulled out a wooden box from both sides of my waist. For the new blade, the one just now is just blunt, now it's just right to replace it. I increased the speed to the maximum and took the back of the odd-type seed, and cut it down with both swords at the target. The odd-type seed's movement immediately stopped, and I fell forward weakly, and the body began to turn into steam. I controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew back to the place where the crowd gathered, but found that everyone looked back with horrified expressions. What's the matter? I followed their sights, and I couldn't help but breathe. I saw 4 heads. Titan is dangling behind us, which means that our back is cut off. Titan came from the rear left. I remember that should be the direction of the defense of Class 32, Marco said hesitantly. Damn, what are the guys from Class 32 doing? The tone of Eren was full of anger. We should let Titan come to our side. It's probably all gone. I said helplessly. What? Mina, he covered his mouth with his hands in disbelief. It's not possible. Thomas looked nervously in the direction of Titan. I remember the strength of Class 32 is pretty good, and there are 6 of them. How should I say? Gawain's judgment is correct. Ammon suddenly interrupted Thomas. Alman, you. Thomas looked at Ammon with some surprise. Ammon, you continue to say, I said with interest. On what basis did you come to the conclusion that my judgment was correct? This. Aiming hesitated for a moment before he said, first of all, the first strange species that came to us. It is pounced from our left side. There happened to be the 32nd class defense zone, and then the second strange species broke the wall in the left direction. At this time, we can actually draw a conclusion, and now it appears behind us. The 4-head Titan is proof. After listening to Amin's analysis, I couldn't help being stunned. This guy deserves to be the brains of the protagonist team set by the anime. His brain is not so easy to use. I scanned it with the hunter's vision several times to make sure there was no sign of life. The conclusion he came up with was analyzed through some details of the battle, which is really powerful. Ammon, how do you think we should deal with the current situation? I continue to ask. I suggest to withdraw. First go to the right to the 33rd defensive zone to bypass Titan, and then return to our previous starting position. Ammon replied without thinking. However, our task is to guard this place and not let go of a Titan. Roxia said hesitantly, this task is impossible to complete here. I said calmly, Titan, we have already detoured to our back. What we should do now is to detour back to the starting point and reorganize the line of defense as described by Ammon, in exchange for space for time, until the residents of the Troost district have completed evacuation. Yes, squad leader. Everyone immediately took their orders. Squad leader Gao Wen, what about the two newly appeared Titan in the west and the one Titan in the southeast? Marco asked. Regardless of them, we will withdraw. That's it. I waved my hand and said, turning my head to look behind, damn. Just 60 meters behind us on the right, there are 3 heads of Titan dangling towards us. We are surrounded by 10 heads of Titan. Everyone was stunned. After several seconds, Mina took the lead and asked, Gao, squad leader Gawain, what shall we do now? Come over. I decisively gave the order, on both sides Titan will rush past. If you rush past, you will survive. If you can't rush past, you will die. Come on, I will open the way and break the queen. Kill. Crash. Out of desire for life and the fear of death, everyone screamed loudly, followed me closely, and increased the speed of the 3-dimensional mobile device to the maximum and rushed backward. Seeing us moving, I have already noticed that our Titan has accelerated and ran towards us. This is a speed race about life and death. If you win, you can run away. If you lose, you will die. Quick, quick. Thomas couldn't help but mutter. Everyone also looked nervous. I steered the 3-dimensional mobile device down and avoided the big hand of Titan, waved a pair of knives and slashed at its knees and cut its left leg by half. Titan suddenly I lost my balance and fell forward. Without wasting time to make a knife on the back of its neck, I continued to fly forward, and everyone followed me closely. Right. Ammon suddenly shouted. I quickly turned to the left and moved away from the right. The next second, a huge hand suddenly swung out from behind the roadside building and grabbed a figure who could not dodge in the hand. Titan has come. Rourxia. Mia yelled in a flustered manner, and immediately drew out her double knives to rescue her companion. Mia, save me. Roxy screamed as if she had found a savior. Immediately. Nail the hook anchor on the back of the neck of Titan, raise the double knife to speed up, sneer. At this moment, Titan grabbed Roxy's hand and suddenly squeezed me hard. Roxy's eyes widened suddenly, her mouth sprayed out a big mouthful of blood, and then she lowered her head and lost her life. Luoxia. She stared at her body in a daze, but forgot to take the next step. How could this be? A cruel smile appeared on the face of Titan. It grabbed Roxy's body in one hand and stuffed it into its mouth, while the other hand grabbed Mia, who was still in the air. Oops. I cried in my heart. He quickly turned around and flew towards Mia, and at the same time she shouted, Mia, hide. Mia reacted at this time and quickly turned to escape, but it was too late. Titan reached out and grabbed her, grasping firmly, Brother Gawain. Mia cried and cried. I no longer cared about hiding my superpowers, and immediately teleported to Mia's side, spinning my body and slashing the hands of Titan. Cut it off. Mia, who lost her restraint, hurriedly manipulated the 3-dimensional mobile device away from Titan. Alman, behind. Marco suddenly looked behind Ammon and shouted, what? Ammon didn't react for a while, and at this moment, a 12-meter level 1 suddenly rushed out from behind the building behind him. Titan stretched out his hand to grab him. Ah! Ammon screamed and fled forward, but was pinched by Titan and picked up by the collar. Titan slowly Aming raised his head, then opened his mouth wide and stared at him with greedy eyes. Ah! Aming yelled in horror, but his body was unable to move because of fear. Help! Help! Ammon! I shouted at the same time as Aaron, and both rushed towards Ammon. Roar! The roar of Titan sounded behind me, and it opened its big mouth and bit at me. Come, damn bastard, if you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. I wanted to stab him in the ankle. Titan suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground, and I hooked the anchor again. Nailed it on the back of its neck, speeding up and cutting open the back of its neck. Titan immediately stopped moving. On the other side, Aaron increased the speed to the maximum and grabbed the neck of Amin's Titan. Dare to attack Ammon and die for me. Aaron is flying at full speed. Did not notice that next to the 12-meter class Titan, there was a 3-meter class Titan squatting in the shadow of the building, staring at him with a sluggish smile on his face. Just as Aaron approached the back of the neck of the 12-meter class Titan, the 3-meter class Titan suddenly jumped up and bit the left leg of Aaron. At the same time, the 12-meter class Titan let Ammon free fall into his mouth. Ah! Aaron roared, closing his mouth in the 3-meter class Titan. When he pulled hard, his left leg was immediately separated from the body below the knee, blood splattered from the wound, and the right leg stepped on the face of Titan. Aaron was once again the 12-meter class. Ammon slid helplessly into Titan with a panic cry in his mouth. His eyes showed hopelessness, but out of his instinct to survive, he stretched out his hand outside, hoping that someone could pull him one hand. It's over. Ammon muttered to himself. Titan began to close his mouth, preparing to swallow Ammon into his belly. At this moment, a figure pushed Titan hard before the mouth closed, and at the same time stretched out his left hand to catch the falling Ammon. Aaron. It took Ammon a few seconds to see what the other person looked like. He stared with a startled look at the seriously injured but still unyielding teenager. He didn't know what to say for a while. Aaron, with a roar, he pulled Ammon out with a strong pull, and then threw him to the roof aside. How can I die in this place? Aaron gasped violently, barely holding the mouth of Titan to prevent it from closing. The excessive blood loss made his consciousness a little fuzzy, and the one just now this action almost exhausted all his physical strength. Ammon, you told me, Aaron said intermittently, and stretched out his left hand towards Ammon. I want to go to the outside world. Ming was stunned for a while. Tears could not help streaming out. He hurriedly reached out to pull Aaron, and at the same time he said, Aaron, hurry up. Titan's mouth suddenly closed. Enter, interrupted Ammon. Ming stared at the left hand that fell from Aaron, and the blood flowing from the mouth of Titan, let out a cry of grief. Titan raised his neck and swallowed Aaron, then turned and left. Brother Aaron. Mia yelled, desperately about to rush to the other end to eat Aaron's Titan. I quickly held her, joking, let you go if Aaron is rescued. How will he awaken? Go and take Ammon away. I said in an indisputable tone, I will take care of the rest. Mia nodded helplessly, and flew to Ammon. There are more and more Titan. Obviously, we have discovered that our delicious fat wants to have a good meal. Mylius was caught by Titan because of a mistake, and then counted. Titan rushed to tear him up, and the rest of the people watched the scene pale, and they looked like they couldn't last long. Go, I'll go, I'll stop them. I dropped the dulled blade on the ground casually, and after pulling out a pair of new blades from the wooden boxes on both sides of my waist, I shouted at the remaining 5 people. Said, squad leader. Marco looked at me hesitantly, stop talking nonsense. Marco, take them away. I roughly interrupted Marco's words and turned and rushed towards Titan. Mackay looked at my leaving figure helplessly, gritted his teeth and turned around to set up Ammon, who had lost his best friend and was stunned, and said to everyone, go, don't waste the opportunity that squad leader Gao Wen gave us. I flexibly avoided the palms of several Titan, buckled and rushed to the back of one of the necks and swiped across. Titan fell to the ground. As I said before, as long as you overcome the fear in your heart and add 3 years of training to deal with Titan, it will be easy, although it is in the case of multiple people. For a top powerhouse like me, the siege of several Titan is not a problem at all. It is necessary to know that alien actions such as werewolves and blood are much faster than them, and these Titan have no brains yet. A few minutes after Marco and the others evacuated, I solved the Titan surrounded by 5 heads, but my gas was almost consumed. Fortunately there is this thing. I read other Titan. There was still some distance away from me. After that, I took out the supply device Su Jinkin gave me, flew to the side of my companion's body and started to replenish gas. Gas supply room in the headquarters of the troops garrison regiment. Please wait a minute, sir. The captain of the supply soldier hurriedly stopped Keys Willman, who was about to leave. If Titan comes over, it is impossible to keep here only with our supply soldiers. Please stay here, please. Leave me all the way. Chiza gazed at the supply soldiers in front of him with a sullen face. I must now complete the task of forming reinforcements. Behind Kizai, several garrison soldiers bowed their heads and said nothing. They had no meaning to Kizai's statement. Obviously, they also wanted to leave this dangerous place earlier. All the supply soldiers showed disbelief and dissatisfaction. Are you in the safe inner door? A supply soldier couldn't help but sarcastically said. Kizai immediately changed his face when he heard the words, and looked at the man fiercely. The supply soldier who spoke, what the do you want to say? I just obey the order. The military order is like a mountain. It is the soldier's duty to obey the order. But if this place is captured? Another supply soldier returned. He wants to stay, but Kizai's patience has reached its limit. Staying here for a second is more dangerous. He doesn't want to waste time talking nonsense with these supply soldiers. Now whoever stands in his way is his mortal enemy. Shut up. Kits roared, and when he violently interrupted the supply soldiers, he drew out the blade of his knife and pointed it at the opponent with a grimly face. If you say a word, it will be a crime of rebellion. Execution on the spot here. All the supply soldiers couldn't help taking a step back, looking at each other's eyes with grief and helplessness, and silently stepped aside. Let's go and reorganize the reinforcements. Kizai has no idea. Any more time was wasted, and he left a word to hide his ears and steal the bell to conceal that he was not hurriedly taking people out of the gas supply room after escaping. After Keys went back, a supply soldier finally knelt on the ground and couldn't help crying. It's over, we're dead. The other supply soldiers also looked desperate. Go upstairs and hide. Now, the supply room can't be guarded. The captain of the supply soldier sighed and raised his crying companion to the elevator with empty eyes. The rest of the people followed one after another, thinking of the whole family of Chiswillman's women in his heart. Greetings countless times. In this world, there will always be people who shout loudly in their daily slogans and often use words such as responsibility, sacrifice, and dedication on their lips. People around them will be frantically condemned if they put forward different opinions, but in fact, they are selfish villains who are greedy for life, fear of death, and selfish. Their usual performance is just their disguise, and when it comes to death they will show their true colors. Keys Willman is undoubtedly such a person. In his opinion, his own life is the first. The duties, sacrifices, honors, etc. usually mentioned are nonsense. Because of his behavior, the gas supply room was captured by Titan, and the soldiers on the front line lost the most important gas supply. Inner door. Lance straightened his long windbreaker, followed the last group of residents who moved into the wall of roses from the truce area, and looked at the slowly closing inner men. Lance could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Titan, if he wants to break the door, he will be the last line of defense of the wall of rose, but if that happens, many people will die, and the plan of the restorative will be forced to change. The war is cruel. Lance finally took a look at the truced area, exclaimed, and gestured to several members of the surrounding force team, and then quietly left the refuge team. Sualuo? After the last group of residents took refuge and the gate leading to Roselle's wall was closed, a bell rang in the truced area to indicate retreat. However, many surviving soldiers did not show the slightest joy. Instead, with a desperate look, they hid in an area where there was no Titan for the time being, and looked at each other's comrades. Morale was extremely low. There is no other reason. They lost the gas supply of the supply squad. The remaining gas in the gas tank of their three-dimensional mobile device is not enough to support them on the wall, and climbing on the wall with the gate closed is the only way to leave the truced area. Hey, Let, what should I do? Connie asked impatiently. It's useless to do anything. Jean replied, sitting on the roof with his head down, his tone full of anger and helplessness. After finally waiting for the retreat order, the gas was so exhausted that we couldn't climb the wall. All of us would die here, all to blame for the group of cowards. The group of people in the supply class. Connie said angrily. What happened to that group of people? Has the entire army been wiped out? I heard that they have lost their intent to fight. I can understand their mood. Jean said in a mocking tone, most of them are giving up the task of supplying us to hide. Headquarters. Sure enough, they are surrounded by Titan and they can't add gas to us. It's great. In this case, it's better to try your luck and kill all the Titan there. Connie yelled out of control after listening to Jean's analysis. It's the same when we chat here, and Titan will also coming here. It's just a waste of the remaining gas that you run away abruptly now. If you lose your mobility, then you'll be ruined. It's really rare for you to think so hard, Connie. He raised his head and used nothing. He glanced at him angrily, then turned his head and looked to the side. But do you think it can be done with our current strength? The seniors who rushed to the front line were almost wiped out. Who in our training soldiers can command this? It's a battle of life and death. Even if someone can command it, we can do nothing about Titan with our strength. I am afraid that there are many 3 or 4 meter level Titan in the gas supply room. Of course, there are 3-dimensional in that place. Mobile devices cannot be used either. What about Gawain? It's definitely not a problem to lead everyone with his strength and command ability. Connie still asked without giving up. With him, Titan in the gas supply room shouldn't be a problem. I heard Marco said that Gawain chose to stop the 7 or 8 heads Titan alone in order to cover their retreat. Jean said in a low voice, I haven't come back yet. Most of it is dead. Connie Wenyan was stunned, and it took a long time to speak. Is there no hope at all? It's a boring life. He let out a long sigh. Now that it's such a point, it's better to get rid of it sooner. Let's kill Titan together. Sasha is still trying to inspire everyone. Come, stand up. As long as everyone works together, you will be successful. I will take the lead. But no matter what she says, the people on the side didn't mean to move at all. Sasha pursed her lips helplessly when she saw this. The corner of her eye suddenly found Ammon, who was sitting on the edge. Sasha immediately walked to Ammon and started looking for a helper. Alman, take everyone with me. After seeing Amin's dull face, Sasha couldn't help closing her mouth and sighed softly. On the other side, Rainer, Bertold, Yanni, and Marco are standing together. Leaner, what should I do? Yanni asked in a pun. Not yet. We have to wait for everyone to get together to act. Leaner pretended not to understand Yanni, and said vaguely, impossible. Marco said with empty eyes looking ahead. We will die on this street no matter what we think. It's not that I didn't have the consciousness to die well, but what exactly did I die for? If so, I might as well stay with Gawain to block Titan, so at least I sacrificed to cover the retreat of my teammates instead of dying here like a worm. Yanni couldn't help but move. He moved his lips, but finally did not speak. Mikasa, aren't you from the backup team? An exclamation of a trainer came from a distance. Marco couldn't help his expression change, and subconsciously stepped back and hid himself behind Bertold. Mikasa quickly ran to their side, glanced around and walked towards Yanni. Yanni, I probably understand the current situation. I'm sorry that I still care about personal affairs in the current situation, but do you have any? See Gawain and the others. Yanni hesitated, shook her head slightly and said, I didn't see it, nor did the class who boarded the wall. By the way, Alman is over there. You can ask him. Nabi said too much. Mikasa looked in the direction Rainer had said, and saw Ammon sitting alone in the corner with her head down. Her heart suddenly tightened, and an ominous premonition came. She ran to Ammon without thanking her. Ammon, she squatted down in front of Ammon, and asked with concern, Ammon, is there any injury? Are you okay? Ammon bit her lip, and Mikasa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and stood up. Come and look around. Where are Gawain, Eren, and Mia? Ammon. Ammon clenched his fists in pain, tears streaming down. Mikasa. At this moment Mia also noticed her arrival, and trod out to hug her. Mika looked at Mia differently, but found that her eyes were full of tears. Brother Gawain and Eren brothers are. Mia sobbed and said. Mikasa's consciousness was in a daze, and Amin suddenly raised her head and looked at Mikasa in tears. We, training soldiers in classes 34 and 35, Nako Diaz, Milia Selmsky, Cole Robert, Tom Sissy, Rorschach Joe, Aaron Yeager, Gawain Ackerman, and above. 7 people completed their mission and sacrificed heroically. Mikasa only felt a roar in her head, and the whole world seemed to lose its color all of a sudden. Her body shook, holding on to prevent herself from falling. Marco gritted his teeth and led the others from class 34 and class 35 towards her. Mikasa, I'm sorry Mikasa, Aaron he died to save me, I didn't do anything, I'm sorry. Amin cried bitterly, sorry Mikasa, squad leader Gao Wen chose to be alone to cover our retreat. One person stopped Titan. Marco said with one hand on Mikasa's shoulder, he hasn't come back yet, I'm sorry. A heart-piercing feeling came, and Mikasa couldn't help clenching his fists. The last time I realized this feeling was when I lost my parents, it hurts really. Mikasa wanted to cry very badly now, but her reason told her that it was not the time to be sad. Mikasa took a deep breath and forcibly held back her sadness and loneliness. She gently removed Mark's hand and said softly, this is his choice, I won't blame you. Then she squatted down again, put her hand on Aiming's hand and said, Aiming, calm down, cheer up. Amin looked at Mikasa's emotionless eyes and stood up involuntarily. After pulling Amin up, Mikasa turned and walked towards the center of the crowd. Her aura was slowly changing. A certain kind of leader's temperament was emerging from her. Marco, just kill the gathering. In Titan in this part, everyone can add gas and climb on the wall, right? Mikasa asked without looking back, seeing the nominal head of the training corps coming. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on her body. Ah, that's right. The aura on Mikasa made Marco replied subconsciously, but then he reacted quickly, but even if you are there, that amount. No problem. Mikasa used the indisputable tone interrupted him, and she glanced at Marco with a non-emotional look. The cold expression in her eyes meant that Marco could not help but shut her mouth, feeling everyone's eyes focused on her. Mikasa finally stopped and turned to face the crowd. Her disdainful expression was beyond words. I am strong, stronger than you, very strong. Mikasa drew the blade with his right hand and raised it high, sweeping the crowd with disdainful eyes, so I can kill all the Titan there, even if it is me one person. Not only are you group of people lacking strength, they are also cowards and cowards. Mikasa pointed the blade at the crowd, I'm very sorry, you can just chew your fingers here, chew and watch. Hey, Mikasa, what are you talking about? A female trainer couldn't help but yelled to him, so many Titan do you want to go alone? A male trained and asked in disbelief, that's not it may be possible. Another male trainer couldn't help but said, if you can't do it, you're just dead. Mikasa lowered the blade and said nonchalantly, but if you win, you can live. No. Mikasa turned around again, but froze there as if she had suffered a fixation technique. I controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and landed steadily in front of Mikasa, scanned the crowd once, and said, did I miss something? Mikasa leaped forward fiercely into my arms and buried his head in mine. I didn't say anything in my chest for a long time, and for a moment I felt the clothes on my chest were wet. I had to smile wryly and put my arms around her head to comfort her. Brother Gawain. Mia also leaped over and hugged me, and I took a picture. She patted her back without speaking. As for my arrival, the morale of everyone was lifted. The people who were still sitting aside and slacking around gathered around. Squad leader Gawain, please lead us. A training soldier called to everyone to agree, and I ordered them. I nodded. Although I want to rest for a while, the most important gas supply has not yet been completed. My gas and blades have been filled on the corpses of my comrades. I can withdraw at any time to retreat, but I can't leave my teammates behind. Listen well, I let go of Mikasa and Mia and exclaimed, your performance is really disappointing. Sue Jenkins' voice suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of a jet of air. Several figures in the green cloaks of the Wings of Freedom flew to the roof, and the investigative corps finally returned. It's the investigative corps. The investigative corps is back. There was a burst of cheers among the training soldiers. The previous decision to seize the gas supply room was a frustrating move, but now the investigative corps should be safe once they arrive. The supply gas retreated successfully, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Don't think too much. Do you think you can replenish the gas now and get on the wall? Luel lifted his cloak and glanced at the crowd with disdain, and poured cold water on his mouth. I tell you the truth, for hurrying to get back as soon as possible, we discarded all the unimportant supplies, and we left the gas supply device 100 meters outside the truced area. You can also try to supply it there. Everyone's expressions froze suddenly, and no one could accept the feeling of rising from to heaven and then falling back to hell. Everyone immediately reached the edge of madness and collapse. But, Luel raised his eyebrows, and raised the blade with his left hand to point at the headquarters of the garrison corps in the Troost district. We also need to repair and restore, so our goal is the same as yours. The investigative corps will get through there. You just need to follow us and pass quickly. If you can't even do this, then go to death. I took a closer look, and several figures followed Luel. The petite woman with red hair and a double ponytail should be Luel's godsister Isabel Magnolia. The one next to him was scornful. The light yellow-haired man should be Luel's companion Frank Church. The last woman with dark blonde hair and a beautiful face should be Petrolaru, a member of Luel's class. As for Levi's, I did not see the other members of Urban. Hey, I touched Su Jinkin secretly, who are in your elite class with Levier. Why are you asking this? He asked strangely. I'm just curious. I curled my lips. I don't know what happened to the plot of Levier because of our intervention. The members of Levier in the anime are Levier, O Luobakat, Elderjin, and June de Schultz and Petra are 5 people, but now there are Frank and Isabel, who were changed by Su Jinkin and survived, as well as Su Jinkin himself and Phoenix. There are too many 9 people to form a class. Divided into 2, the class feels that there are not enough people. I am especially curious about how they arrange it now. Luyerban has Oluo, Elder, Junda and Petra, and my class has Fran, Isabel, and Phoenix. Su Jinkin said. I waited for a few seconds and didn't see him. I couldn't help but he asked, that's it? Yeah. He nodded, nothing. I didn't quite believe it. Otherwise, how complicated do you think it is? Su Jinkin asked helplessly. My class stay if you have a position, then you can ask Mikasa to go directly to my class after reporting to the investigation corps. Thank you for that. We quickly ended the topic, because Captain Lywil had already started assigning tasks. My squad went straight to the headquarters, and all the Titan encountered on the way were killed. Then we will establish a preliminary position in the headquarters to meet the arrival of the large forces. Lowell took out a map of the Troost district. On it, they said, Su Jinkin and Mikban are responsible for the Titan of the left wing and right wing areas of the road respectively. I don't care if you kill or lead away, don't let them gather. Petra, I told Erwin to bring our people here by the way and let him take care of the rest. Don't let that guy just watch and don't do anything. What I just said must be brought to him in full, especially to him. Yes, understand. Yes, Captain. Petra hurriedly paid a serious salute when he heard Captain Lyvel's instructions, guaranteed to complete the mission. Seeing Petra leaving, Su Jinkin suddenly hit his elbow. For me, he first looked at Petra, and then snarled at Lywel. The meaning to be expressed was obvious. Petra liked Lywel. I smiled, and asked in a low voice, which step is it? It's still too late to confirm the relationship. Su Jinkin also responded in a low voice. At this moment, Levier suddenly turned his head and glanced at us, and we closed quickly. The mouth is separated. Lowell frowned suspiciously and looked at me and said, Gawain. Ah, yes. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Do you have enough gas and blades? Lowell asked. I'm here. I added it on the corpse, and it's more than enough now. I replied quickly. Very well. Levier nodded blankly. You temporarily join my class and act with us. Yes, Captain. I said after a salute. Mikasa tugged at the corner of my clothes with some concern. I couldn't see the slightest arrogance of holding everyone with a knife just now. I gently held her hand and smiled comfortingly at her. Laugh. Captain, what about us? What's our mission? Marco raised his hand boldly and asked. Just wait for the large troops of the investigation corps to come over, and then act with them. Lowell glanced at it. He answered at a glance, and Marco nodded and stopped talking. After waiting for another 5 minutes, there was a sound of horseshoes from far to near, and all the members of Livierban and Mikebon arrived. Now that everyone is here, let's start the action. Lewell didn't talk nonsense, immediately waved his hand to signal the start of the action, and then rushed to the target first. The horse stays here, and the army can take care of us. Everyone in Levi's class followed Levi to the target. As a temporary member, I naturally followed quickly. Get to know Gawain Ackerman, your temporary teammate. Lewell said without looking back during the flight. Oh, Captain, do you make this arrangement mean that he will become one of us in the future? Elder asked me with a smile. Then I will welcome you in advance. Hey, I don't know how strong this kid is. Oluo gave me a slightly dissatisfied look. Obviously, I was very dissatisfied with being so ceremoniously wooed by the captain. Is that the captain? Petra smiled at me friendly and asked Lywell. Lowell glanced back at us and did not answer. When I saw it, I could only smile bitterly, and said helplessly, Seniors, I really want to join you, but I was recruited the day before graduation. Compulsory. Calling? Who is your kid fooling? Oluo shouted immediately, and the rest of the Levelian also showed disbelief. I will help you ask Kenny when I look back. I would like to know why that old guy did this. Levier said without looking back, just to help me out. Which troop is Gao Wen? Jenda asked curiously. I have never heard of a troop that has the right to forcefully recruit soldiers to join, and it also crossed the 3 major corps to directly pull people from the training corps. I don't know. I shook my head and lied. That Kenny didn't say which unit he was from, only that someone would come to pick me up at that time. What kind of unit? So mysterious, I just don't know how the real level is. Olu curled his lips disdainfully. Give me your excessive curiosity. Titan appeared in front of you, with one end of 12 meters and one end of 7 meters. Lewell suddenly interrupted everyone's chat. 12 meters. I'll deal with it. Gawain, deal with the 7-meter level 1, and the others keep moving forward and cheer me up. Yes, Captain. Everyone in Levi's class looked serious, just leisurely. The appearance was swept away, and he quickly entered a state of combat. The 2 ends of Titan are 7-meter class in front, and the 12-meter class is behind. The 2 are more than 20 meters apart, and the 7-meter class Titan is still facing us sideways. The back of the neck is completely exposed in my attack trajectory. As long as the skill is clear, it can be killed by a single blow. Even if Levier misses it, he can remedy it in time. I squeezed my swords tightly, knowing that this is the test that Levier gave me, and it is also an opportunity for me to prove my strength. As long as I kill this titan alone, I will be respected by everyone in Levier. This goal is both being able to test my strength is not too dangerous, and as long as I succeed, I can quickly integrate into the group. Captain Levi really took great pains. I smiled and rushed towards Titan, first nailed the hook on the wall behind Titan so as not to alarm Titan in advance, and then flew to it before it had any action. Cut off the back of the neck with a knife, sneer. Blood splattered out immediately, Titan trembled all over, and then, Lul rushed out of my side like lightning, and the goal was to take the 12-meter class Titan. Roar. Seeing the prey rushing towards him, Titan screamed in excitement, stretched out his left hand and grabbed at Lul. Lul's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain, and he accelerated. The two knives cut off the 4 fingers of Titan, and before Titan screamed at him, he was ghostly approaching the back of Titan with a wave of both knives. After cutting off the nape of the neck, the rest of the Lywil class flew to the 7-meter class Titan corpse. So fast? I couldn't help sighing. He flew to the back of the neck of Titan before he could see how Levier moved. I really sigh at this speed and small range maneuverability. His control of the 3-dimensional mobile device is like manipulating his own body. I am still far from this state. Boy, do you know that Captain Lywil is amazing. Oluo said with a smug look, as if he was the one who killed Titan, but his tone was better than before. Les, Gawain, your skills are good. Petra praised, it must be a lot worse than the predecessors. I said modestly, I hope you can give me some advice. There are only 7 Titan on the way to the main part. For everyone in Levier, Titan is a piece of cake. Levier killed 2 of them and we were left alone. It was solved. After arriving at the headquarters, Lul did not order us to enter, but took us to build a defense line around to prevent Titan from approaching. Then, we waited for the large forces to arrive to seize the gas supply room. To be honest, I'm a little worried that Eren will be cut off by the investigators as a strange thing. If that's the case, I won't have time to cry, and if he doesn't run out of energy, he will come out of Titan. It's also a hassle, so I had to risk falling on him and cast a tracking magic on him. Now the feedback of magic shows that he is still far away, mostly because the Titan here was killed. It's almost the headquarters of the garrison corps in the Toros district is large enough to accommodate an investigative corps plus a training corps and some remnants of the garrison corps. Although it is a bit crowded, everyone has no energy to care about it. When the large units are almost set up, the ordinary squad of the investigation corps will take over our place, and we will go to the head of Irvine to discuss the matter of seizing the gas supply room. The small space makes the 3-dimensional mobile device impossible to use. Open, and without the 3-dimensional mobile device, humans can hardly deal with a large group of 3 or 4 meter class Titan in the supply room. They can only try to use the life pile, which makes Captain Irwin a headache. As soon as I walked into the hall, I saw that a soldier wearing a garrison regiment was knocked to the ground with a punch. Everyone on the side was watching with cold eyes, and a few people were kneeling and crying beside the fallen man. The soldiers think they should be supply soldiers. If it weren't for you who are greedy and fearful of death, how could we have received the retreat order but couldn't retreat? Let roared, raising his fist and wanting to fight the supply soldier again, but was hugged by Marco. To express your dissatisfaction with words, Let, calm down, don't do this. Marco quickly persuaded. What can we do? Chitz Willman took away all the soldiers who were in charge of defending here. The excuse was to complete the task of organizing the reinforcements. Our supply soldiers simply can't keep here. The supply soldier kneeling on the ground suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes gathered together. What can we do? The who is greedy for life and fear of death has taken everyone away. The voice of the crowd staring at him was suddenly small. I got down, hugged my head and burst into tears. What can we do? I want to go home. I can't take it anymore. Chitz Willman, I remember this person. Lowell squinted his eyes and said with a hint of murderous intent on his body. Recently, I have been a little annoyed to cut the back of Titan. I don't know. How are the back necks of human beings shaved? You must try if you have a chance. The few people behind Lywell couldn't help but fought a cold war, and began to mourn for that Kizai for 3 seconds. People who Lowell remembers in this way will never end well. Found it? This is something kept by the gendarmerie. Hanji and a few investigators walked over from the side of the warehouse holding the box. Although the dust on it is a bit annoying, it should be able to send it out a little bit. It's useful. What's in it? Is it a gun? Mick walked into the box and sniffed and said. Hanji put the box on the ground carelessly and took out a gun from the box for inspection. It's filled with shotguns. The preservation of this gun is pretty good, so it won't accidentally escape. Looking at the corner of the hall that had been dusted by Hanji, Lowell frowned in disgust and took a step back. If you can kill Titan with the broken gun in your hand, then what do you want? A 3-dimensional mobile device and a super hard blade? Lowell said dissatisfiedly. Control your movements appropriately, four-eyed boy. See what kind of embarrassment you are doing now. This there is no other way. Han Ji-hun carelessly wiped his dirty hands. This is what Commander Irvine ordered. Hearing this, Levier immediately looked at the handsome blonde tall man with blue eyes standing in the middle of the hall thinking about the problem. Irvin. Levier interrupted his thinking unceremoniously. He walked toward him aggressively, and pointed to the box in the hands of Hanji. The tone was not good. Don't tell me you plan to use these tatters to deal with Titan. The investigative corps dared to confront the Irvine regiment. The only person who is so unkind is Levi, and even the other people who study the madman Hanjizoi will at least maintain the most basic respect for Irvine. Don't be so impatient, Leville. Irvin rubbed his temples and said helplessly, I haven't figured out how to deal with Titan in the gas supply room. Go and search for anything that might come in handy. If you think it's too messy, you can go to the lounge next to it to rest for a while. How can it be so troublesome? Levier said impatiently, just let me. If Su Jinkin, Phoenix, and Gawain go on, it's not enough to use teleport to kill them all. You have to make it so complicated for a problem that can be solved easily. This is the final plan. If there is no other way in a while, I'll use it if you want to. Irvine waved his hand and said, ignoring Livier's bad attitude towards him. The height difference between the two was nearly 2 heads, but the momentum was just the opposite. Lowell watched Irvine for a few seconds, and finally curled his lips and turned to the lounge. It's up to you, just call me when you need it. I stood far away with the rest of Lowell Bank, watching Lowell talk to Irvine, but unlike them, I can hear every word they say clearly with my extraordinary hearing. Seeing Levi's departure, the 4 of them hurriedly followed. I looked at Irvine for the last time, only to find that he also moved his gaze over. After our eyes met for a few seconds, Irvine nodded slightly to me. I also responded, and then we looked away at the same time. Turning my head to look at the people in Liueban, I hesitated, and finally decided to stay in the lobby. Captain, then I'll go find my own companion first. I shouted to Levi, who was about to enter the lounge. Well, go. Levi nodded lightly, and pushed the door in. The lounge. The lobby is the place with the most information, allowing me to grasp the current situation from the conversations of each person. To be honest, I do not intend to affect the ability of Ammon in the plot, but now this plot has been changed too much by me. I don't know if Ammon will have the opportunity to show off his abilities. If there is no chance, I will have to push it. Gawain, are you okay? Mikasa ran over at this moment, took my hand and asked nervously. I reached out and rubbed her head, and said helplessly, will you have a little confidence in me? I am better than you? Mikasa's face flushed. She lowered her head and said in an embarrassing low voice, I just can't help worrying about your safety. I don't want to lose my loved ones anymore. Just relatives. Huh. Looking at Mikasa like this, I couldn't help but teased her. Isn't it a lover? That kiss. I squeezed her soft cheek and smiled and asked, then, hate it. Mikasa's face snapped. Zihong was so red, she gave me a light punch and then quickly turned and ran away. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but chuckle a few times, and walked towards the people of the training corps. It's time to encourage Ammon to offer advice to the head of Irwin, Captain Irwin. At this moment, an investigator suddenly ran in from the outside. There was a special report. Chris, who was in charge of training defense, reported that they found a peculiar Titan. Not only did he look for other Titan to kill and he had no interest in humans. Squad leader Chris wanted to know what should they do with this Titan. I stopped and turned my head to look at Irvine, who specializes in killing other Titan and is not interested in human beings. Doesn't Eren become attack on Titan with these 2 characteristics? Irvine did not answer immediately. He reached out his hand and touched his chin, and looked at me calmly with the inquiring light. I nodded to him, and Irvin immediately retracted his eyes and said, if this is the case, then leave it alone, lest it turn its attention to humans. This kind of strange behavior is not easy to deal with. Tell Chris that you can use ordinary Titan to deal with it when necessary. It is not a last resort. Don't take the initiative to attack it. Yes, Commander. The investigator saluted immediately after receiving the order and turned away. The Restorationists and the Investigative Corps have long established an alliance. As the head of the Investigative Corps, Irwin Smith naturally also knows the truth of the world and the 9 greatest Titan, but he can't just do some things honestly. Can protect Eren in disguise in this way. This situation will not last too long. I said in my heart, the restoratives will truly stand in the sun in a few months, and the wall will no longer be filled with stupid short-sighted, self-consciousness. It's noble, but in fact it's just the nobles who made the manure machines. Irvin. As soon as the investigator left, Hanji rushed forward like Sasha who smelled the meat, incorrectly. She hugged Irwin's shoulders with her hands, and her saliva flowed out. I just heard Lensa say that there is a strange species that specializes in killing Titan outside. Hanji, now is not the time to capture Titan. Irwin said helplessly while holding his forehead with one hand. Hanji immediately began to play tricks when she heard Irwin's refusal, and everyone in the investigative corps had already taken it off, and they all bowed their heads and pretended not to see continued work. Captain Irvine, Captain Hanji. Just when Irvine was so annoyed by Hanji to make concessions, an investigator interrupted them. What's the matter? Irvine took the opportunity to follow. Hanji got out of the devil's palm, adjusted his clothes and asked, but Hanji, who had fallen short at this time, was too embarrassed to pounce and stalk Irvine, so he could only stare fiercely. The investigator said nothing. After being stared at by Hanji with such a gaze, the investigator couldn't help but swallowed nervously. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Commander, there is a trainer looking for you. He said he wants to seize the gas supply room. After hearing these words, Irwin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he nodded and said, let him come over. Yes. The investigator saluted and ran away quickly. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that Ammon would take the initiative to come to the head of Irwin, but after thinking about it, he found it reasonable. Although Ammon was more timid and inferior than ordinary people in some aspects a little bit, but once he made up his mind to do something, it would be like a different person, such as his obsession with seeing the sea. Are you the trainer who said there is a way to retake the gas supply room? Irvine stared at the tense and cramped blonde mushroom-headed teenager and said, yes, the 104th Training Corps trainer Alman Arnold seized the head of Irvine. Ammon said after hearing the words. He quickly clenched his right hand to his chest, with his left hand behind his back and gave a standard military salute. At this moment, the squad leaders of all the elite classes rushed over after hearing the news and all used them. The scrutinizing eyes stared at Ammon, wanting to see what clever scheme this trainer could come up with. Tell me about your approach. Irwin smiled friendly to Ammon, and someone immediately moved a table and 2 chairs to let them sit down. Yes. Ammon sat down on the chair. He took out a sketch in his arms and spread it out on the table. When he talked about his plan, Ammon seemed to have changed himself. The cramps and tensions on his face were instantly wiped out, replaced by strong confidence. Such a huge contrast made all the squad leaders of the elite class surprised, and they were more curious about the method that Aiming said. My plan is like this, Ammon said, pointing to the sketch on the table. I can't see what he drew on the picture for perspective reasons. There are 3 ways to reach the gas supply room from here. There are 2 ways to get there, one is to arrive by elevator, and the other is to go by stairs. We can divide into 2 teams, one will set off first and walk up the stairs to the beam of the gas supply room to ambush. According to the supply soldiers, when they evacuated, there were 7, Titan, in the supply room with 3 and 4 meters, so I suggest sending a team of 10 people to perform this task. The other team can have 12 to 14 people, and they must carry muskets. Take the elevator to the gas supply room as a decoy to attract the attention of Titan. When Titan was all gathered together, they shot Titan in batches to deprive them of their eyesight. At this time, the previously ambushed team will simultaneously cut off the back necks of the Titan and regain the supply room. After Ammon finished speaking, all the high-level officials of the investigative corps remained silent for a long time. Ammon suddenly became nervous when he saw this, and his previous confidence began to disappear. Of course, these are just some of my personal immature opinions. There must be many that are not perfect. The place. Ammon said quickly, reaching out to grab the sketch that he had spread on the table. Sorry, it's a delay of your precious time, I'll just... No, Armin, Irwin finally returned. God came, and held Amin's hand. Your plan is very good, we will follow your plan. Huh. Amin's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the words. Irvin let go of his hand, got up and patted Ammon on the shoulder and said to the squad leader of the elite class, you all heard what he said. Liueban and Su Jinkan are responsible for beheading the work of Titan. Hanji, take your class to check the muskets again, and don't have the situation that cannot be fired at the critical moment. Mick, you go to organize the manpower prepare to enter the elevator. Remember to explain the situation to them clearly. Don't forget to tell Alman's credit. That's it. Act. Yes, Captain Irwin. The monitors immediately saluted and said in unison. Ammon was finally relieved. Irwin patted Ammon on the shoulder again and chatted with him cordially. The conversation is over, the next time is waiting.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.